Naruto, ignored by his parents who favored his sister Naruto, the supposed child of prophecy, found solace in a lonely spot. Since the Kyuubi attack, his parents had solely focused on Naruto's training, leaving Naruto feeling neglected by everyone. He tried to ask his father for help with his academy jutsu, but both parents dismissed him, prioritizing Naruto's training. "Why do they always ignore me?" he sobbed. "Who does?" a voice asked. Naruto startled, turning to see a figure in black with an orange, one-holed mask. "My parents," Naruto cautiously replied. The person nodded, sitting beside him. "I see. You're Naruto, aren't you?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "I know about you. I've been watching the fourth Hokage for a while, and I've seen how he and Kushina treat you. It's not fair, is it?" "No. Why do they always pay attention to Naruto?" "Because they mistakenly believe she'll change the world," the man replied. "But I think they're wrong." "You do." "Yes. I believe you're the special one. You don't have her gifts, yet you work so hard and try your best. That's something special everyone should embrace, not ignore for a girl with a demon inside her." "What demon?" Naruto asked. The man then recounted the Kyuubi attack and how Naruto harbored the sealed beast. "But just because she has some extra help doesn't mean she's the child of prophecy," the man stated. "I guess." Naruto muttered. "Tell me, Naruto, do you know the story of the wolves and the fox?" he inquired. "No. The story goes that a small, clever fox was trapped by a pack of large, strong wolves. These wolves made the fox hunt for them, growing lazy while the fox grew stronger. Eventually, the fox escaped from the now fat, lazy wolves, having become strong and fast itself. The moral is, if you work hard, you can achieve anything." "Wow, I want to be like that fox." Naruto smiled. "Perhaps you can, little fox. Tomorrow is the Kyuubi's Defeat Festival and your sister's birthday party, right?" "Yeah, it is." Naruto nodded. "Come back here tomorrow night, and I will help you escape this den of wolves," the man promised. "Come back here tomorrow, and I will help you get strong. Come back here tomorrow, and I will care for you from now on." Naruto smiled, nodding in agreement. "Okay, I'll be back tomorrow night, Toby." Toby nodded as Naruto ran off, back to his home, while Toby watched, knowing he had just set in motion events that would change the world. That night, Naruto began packing, gathering gear for his escape and survival. He decided to take something useful from his parents as a final act of defiance. The next day, his parents and sister left for party shopping, leaving Naruto alone as he'd planned. He picked the lock to the family library and retrieved the scroll of sealing, which Minato had created and only allowed Kushina and Naruto to access. Naruto, having watched his father use it countless times, disabled its security seal and placed it with his pack. He then went to the armory, taking several weapons, including his mother's sword, aka Rippa, and removing his father's high-ration seal from all items. Once packed, he waited until dusk when the party was in full swing, certain no one would notice his absence. Naruto slipped away into the darkness, noticed only by a young Hyuga heiress. "There you are," Toby stated as Naruto approached, carrying a large pack, a scroll, and a blood-red katana. "I see you brought some things. Just stuff to help me get stronger or live with," Naruto replied with a wide grin. Toby nodded, motioning for Naruto to follow. They walked until dawn, putting considerable distance between themselves and Konohagakure no Sato. "Now, I'm going to tell you a few things while we rest," Toby began, as Naruto nodded. "We're heading to a group I've gathered called the Akatsuki. There, we can start your training and make you stronger." "Are the Akatsuki strong?" Naruto asked. "All of them are S-rank," Toby promised. "And one of them has eyes that were once the same as the Sage of Six Paths." Naruto's eyes widened, waiting for Toby to continue. "We have plenty of very strong people who will train you, and this way, you will never be looked down on by anyone." Naruto's eyes gleamed as he listened. Soon, his masked friend told him it was time to move again. Several hours past dawn, Minato finally noticed Naruto was missing. "Kushina? Have you seen Naruto?" he shouted. "No," she yelled back. "I haven't seen him since last night." Minato frowned. He didn't spend much time with his blonde son, but he usually saw him at some point. He entered Naruto's room to find the bed made and little sign of his son. Minato searched the house, but finding nothing, assumed Naruto was at a friend's house. A few hours later, he went to the library to consult his scroll for Naruto's next training, only to find it gone. "Kushina," he shouted, finding his wife. "Someone has taken the scroll of sealing." Kushina's eyes widened. They then went to the armory, where they discovered aka Rippa was also missing. An Umbu squad was immediately dispatched to search the village for the perpetrator and the missing items, but to no avail. That night, they realized Naruto was also gone. They searched the village, but there was no sign of him. Minato had no choice but to gather the Umbu and expand the search beyond Konoha's borders. Search the area, the entire border of the Land of Fire. Find Naruto and bring him back. He may have been kidnapped by an enemy village. Odds are they also took the items missing from my household, Minato ordered. Hi, Hokage-sama. The Umbu nodded, disappearing. However, by this time, Naruto and Tobi had already crossed the border into the land of rain. The blonde was astonished by the country's constant rain and abundant water. Tobi soon led him to three people: an orange-haired man with black piercings and rippled purple eyes, who seemed odd to Naruto, a blue-haired woman with an origami flower in her hair who eyed Naruto cautiously, and the most unusual, a person who looked half-eaten by a Venus flytrap, half white and half black. The black half had a single yellow eye and no mouth, while the white had a green eye and a visible mouth. Naruto, meet the people who will help look after you while I'm away, Tobi explained. The orange-haired man is Nagato, the vessel for the true man with the Rinnegan. The man nodded calmly. The young lady is his friend, Konan. And the last is Zetsu, a literal split personality. Cool, Naruto grinned as Zetsu chuckled, in two different voices. Why have you brought him here, Tobi? Konan asked. He will be a valuable asset one day. This is the true child of prophecy, Tobi replied. Is he now? Nagato asked calmly. What makes you so sure? Call it a hunch, Tobi replied, like my hunch about how things would play out here a long time ago. Nagato simply nodded, and Zetsu spoke up. So what can he do? The white half asked. Is he strong? The black half continued. He has potential, and he brought some very interesting items. Tobi smirked as Naruto set down the scroll and katana. Those are items from Konohagakure, Konan noted. They belong to the Hokage and his wife. And he is their ignored son, Tobi replied. I see. Then you are Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. A distant relation, Nagato observed. I too am from the Uzumaki clan. So we're related? Naruto asked with a grin. We are. I will help you train and become strong, cousin, Nagato promised. I will too, Konan smiled, looking at him. He will be quite powerful when he gets older. I guess I can help too, Zetsu muttered. Of course, we will help. Excellent. Now, Naruto, you need to do what they say. I have important things to do and people to recruit. Nagato, get Kisame to help him learn Kenjutsu, might as well help him use what he took, Tobi ordered. I will inform him. Nagato nodded as Tobi looked at Naruto. Now, be a good boy for them, and I will see you again soon, Tobi promised. Okay, Naruto nodded as Tobi turned and left. Konan knelt beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Come on, you must be exhausted. Let's find you a room, and you can get some sleep. Tomorrow, we will see what you can do and help you become strong, Konan promised. Right, Naruto grinned as he followed the three into the land of rain. The next day, Nagato and Konan took Naruto to a training ground. They put him through various exercises and had him perform every jutsu he knew. It wasn't much, but he proved to be at an average level. We have a lot of work to do, Nagato stated, taking out a scroll and handing it to Naruto. I want you to learn a jutsu from here every month. The first few are easy, but they get progressively harder. Also, since you can't seem to use a standard clone jutsu, I want you to go into the scroll of sealing and learn the shadow clone jutsu. This will serve multiple purposes. Got it, Nagato-sensei, Naruto nodded. Okay, Naruto. I'm going to help you learn the knowledge aspect of being a shinobi, Konan explained. Because you can't just be all brawn with no brains. Right, Naruto nodded as Konan had him sit, beginning with various practical aspects of being a shinobi and different bits of knowledge he would need. Naruto found it difficult at times, but Konan was a patient teacher and wouldn't move on until he had learned what she wanted. Once they finished, they stood up and saw a blue-skinned man approaching, resembling a shark, carrying a massive bandaged sword on his back, along with two practice swords. So this is the brat he wants me to train, he asked. This is him, Nagato nodded. Naruto, this is Kisame, your Kenjutsu instructor. Nice to meet you, Naruto bowed. Yeah, Kisame chuckled, tossing him a practice blade. Let's see what you got. Naruto held the blade like he'd seen his mother hold it when teaching Naruto. He moved forward, swinging the blade at Kisame, who easily blocked it but allowed Naruto to continue his barrage of attacks. Kisame smirked, impressed that someone who had only observed and never formally trained could perform so well. Moments later, Kisame blocked another swing, stepped forward, and disarmed Naruto with a smirk. You've got some talent, and you seem to have watched some good people. But here's where I start pushing you to the point where you could eventually become a swordsman of my caliber, Kisame chuckled, making Naruto feel very worried. The rest of the afternoon was spent with Kisame, who worked Naruto to the bone, to the point where he couldn't walk. Konan had to carry him back to his room, where she laid him on the bed and ensured he ate some soup she brought. Is this what it's going to be like every day? Naruto asked. At first, Konan nodded. But things will get better. Really? Naruto asked. Yes. Soon, you won't be so tired after training and will be able to walk back on your own, and the training will get tougher and tougher. Soon, you will be a force to be reckoned with once you complete your training, Konan smiled. Naruto only grinned as he ate more before falling asleep. Konan smiled, tucked him in, and walked out, letting the blonde rest. Back in Konoha, Minato worried about Naruto. He had received various reports that Naruto was nowhere to be found, and they couldn't locate him at all. What was worse was that they were no closer to figuring out which direction he had gone, or where those valuable items had gone either. Minato sighed as he read another note, then walked out of the room to find Jiraiya waiting for him. "Minato," he stated. "Jiraiya-sensei," Minato sighed. "I heard Naruto is missing," Jiraiya stated bluntly. "He is. I don't know where he went," Minato explained. "And how is that possible?" "He's your son," Jiraiya exclaimed, shocking Minato. "You should be looking after him." "I do," Minato shouted back. "Is that so? Then how is it that a 5-year-old boy managed to take both the scroll of sealing and aka Rippa, and managed to slip away without so much as a trace?" Jiraiya asked. "He must have been taken," Minato stated. "By whom? Kiri? They're too busy fighting themselves to do that. Kumo? They haven't tried anything since you made it perfectly clear that another kidnapping would end with another war. Iwa? They're too terrified of you to even enter the land of fire half the time. Suna? They would more likely kill the boy and leave him as a message to you. Some other small country? They would have left a ransom," Jiraiya listed off. "It's more likely that he ran off while you focused so much on Naruto." Minato blinked at this and was about to respond when Jiraiya cut him off. "I've been back for a few days now, and I've seen how you treat Naruto. You completely ignore him so you can train your daughter. It sickens me to see the way you treated your son, the way you ignored the boy you named after the character from my first book. You have disappointed me, Minato." Minato now looked down in shame as he realized the truth of his teacher's words. He had focused so much on Naruto, thinking she was the child of destiny, but he had neglected Naruto, and now it was possible he would be unable to remedy that mistake. "What happened to him?" Minato asked. "I don't know," Jiraiya sighed. "I was meeting an informant that night and missed the party. Naruto must have slipped away then. Ask around, someone might have seen him leave. That could give you a lead." Minato nodded and sent his to question all the party guests. They quickly learned that Hinata had seen Naruto heading toward the Hokage monument. A tracking team was dispatched and soon found both Naruto's scent and another person's. The trail led to the border, where Naruto had crossed and was now beyond Minato's reach. "I've failed," Minato sighed. As they returned to the village, he dreaded telling his wife their son had vanished, possibly forever. Shame washed over him, knowing their actions had driven Naruto away. A year later, Naruto, now a genin, had diligently mastered the techniques Nagato taught him. Konan broadened his knowledge of countries, wars, and historical figures. Zetsu instructed him in wilderness survival and espionage, honing his stealth and information gathering. Kisame continued his kenjutsu training. Naruto could now spar with the older ninja for a few minutes and still walk away. 2 new members joined Kakuzu, who helped Naruto with ninjutsu and chakra control, and Sasori, who, despite his youthful appearance, taught Naruto about poisons and puppets. "Sasori-sensei, I'm not very good at this," Naruto complained, struggling with a puppet. "It's fine. This is a complex skill, requiring great chakra control and patience," Sasori explained, having Naruto continue. "But it's excellent for improving your control and understanding puppets, so you can fight any puppet master from my former village." During this year, Tobi visited several times, always bringing Naruto gifts like sweets or new kunao and shurikens. Tobi recently said he'd be away, handling unfinished business in Konohagakure. Naruto worried but was sure Tobi would be fine. Soon, Nagato recruited another member. "Kukyoku. So you're Naruto-kun." Orochimaru laughed, observing Naruto's water-walking exercise. "Yeah, who are you?" Naruto asked, gripping a kunao. "My name is Orochimaru. I'm a new Akatsuki member. Leader-sama said it would be in my best interest to train you," Orochimaru chuckled, easily discerning Naruto's parentage. "I used to live in Konohagakure no Sato too. Why'd you leave?" Naruto inquired. "I was wronged. Denied the title of the 4th Hokage, which went to your father instead. Then my former teacher had the audacity to chase me out while I was conducting experiments to make one stronger." "Stronger?" Naruto grinned, and Orochimaru grinned back, realizing he had hooked the boy and could resume his experiments. "Yes. Perhaps you're interested?" Orochimaru asked. "Yeah." Naruto nodded, following Orochimaru. Naruto's scream soon echoed through the Akatsuki base, startling Konan and Nagato, who sent all his bodies to investigate. They found Naruto strapped to a table in Orochimaru's room, being injected with something. "Orochimaru!" Konan yelled, sending a storm of paper to separate him from Naruto. "What do you think you're doing?" "Helping him," Orochimaru chuckled. "He agreed to this experiment, did he?" Nagato's Deva body glared. "He did," Orochimaru promised. "Feel free to ask him once the serum is complete." Several minutes later, the serum stopped, and Naruto's screams ceased. When he opened his eyes, their cerulean irises had transformed into red, with black sclera. Konan gasped. Naruto looked at her and smiled. It's okay, Konan-sensei. Orochimaru helped me get stronger. Naruto chuckled as Konan helped him down. What have you done? Nagato asked Orochimaru. A new serum. It unlocks a person's latent potential, unleashing their full strength. However, I added another serum to heal the recipient, as such power would shorten their lifespan, and I'm sure Naruto wants to live longer, Orochimaru chuckled. I have various other serums that I'm sure Naruto might be interested in. I need time to recover, Naruto replied, but I want more. Konan and Nagato exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't deny the blonde. Konan took Naruto to his quarters to rest while she and Nagato informed Tobi of the events. In Konohagakure, Minato immersed himself in work, trying to avoid his guilt. He never stopped searching for Naruto, instructing every team on foreign missions to look for his son. So far, there had been no news, increasing his concern. Kushina dedicated herself to training Naruto, pushing her harder than any other student, also attempting to forget Naruto. Come on, Naruto. You need to move faster than that, Kushina chided. I'm trying, she panted as they resumed. I'm only human. You have to be more than that, Kushina reminded her. You need to be the best you can possibly be. Naruto sighed and began again. She silently blamed Naruto for her parents' recent change and wished him dead for it. She resented him for avoiding this grueling, round-the-clock training and for being free to do as he pleased. A week later, news reached Minato that Itachi had murdered the entire Uchiha clan. Minato knew trouble was brewing with the clan, and Danzo had warned of a potential revolt. Minato had spoken with Fugaku, who agreed it was not in the village's best interest if things didn't settle, but the Uchiha hotheads wouldn't listen. Now, Itachi had apparently snapped, killing everyone except his brother, Sasuke. Minato placed Sasuke under watch to prevent him from self-harm or anyone finishing Itachi's work. Tobi and Itachi arrived at the Akatsuki base to find Naruto significantly changed. He had grown several inches, his eyes were different, and he was far stronger than Tobi remembered. Naruto was currently sparring with Kisame, holding his own remarkably well, considering Kisame wasn't fighting all out. Nagato, what happened? Tobi asked. Orochimaru experimented on Naruto, Nagato stated. Naruto wanted them done, and he's changed significantly. His chakra control has stabilized, and his reserves are as great as my own. His taijutsu skills are increasing. Kisame and I spar with him regularly, though he's now roughly Chunin level. His ninjutsu skills have skyrocketed, he's mastering ninjutsu left and right, and Kakuzu and I are running out of techniques to teach him. His primary affinity seems to be wind, but he can use other elements well enough that you can barely tell the difference. Genjutsu just slides off him, and his Kenjutsu is so good that Kisame sometimes has to take him seriously to win. Tobi blinked his one eye at the report, reminding himself to thank Orochimaru. Naruto's progress shocked him, but with Itachi now present, he was confident he could at least double Naruto's training regimen. Keep an eye on him, and work him harder. I want him far stronger by this time next year, Tobi ordered. For what purpose? Nagato asked. The village ignored the child of destiny. I'm simply turning the child into a monster to destroy the world, Tobi replied calmly, walking away. It had been 10 years since Naruto left Konohagakure no Sato, and he had undergone many physical and mental transformations. He was now just shorter than Itachi, having experienced a significant growth spurt. His eyes remained the red and black from Orochimaru's first experiment. He had gained much from those tests, along with some Tobi had conducted, supposedly to help him. He acquired a healing ability akin to most Jinchuriki, a hyper-awareness of danger allowing him to easily dodge attacks he couldn't even perceive, and enhanced senses of smell and hearing. His mind had also darkened considerably. He now viewed most people, including the Akatsuki, as pawns. Their goal of ending war, or at least Nagato's goal, seemed foolish to him. He knew Tobi had a different objective but held no interest in it. Naruto walked through the halls, heading to meet Tobi, who had a mission for him. He wore all black, with light armor on his arms, legs, chest, and back for defense. Over it, he wore the Akatsuki cloak, but without a ring, as he wasn't an official member. Over the years, the Akatsuki lineup had changed, with Orochimaru fleeing and new members like Deidara and Haiden joining. Currently, most were paired off, with Tobi acting as a shadow and Zetsu working alone. You wanted to see me? Naruto asked, entering Tobi's room. Ah, yes. I owed Orochimaru a favor for his work on you, and he's called it in, Tobi explained. What does he want? Naruto asked. Your help, Tobi replied, explaining Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha and his desire for Naruto's assistance. And you think this is a good idea? Naruto asked with a smirk. I don't. So I'm giving you different orders, Tobi chuckled, explaining Naruto's mission, then nodded for him to leave. Naruto simply nodded, returned to his room, reclaimed aka Rippa, strapped it to his side, and left the rainy country, soon arriving in Otagakure where Orochimaru awaited him. Ah, Naruto-kun. I've been expecting you, he grinned. I was told you called in your only remaining favor with the Akatsuki to get me here for this job of yours, Naruto remarked. Yes, but with this, you can get your revenge against Konoha as well, Orochimaru promised. He then led the boy through the underground labyrinth to a meeting room filled with Oto Ninja and Orochimaru's personal bodyguards. Now that we're all here, let us begin, Orochimaru stated, laying out a map. The Chunin exams will begin soon, that's our opening. As an official village, I'll send one team, meant to be cannon fodder for Sasuke once he awakens the cursed seal I'll place on him during the second exam. We won't begin the invasion until the third exam, when most of the village will be distracted by the finals. We've gained Tsunagakure's support, and the signal to begin will be their Jinchuriki transforming in the middle of the arena. And if he doesn't make it? Naruto snorted. He will, Orochimaru replied calmly. He's never sustained an injury on any mission, even dangerous ones. He will destroy anyone in his way. Now, you will all receive different assignments on the day of the invasion, but for now, we are in the preparation stage. And what am I to do? Naruto asked. You will enter the exam as well. You'll be a team from AIM, participating in the exams. Your job is to ensure Sasuke survives this situation so I can claim him later, Orochimaru explained. On the day of the invasion, you're free to attack as you wish. Fine. I'll send word back to AIM to set up a background, Naruto replied, leaving the room. My lord, I don't trust him, Kimimaro warned. You'd be wise not to, Orochimaru replied. I only requested him because he can potentially turn the tide of a bad situation. He's as strong as most Akatsuki members. The majority of shinobi in the room blinked and looked at the door where the blonde had exited, worried about how dangerous he was. It took 2 days to establish all the necessary information, but once complete, Naruto proceeded with 2 transformed clones to appear as his 3-man cell. He adopted an assumed name for the exam, ensuring he left the Akatsuki cloak behind and took the AIM headband Konan had sent him. As he walked back into the village, a wave of nostalgia washed over him as his gaze swept over familiar sights. Soon, he heard a disturbance in a side street and decided to investigate. Turning down the street, he saw a young boy held aloft by a Tsunagakure genin in a full bodysuit, with a blonde girl behind him. In front were 2 girls, one pink-haired whom Naruto quickly assessed as useless. The other was a blonde with long pigtails whom Naruto immediately recognized. Put Konohamaru down, Naruto shouted at the boy. Not until I teach this shrimp some manners, the boy retorted. Kankuro, stop it, the other girl sighed, looking at her teammate. If Gaara finds out, he'll kill us. That's why I'll make this quick, Kankuro stated, about to punch Konohamaru. Before the fist connected, a brief gust of wind indicated Naruto had moved past the 2 girls, caught Kankuro's fist, and gripped the wrist holding the boy. I would put down the young boy before I lose my temper, Naruto warned, looking at Kankuro, who blinked at his eyes and remembered the report about the S-rank ninja with those same eyes who would be working with him. Okay, Kankuro stated, dropping Konohamaru and stepping back. Good, Naruto nodded, turning to the nearby tree where a redhead with a love tattoo on his forehead and a gourd on his back stood. Enjoy the show? Yes. Who are you that has awakened mother so? He asked monotonously. Your foe in these exams, Naruto replied calmly. I hope you can meet my expectations. Gaara, the girl whispered as she stared at the teen, who smirked before disappearing in a swirl of sand. Naruto only smirked, looking at the other 2 Suna ninja, who quickly departed. I had it under control. Naruto snarled, glaring at the newcomer. Clearly, you didn't, Naruto retorted, turning and meeting her gaze, shocking both girls with his eyes. If you had, I wouldn't have stepped in. Shows what you know, Naruto sniffed. Naruto, you shouldn't pick fights, the pink-haired girl said, appearing somewhat scared of the new guy. I'd listen to your friend, Naruto nodded, looking at the other girl and acknowledging her, raising her overall worth from completely useless to mostly useless. I don't care what you say, Sakura, this punk just barged in like he owned the place. Naruto snapped. But, Sakura tried to begin. Don't bother, Sakura-san. This brat likes hearing herself bark, Naruto stated with a smirk as Naruto glared at him. This is supposed to be the child of prophecy? I am disappointed. Naruto blinked at his statement as the boy in black left them. She was confused as to how he knew about the prophecy when only a handful of people did. Shaking her head, she decided to keep an eye on this stranger and see how things would unfold during the exams. The next day, the Chunin exams began. Naruto and his 2 clones entered the building, walking past a crowd of genin caught in a genjutsu. On the 3rd floor, Naruto opened the doors and moved to the side to observe everyone. He spotted Orochimaru, disguised as a Kusa ninja, using the same trick Naruto had employed with the shadow clones. He then found Gaara and his teammates, who were staring at him with concern. Finally, he identified the Oto team destined to be sacrificed for Orochimaru's plans. Odds were they didn't even know their fate, and Naruto made an effort to memorize each of their faces. One was completely wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. The next was a boy who looked arrogantly. The last was a girl whom Naruto found rather cute upon closer inspection. "Showtime!" Naruto shouted, kicking the door open and entering as if she owned the place. Naruto looked at her and her teammates, smirking as they surveyed the room. When Naruto spotted the blonde with the strange eyes standing with two other people, she moved toward them, but Sasuke stopped her. "Don't be an idiot," Sasuke warned. "If you pick a fight here, you might get us kicked out." "They wouldn't kick us out," Naruto retorted. "Yes, they would. The proctors don't like anyone starting fights before the designated area," Sasuke stated calmly. "And your parents can't do anything about it either." Naruto huffed angrily and glared at the blonde. Sasuke simply shook his head and decided to speak with the person who irritated his teammates so much. Walking over, he stopped in front of the blonde and looked at his strange eyes, which reminded him of the Sharingan. "So you're the one who pissed Naruto off so much," Sasuke stated. "I am. And you must be Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto nodded. "I've heard a lot about you. You seem to have me at a disadvantage," Sasuke smirked. "What should I call you?" "Yami," Naruto replied calmly. "These are my teammates, Aku and Sumi." "Pleasure," Sasuke nodded, looking at the two raven-haired men who only nodded back. "So you're from AIM?" "Yes," Naruto nodded. "We're a fresh team, and our sensei said we should take these exams to see how we stack up against other genin our age." "Not many genin in AIM?" "Not really," Naruto shrugged. The two small-talked for a few more moments when a platinum blonde tackle-hugged Sasuke. "Miss me, Sasuke-kun?" she asked, hugging him. "Get off him, Ino!" Sakura yelled, moving to pull the girl away from her teammate. Naruto smirked, noticing other genin approaching. "How troublesome," a pineapple-haired teen sighed, stepping past Ino with a hefty boy munching on chips. Lively as ever, a boy with a dog laughed as his teen joined them. "Kiba," Naruto smirked at him. "I wondered why I smelled wet dog." "Hey!" Kiba shouted back at the blonde. "Kiba, please don't fight," the girl on his team pleaded, looking at the other genin and pausing her gaze on Naruto. She frowned, almost recognizing him. Before she could speak, a boy with glasses approached. "You guys are loud," he stated. "And who are you?" Naruto asked with a frown. "I'm Kabuto, you could say I'm a veteran of these exams," he smiled. "How many times have you taken it?" Sakura asked. "This is my 8th time," Kabuto chuckled. "Man, you suck," Kiba laughed. "It's not that I'm bad, these exams are tough," Kabuto explained. "But because I've been here so often, I've gathered quite a lot of information on the other competitors." "Even first-time competitors?" Sasuke asked. "Yep," Kabuto nodded. "Give me the cards for Rock Lee, Subaka no Gaara, and Yami," Sasuke stated. Naruto smirked, realizing Sasuke saw him as a potential threat. Kabuto produced 3 cards, each with a picture, general skills, and the number of missions taken since becoming genin. Lee's was interesting, showing no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills but exceptional taijutsu. Gaara's had little information beyond his mission count and that he'd never suffered a wound. Yami's card only had his picture, everything else was blank. "What's with this?" Naruto exclaimed. "Sorry, AIM has closed borders, so I haven't gotten much information on this guy, just some unconfirmed rumors," Kabuto apologized. "What rumors?" the girl from Kiba's team asked. "Well, for starters, those eyes aren't a Kekkei Genkai. Another rumor is that he and his entire team are actually much more skilled than Shinin, but they haven't had a chance to prove it yet, because they're new genin," the pineapple-haired boy stated. "Exactly," Kabuto nodded. "The last one is that he murdered his previous team, and this one was put together at the last minute." "That last one isn't true," Naruto stated calmly, surprising them. "The others are, but that's false. I've been with Aku and Sim since we became genin a few months ago." "Is that so?" Kabuto nodded, adding the information to the card. "Care to add anything else?" "No," Naruto said, turning towards the chalkboard. A cloud of smoke appeared, then cleared, revealing a team of Chunin led by a man with a black bandana and visible scars. "All right, you maggots. My name is Ibiki, and I'm the proctor for the first examination. Line up, take a number, find your designated seat, and then we'll begin the test," Ibiki ordered. It took a while for everyone to be seated, scattered around the room and away from their teammates. Naruto sat next to the girl who kept staring at him, trying to figure out who he was. "Now, the first test is a written exam, and it's a team event. You'll each start with 30 points, 10 for each team member, and you'll lose a point for every wrong answer. The teams with the highest scores will move on. A few details: if a team member fails to answer all questions, your team is out. If you're caught cheating, you'll lose 2 points. Proctors are around the room making sure you little shits don't try anything. You have 1 hour to complete the test. Begin," Ibiki explained. The genin flipped their papers, and Naruto blinked at the difficulty of the questions. This would be too hard for a genin team, even under ideal circumstances. Naruto recalled how Ibiki explained the rules and realized they had to cheat to answer the questions, meaning several Chunin were likely among the test takers with the correct answers. Smirking, Naruto began answering the questions, already knowing most of the answers himself, and his clones would know them too. Once he finished the 9 questions, he read the note stating the final question would be given 10 minutes before the exam ended. Closing his eyes, he let his senses spread out, listening to the sounds of people writing. Opening his eyes, he saw the girl had finished writing too and smirked. "Done?" he asked. "Yes," she nodded. "Who did you copy from?" Naruto asked. "Some from a person a few rows ahead, and then the rest from you and your team." "Not bad," Naruto smirked. "My name is Yami." "No, it isn't," she stated. "I know that much for certain, but you're using a code name." Naruto's smirk became an amused smile as he nodded at her. "True as that is, Yami is all you're going to get out of me. Hinata Hayaga." "Hinata-chan," Naruto smirked as a light blush appeared on her face. Teams were eliminated quickly, and soon Ibiki was ready to give them the last question. "This last question comes with the option of whether or not you take it," Ibiki began. "If you choose not to, you and your team will leave this exam now." "Then why would we choose not to take it?" a genin asked. "Because if you get this question wrong, you and your entire team will remain genin forever," Ibiki replied curtly. Many genin shouted that this wasn't fair and he couldn't do that. "I can do this, and for those who have taken this exam before, well, I guess they never had me as a proctor. So what will you all do?" Naruto smirked and leaned back in his seat. Hinata looked a little worried but didn't raise her hand to be removed. Several teams left at this point, and once everyone was finished, 22 teams remained. Ibiki scanned the room and finally nodded. "Very well then. For those of you who remain, you pass," Ibiki smiled, shocking everyone. "Let me explain, the 10th question was the test itself. If you become a Chunin and are asked to lead a mission where you don't know your exact objective, how many enemies are between you and it, or the possible traps and defensive features, do you take it or wait for a safer mission? You take it. There are no safe missions for a shinobi, and anyone who would rather wait for a guarantee instead of taking a chance on the mission doesn't deserve to be a Chunin." "Then what was the point of the questions?" Naruto asked. "That was to test your information gathering skills. Almost none of you should have been able to answer those questions, so we had Chunin scattered around the room with the correct answers for those of you clever enough to find them," Ibiki explained. "This is because sometimes, the right information or false information can change the entire mission." Ibiki then removed his bandana, revealing torture marks. Naruto stared intently, nodding his respect for a man who could suffer such damage and still continue as a shinobi. "To all of you who have passed, I congratulate you and wish you luck. Your next proctor is..." Ibiki was about to finish when the glass burst open as a black bundle flew in. Just as it reached the center of the room, 4 kunao shot out, pinning its corners, revealing a banner and a woman standing there. The banner read Anko Mitarashi in large kanji, with Sexy Kunoichi in smaller text below. "Alright, don't celebrate yet. I'm Anko Mitarashi, your second proctor for this exam," Anko shouted as she counted the teams and turned to Ibiki. 22 teams left? "You're slipping. We have some exceptional genin this year," Ibiki replied calmly. "Humph. Well, by the time my test is over, I'll cut their numbers in half," Anko smirked as the teams looked scared, with the exception of a few individuals. "Now, come on and follow me." Soon, all the genin stood outside a massive, gated forest with trees as tall as some buildings Naruto had seen in AIM. "Welcome to Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death." Anko grinned as several genin shuddered in fear while others just stared at her, waiting for her to get to the point. "Now, this exam is a survival exam. For 5 days, you'll all be locked in here, trying to complete your objective." "And what might that be?" a genin asked. "Glad you asked, Shitstain," Anko smiled, holding up 2 scrolls, one labeled Heaven and the other Earth. "All you have to do is this: each team will be given a scroll, and during these 5 days, they must acquire the scroll that matches theirs and reach the tower in the center of the forest. Some general rules: you and your entire team must arrive at the tower, no exceptions. Do not open your scroll before you get to the tower, and finally, try to stay alive." "So we're allowed to kill in there?" Naruto asked with a grin. "Yep, go right ahead. But it's not only the other teams you need to watch out for, there's plenty of wildlife in there that would love to munch on tasty genin like yourselves. There are also plenty of poisonous plants, so be cautious," Anko explained. "But what about food?" the hefty kid from Ino's team shouted. "The forest has plenty of food for the experienced outdoorsman," Anko replied. "Now, all we need you to do before you get your scroll is to fill out these liability waivers." Soon, Chunin assistants handed out papers, and Naruto and his team were among the first to sign theirs and hand them to Anko. Once finished, they lined up to receive a random scroll, out of sight from others, and then were assigned a gate number for their starting point. It took a few minutes for everyone to get their scroll and reach their gate. Once there, Anko gave the go-ahead over a PA system, and they were off into the woods. Naruto smirked as he stopped and nodded for his clones to go ahead while he stayed to cut loose. It took only 10 minutes for Naruto to find his first team, a group from Kirigakure moving stealthily on the forest floor, planning to sneak up on another team. Naruto merely smirked, striking from the shadows. His aka Rippa drawn, he beheaded 2 of them in his first pass before turning and sending a wave of poison shuriken into the last ninja, who couldn't even scream in pain or fear as the poison closed off his windpipe, silencing him as it did its work and killed him. Sighing at the ease of it, Naruto sifted through their gear, taking some provisions and their scroll, a heaven scroll, which he already possessed. Shrugging, he sealed it into a smaller scroll and moved on, targeting the next team. For an hour, Naruto went about killing stragglers, making sure to take their scrolls, acquiring 3 complete sets and an extra earth scroll. Bored of killing weak genin, Naruto made his way towards the tower where he stopped to see Orochimaru attacking Sasuke and his team. Naruto frowned at the sight but watched as Orochimaru toyed with Sasuke while Naruto was incapacitated and Sakura trembled in fear. Soon, Sasuke unleashed a surprise counterattack that trapped Orochimaru and hit him with powerful fire blasts, but it was revealed to be a Tsukubunshin. Impressive, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru laughed, extending his neck and biting Sasuke, leaving the cursed seal on him. Naruto simply shook his head as Sasuke fell to the ground, suffering from the effects of the new mark, while Sakura finally stopped being useless and managed to get Sasuke and Naruto to a shelter she quickly rigged with traps. Naruto nodded at this and decided to move on, knowing this was part of Orochimaru's plan and it was too early to start following his orders yet. It took him a few hours to reach the tower, and when he arrived, he found his clones waiting. He stopped in front of the mural, quickly reading it, then opening the scrolls simultaneously. A Chunin appeared, telling him he had passed the second exam and that his team was the first to do so. Please head for your assigned room and rest there, the Chunin stated as he went to inform Anko and the Hokage that a team had already passed. Naruto merely smirked as the Chunin walked off, and he went to his room, planning to rest for the next few days while he waited to see who would survive the forest. By the time 4 days had passed, Naruto found that most teams had been eliminated, mostly by him, but several others were either defeated or dead. At the moment, 6 other teams were present, with a few hours left for any stragglers to arrive. Just as they were admitted to a large arena, Team 7 arrived, looking like the forest had been rough on them. As they entered and lined up, the Jonin instructors for the various teams arrived. Naruto spotted Konan, which slightly surprised him that she had left aim for this. Soon, Minato stepped forward and congratulated them for passing the second exam. However, there are far too many of you to move straight into the third and final exam. That is why we will be having a preliminary round, Minato stated, causing several genin to protest and question this choice. Let me explain. These exams are held not only to test your abilities but to show them to prospective clients and dignitaries from other villages. This can help your village grow stronger if you show that the genin from the village are skilled enough. However, we don't want them sitting around for hours or possibly days while you all compete. That is why we will have a preliminary round to cut your numbers down even more. Sir, perhaps I should continue, a Jonin stated as he moved forward. Go ahead, Gecko, Minato nodded as he stepped back. Now, these will be single combat matches, unless there's an odd number of you, in which case we'll have a 3-way battle. If anyone wishes to drop out, now's your chance. This will not affect your team, Gecko explained, coughing occasionally. At this point, Kabuto raised his hand, as did Naruto's 2 clones. Once Gecko took down their names, the 3 left, and the back wall opened to reveal a giant screen that flashed through names until it stopped on 2 of them. The first match is Sasuke Uchiha vs Dosu. All others, please move up to the viewing area, Gecko exclaimed. Naruto walked to the left with the Oto Nin, Suna Nin, and Kabuto's 2 teammates. Konan soon joined him, standing beside him, both intent on the matches. Surprised you're here, Naruto stated. Thought you'd be busy with other matters. Nagato said that to maintain the illusion of you being a true genin, your sensei should be here. This is only for appearances, Konan replied. Now let's see what Itaka's younger brother can do. Naruto only nodded as the match started. Dosu charged forward, revealing a strange gauntlet with holes that began emitting such a high-pitched noise that Naruto was the only one who could actually hear it. Ouch, Naruto grumbled at the noise. That gauntlet of his is emitting sound. Interesting concept, taking down the opponent's balance, Konan nodded in agreement. Sasuke seemed aware of what the gauntlet did, and it only took a moment before he finished the hand signs and launched his technique. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke roared, emitting a massive fireball that Dosu barely dodged. But Naruto saw what Sasuke had actually done and smirked as Sasuke rushed in, 2 kunao out, one with a flash bomb attached, which he threw while shielding his eyes. Dosu was caught off guard, and when he tried to use the sound to stop Sasuke, he realized the fire hadn't been meant to stop him, it had been meant to take out his weapon. Sasuke soon had his back, and the kunao was at his throat while Sasuke had his arms trapped behind him. Winner, Sasuke. Gecko exclaimed as the Uchiha nodded before standing and then wincing as he grabbed his neck. Kakashi acted quickly and grabbed the teen before leaving, where Naruto noticed the Oto-sensei left as well. So he did mark him, Konan noted. Yeah, not much we can do about it, Naruto nodded as the next match was announced. Temari vs Tenten, Gekko shouted as the two girls leapt down. Tenten was a girl from Lee's team, carrying several scrolls that Naruto was sure were full of surprises. The match started, and Tenten tried to defeat her opponent with a barrage of kunao and other throwing weapons, but all Temari did was open her fan, swing it once to create a massive twister that threw Tenten into the ceiling, where Temari stopped the twister and let the dazed girl fall onto her closed fan, taking all the fight right out of the girl. Winner, Temari, Gekko exclaimed as Temari threw Tenten off her fan before walking back up to the stands while the weapons were cleared from the arena floor. Konan-sensei, I'm going fishing, Naruto smirked as he nodded towards the other side. Konan only nodded as Naruto flickered from sight and reappeared on the other platform. Moving between a few people, he stood by Hinata and her team. Yami-san, Hinata nodded as he stood next to her, while Kurane looked at the blonde teen. Friend of yours? She asked her student. We just met him during the first exam, Kiba explained, adding, he really gets on Naruto's nerves. Oh, really? Kurane smirked, looking at Naruto. And what exactly did he do to annoy her so much? He stepped into a potential international incident, Naruto replied. Asuna Nin was about to hit the late third Hokage's grandson, and Naruto wasn't helping, so I intervened, and she got mad. Kurane nodded as the next match was announced: Zuko vs Shino Abarame, one of Hinata's teammates. The taller boy descended the stairs to face the wounded Oto Nin, who apparently had both arms broken. What happened to him? Kiba asked. Sasuke did that to him, Sakura answered from further down the line. They tried to attack us, and when Sasuke woke up from his fever, he beat them all. Naruto simply nodded at her explanation, watching Zuko manage to move one arm and fire a blast of air towards Shino. Shino vanished in a cloud of bugs, reappearing behind Zuko as the insects moved towards the Oto Genin. Give up. You are finished, Shino stated calmly. If you move your arm towards me, the insects will swarm you, and if you keep it aimed at them, I will attack you. You know, I think I can manage with this arm, Zuko exclaimed, lifting his arm from the sling and aiming both arms in different directions. As he tried to fire the blasts again, his arms exploded. Naruto chuckled, realizing what had happened. He had his bugs go into those holes, didn't he? Naruto asked. Yes, Hinata nodded. Impressive, Naruto replied. Never take an Abarame lightly, huh? Not if you want to live, Kiba chuckled as medics took Zuko away and Shino returned to his team. The next match was Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno. From Kiba's side, Naruto guessed it would be a bad one. Once in the arena, both adjusted their headbands to cover their foreheads, created two clones, and then threw shuriken at each other. Kami above, it's like watching academy students, Naruto groaned, watching them. Please tell me all the kunoichi in this village aren't this pathetic and it's just these two. They aren't, Kurane stated, glaring at him. Oh, thank you, Naruto exclaimed. I hate weak women. Kurane blinked at that, then refocused on the match, which was moving at a snail's pace until Ino apparently decided to cut off her long hair, just as Sakura had done in the forest. They fought for a few more moments before Ino struck, preparing to use her family's technique to send her mind into Sakura's body. As she was about to do this, she poured chakra into her hair, using it to hold Sakura still while she launched her mind. Once in Sakura's body, Ino was about to forfeit when Sakura suddenly regained control, forcing Ino's mind out. Didn't see that coming, Shikamaru stated from where he leaned on the railing. Normally, she can't be stopped or forced out like that. First time for everything, I guess, Koji replied as the match reached its final moments. They both charged at each other, punched, and both passed out. Kami, that was pathetic. Can I get those minutes of my life back? Naruto asked. Unfortunately, no, Hinata replied. We all want them back. Agreed, Kiba nodded, and Akamaru barked his agreement. Once the two girls were removed from the arena floor, the next match was called. Kankuro vs Koji Akamaika, Gekko exclaimed as the two walked down. Kankuro faced Koji with a smug grin. When the match started, Koji used his family technique to increase his size, becoming a giant rolling tank that charged towards Kankuro. Kankuro blinked in shock, then leapt aside before opening his bundle, revealing a large puppet he began controlling. As Koji changed directions to run Kankuro over, the Tsunagenin only had his puppet move forward, extend a blade, and make a small cut on Koji's side as he rolled past. Before Koji knew what had happened, he was back to normal, screaming in pain. Winner, Kankuro, Gekko exclaimed as medics ran in and loaded Koji onto a gurney. It's Silverthorn poison, Kankuro stated as he walked back up to the stands. The medics nodded and soon had Koji out of the arena and towards the hospital for treatment. The next match is Naruto vs Kiba, Gekko exclaimed as the blonde girl cheered and leapt down. Kick her ass, Naruto stated, patting Kiba's arm. No problem, Kiba chuckled as he and Akamaru entered the arena, a smug grin on his face. Kiba made the opening move by feeding Akamaru a soldier pill, then the dog transformed into a feral-looking Kiba. Kiba then imitated the transformation, and the pair struck, spinning and becoming a deadly piercing attack that bounced around the walls and floor, making it very difficult to predict. Gat Shuga! Kiba roared as they struck. Naruto only laughed as she dodged the technique, following the flow and moving through the ever-shifting gaps before she struck, just as they stopped. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, she shouted, creating a clone that targeted one of the Kibas while she went for the other. Naruto watched intently as she fought, dissecting her taijutsu skills and realizing that Kushina and Minato hadn't been lax on her training. She was easily as strong as most Chunin, and these exams were only a formality for her promotion. It took only minutes for her to beat both Kiba and Akamaru to a pulp, and they were soon carted out as well. That sucked, Naruto noted. I was hoping Kiba would wipe the floor with her. Not very likely. She's one of the strongest shinobi this year, Kurane replied. I'd be shocked if anyone here could best her. It's still early, Naruto replied. You haven't seen all the competitors yet, and I know for a fact that the redhead over there will destroy his opponent. Kurane only looked at the blonde before turning her gaze to the screen for the next match. Hinata Hyuga vs Kin, Gecko exclaimed as the two girls walked down. Naruto now leaned forward, eager to see how strong these two teens would be. When the match started, Kin threw a senbon with a bell attached, which Hinata dodged with ease. Kin then threw two more, one with a bell, one without, which Hinata blocked with basic Jaiken before closing the gap and striking several of Kin's tenketsu points, sealing her chakra and forcing her down. Winner, Hinata, Gecko shouted as Hinata walked back up. Naruto nodded to her as the next match was called Niji Hyuga vs Shikamaru. The two teens walked down and faced each other. Shikamaru was already running the fight several moves ahead, while Niji did the same and already had an idea of how to deal with Shikamaru. When the match started, Niji leapt away and took out a flash bomb, triggering it and causing all the shadows in the arena to disappear. He had closed his eyes and allowed his Byakugan to lead him to a blinded Shikamaru, where he soon closed all of his tenketsu points, letting Shikamaru collapse to the ground as the match ended in a matter of seconds. That was ruthless, Naruto remarked. It was like night and day between you two. Yes, my cousin is very strong. Hinata nodded, slightly worried about possibly facing her cousin in the next round. The next match was Rock Lee vs Subaka no Gaara, and Naruto knew for a fact that Lee was screwed. The match started with Lee facing Gaara's sand shield that protected him from getting hurt. It wasn't long before Guy gave Lee permission to remove his weights, and when he did, there was a loud boom as they fell to the ground. Kami, how much do those weigh? Naruto asked Guy. As much as needed, Guy replied with a grin. Lee won't lose easily. Aha. Have you seen this guy he's facing? Naruto asked as he saw that Lee was now fast enough to get past the shield and was striking Gaara. As he hit the teen, Naruto saw sand dropping and realized that Gaara was wearing a layer of sand as armor. It didn't take long for Lee to strike and unleash his technique, Omote Renge, Front Lotus, trapping Gaara in bandages as he slammed the red-headed teen into the ground. However, this proved ineffective as the sand had caught and cushioned him. Gaara stood up and then sent mass amounts of sand smashing into Lee, as the teen was currently suffering from the aftereffects of using the technique. Well, this looks like the end, Naruto replied. I have to agree with Yami, Kakashi nodded. Lee did good, but he is taking the aftereffects of this technique. No need to worry, Guy replied. The lotus of the leaf blooms twice. Kakashi blinked in shock as he looked at Guy. You didn't. That technique is too dangerous for a genin to learn. I'm disappointed in you. What do you know of that boy? Guy asked as he looked at Kakashi. Guy gave a short summary of how even though Lee had no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills, he still worked harder than anyone he knew, and that by giving him this, he gave Lee the potential to be a splendid shinobi. Naruto nodded at this as he saw Lee getting up and releasing more of the gates to fight against Gaara. Lee soon looked red as he moved so fast that most of the jonin could barely follow him, and Naruto had trouble keeping track of the movements himself. Lee struck, kicking Gaara into the air where he struck by wrapping the teen in the bandages again and began hammering the Tsunade Genin with such force and speed that Gaara's defense couldn't aid him at all. Lee ended the technique with an open palm strike combined with a kick at the same time, smashing Gaara into the ground, leaving a rather large crater. When Lee landed, he looked like he could barely stand, and Naruto knew that by using those gates, he had pushed himself far past his limits. Looking into the crater, Naruto saw that it was only Gaara's sand armor inside the crater and that amount of sand was rising with the real Gaara coming out from under it. With a maniacal grin, Gaara struck, smashing Lee around before sending tendrils of sand to try to trap Lee. Lee leapt away and only had his right arm and leg caught, and when Gaara closed his hand, he crushed them. Winner, Gaara! Gecko shouted as he moved to stop Gaara before he could kill Lee. Gaara was about to fully encase Lee when Guy leapt down and disrupted the sand, glaring at Gaara to make him stop. It took a moment for the sand armor to re-encase Gaara, and once it had, he left, heading back up to the stands where Lee was soon carted off. Naruto leapt down for the final match, the three-way battle. The final match is the three-way fight between Yami, Yoroi, and Tsurugi. Gecko stated as the three faced each other, with Yoroi and Tsurugi both agreeing to take down Yami first, then deal with each other. Begin. The match was short and decisive as Naruto targeted Yoroi and drew aka Rippa, cutting off one of Yoroi's legs before taking his back, grabbing his head, and twisting it so his head was now facing his back. Tsurugi blinked in shock as he saw his teammate killed, and before he could forfeit, Naruto had thrown aka Rippa, pinning him to the wall. Naruto moved right in front of him, grabbed his arms and ripped them off, and then cut his head off. All of this happened in the span of less than 20 seconds, faster than Gecko could stop the match and prevent him from killing the pair. Whoa! Kankuro whistled as he saw how quickly the blonde with the strange eyes had killed the two other genin. Gaara was staring intently at the blood-soaked blonde and promised, the voice whispering to him that it would get its chance to kill this foe. Winner, Yami, Gecko stated as the medics came in and removed the two bodies. Now, would the winners please come down here so we can explain what the next round will entail? It took a few moments for all 9 of them to line up, and once they did, Minato stepped forward to explain the next round. Now, the finals will take place in 1 month, giving the dignitaries time to arrive and see the matches. You will be seeing who you are up against in a few moments. The matches will be just like these were, with hopefully less death. Minato paused to give Yami a look that the blonde only smirked at. Now here is the lineup. The first match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Yami. Second is Hinata Hyuga vs Niji Hyuga. Third is Shino Abarame vs Kankuro. Fourth is Subuka no Gaara vs Suzuki Uchiha. Tamari will then face the winner of that match. You have 1 month to train and prepare for the matches ahead. I wish you all the best of luck. With that, the genin all began to leave, but Minato stopped Naruto to have a word with him. I want you to know that I do not approve of needless killing, Minato stated. I do not want to see good shinobi dying pointless deaths. They stood against me, they received their fate, Naruto replied. Any that think to oppose me shall perish. Just know this, I am giving the Umbu at the arena next month permission to use deadly force if you do not stop when the proctor calls the match against you and Subuka no Gaara, Minato warned. I will be informing him of this as well. So noted, Naruto replied as he turned and left. I'm looking forward to making your daughter bleed in front of your whole village. Minato had to resist the urge to destroy this threat to his daughter, and once he calmed down enough, he left the forest, praying that things didn't turn out as badly as he feared. Naruto was soon out of the forest, walking back into the village as Konan said her goodbye and returned to aim. As Naruto walked, he decided to take a soak and made his way towards the hot springs. As he approached, he saw an older man peeking into the women's side of the spring. Shaking his head, he walked up towards the man and spoke. This is a quick way to get yourself killed, he noted. SHHH, the man hissed. I'm doing research. Research, Naruto deadpanned. Yes, research, he retorted. I need the inspiration for my books. What on earth do you write, Ika? Naruto asked, shaking his head. How do you know, he asked in shock. Naruto blinked in shock as he really looked at the man and finally recognized his godfather, the one person from the village that had ever taken notice of him. Just a guess. Pleasure to meet you, Jiraiya. Naruto nodded as he turned to walk away before Jiraiya grabbed his arm and stopped him. Do I know you? He asked with a frown. You seem familiar. Just a coincidence, I guess, Naruto replied. Is that so? Jiraiya replied as he ran a cursory gaze over the blonde and started piecing together details. Well, care to explain where you got that sword? I found it, Naruto replied. Where? Does it matter? Yes, since it belongs to my former student's wife, Jiraiya stated. And given the fact that the blade was stolen, you are either the thief or you picked it up off a dead body. Would it matter either way? Naruto asked with a smirk. The Hokage has already seen me use this blade and hasn't said a word about it. That's so. Jiraiya nodded as he stared at the blonde. Well, you weren't noticed then, Naruto. Naruto blinked and soon had a kunao out and at Jiraiya's throat. How did you know? I guessed, Jiraiya chuckled. Now, are you going to kill me or not? Naruto glared at him, but in the end, he took a step back and decided to see how things would play out. So are you going to tell the village? Why? You were able to get away with not only your mother's sword but your father's precious scroll without anyone noticing for over 24 hours. You seem to have found a new home for yourself in AIM, so I'm content to let you be where you're happy, Jiraiya replied. I see why Konan-sensei and Nagato-sensei speak so highly of you, Naruto chuckled. You're getting trained by Konan and Nagato, Jiraiya exclaimed. Yeah, and a few other people, Naruto replied. Look, I need to take a soak. Why don't you take a break from peeping and join me? We can talk there. Fine, Jiraiya nodded, closing his notepad and standing up to walk in with the blonde. Soon, the pair were in the hot water, discussing a few things. So what about Yahiko? Jiraiya asked. He died. Hanzo killed him before they accomplished the takeover, Naruto replied. At least that's what Konan-sensei told me. I see. It's a shame he died. He was a good kid, they all were. So you became a shinobi in AIM, huh? Yeah. After I ran away, I made my way kind of randomly and wound up in AIM. Konan-sensei found me and took me in. They agreed to train me when I explained why I had left. That's good. So why are you here? In truth, 2 reasons. First is for the exams, I wanted to test myself against people my own age. The second is because we owed Orochimaru a favor. Orochimaru, Jiraiya exclaimed. Yeah. At my request, he did some experiments on me, that's why my eyes are like this. He called in his last favor with us to get me to help him, Naruto explained. But I have my own plans for this, hence why I'm telling you all this. What's he planning? Jiraiya asked. An invasion with Suna helping him. They plan on attacking during the finals in 1 month, with the signal being Gaara turning into Shikaku, Naruto explained. I see. Jiraiya nodded. What else can you tell me? He plans on killing the Hokage and destroying the village. He has plenty of forces, and with a crazed demon attacking alongside the snake summons, he has the potential to do it, Naruto stated. However, I plan on throwing a few problems in his way. How so? First, telling you all of this, Naruto smirked. Second is to deal with Gaara. You realize that I will have to tell Minato all about this, Jiraiya pointed out. That's fine. Just keep me out of it, Naruto replied. Just say that your informants gave it to you. Deal. Jiraiya nodded. Now, how about I help you with something? What? The Rasengan, Jiraiya replied as Naruto's eyes widened. I can teach it to you if you like. Are you kidding? Of course I want to learn it. Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya smiled at this, and soon they left. Jiraiya bought the supplies needed to teach the blonde the technique. The first step was to make a water balloon pop using chakra. Naruto observed Jiraiya do it first with careful interest. Once it was his turn, he remembered how Jiraiya had made the balloon look and replicated it, sending his chakra in multiple directions inside the balloon and then picking up the speed until it burst. Not bad. Now here's the next part. Jiraiya nodded as he tossed him a rubber ball. This step is all about power now that you have the form. Naruto nodded as he started doing the same thing. After a good 30 minutes, he managed to make a hole pop in the ball. A good try, but not nearly enough, Jiraiya replied. You need to make it explode like the water balloon. Naruto grunted as he tried again with a new ball and quickly realized that this was going to be tricky as he went through another 10 balls. Finally, he just doubled the amount of chakra he was circulating, and the ball burst. Impressive, Jiraiya nodded. You're learning this faster than Naruto did. Took her a few days to get this far. Guess we know who the real prodigy is now, Naruto chuckled darkly. Don't get cocky. Here's the last step, Jiraiya replied as he handed him a regular balloon. Now all you have to do is repeat what you did in the last step, but don't make the balloon pop. It's all about control. Control? Naruto asked with a frown. Here, let me show you, Jiraiya shrugged as he walked over to a nearby tree. This is where you are currently at. He paused to make a Rasengan in his hand. You have the form and the power down, but not the control. Jiraiya then rammed the sphere into the tree, creating a massive swirl on the bark. It's a good stun technique that can send a person flying backward, but there isn't any real harm done to them. This is what the finished product is like. Jiraiya then made another Rasengan and rammed this one into the tree, shredding the bark and into the underlying wood. This one can be lethal if used correctly. It's why this is an A-rank ninjutsu. Naruto nodded at Jiraiya's explanation and then picked up the balloon and attempted to make it stay stationary, but after only 2 seconds, it became lumpy and then popped with a large burst of wind. Scowling, Naruto picked up the next balloon and tried again, with only a second increase before it happened again. This continued for several hours, during which Jiraiya had already walked off to do some more research while he still could. By the time the old pervert had returned, Naruto was barely able to keep the sphere from popping. Not too bad, Kaki, but I'd call it quits for today. Get some rest and eat something, and pick it up again tomorrow. You've already used a ton of chakra, Jiraiya advised. You might be right, Naruto panted as he set the balloon down. But I'm getting the hang of it. That you are. Konan and Nagato have taught you well, Jiraiya nodded. Here. He then handed Naruto several bills. Go get dinner and meet me here tomorrow. I'm going to go inform Minato about the pending invasion. It could give us a chance to counteract the worst-case scenario. Sounds good. Naruto nodded as he walked off, soon entering the downtown area and making his way to a ramen stand. As he started eating, he made sure that the cage bunch and shadowing him stayed nearby, just in case someone tried anything against him so he could trade places with the clone and then strike the person from behind. Once he was done, he made his way towards the hotel where all the foreign teams were staying when he spotted Dosu and Kin leaving the hospital where Zuko would be. Dosu, Kin. Naruto nodded as he walked past them. Yami, may we speak to you for a moment? Dosu asked. Naruto paused before nodding and motioning for them to keep walking. What is it? Naruto asked. Orochimaru set us up, Kin hissed with an edge in her voice. We were sent to kill Suzuki in the forest, but Orochimaru had marked him with the cursed seal, just like his personal guards. So you think that you were being used as mere test subjects, Naruto summarized. We know it, Dosu replied. He expected us to die in these exams, but we have surprised him. Now the problem is he will be wanting to use us for some new experiment, like he will be doing to Zuko. We were too late to get him. Too late? Naruto asked. Orochimaru already came by as our Jonin instructor and took him out, saying he would take him to Oto for treatment, Kin explained. Odds are he'll be coming for us next. I see. And you came to me because… Naruto trailed off. Don't play stupid. We know that you're the foreign operative that Orochimaru called in a favor to get. We know that you are strong, hopefully strong enough to beat him in a fight, Dosu retorted. We need your help, and if I do, what's in it for me? Naruto smirked. What do you want? Kin asked hesitantly. Your loyalty. Swear your fealty to me, and place an appropriate seal over your hearts that will kill you if you try to betray me, and I will aid you, Naruto stated calmly. Do this, and I will hide you from the snake and make sure that you grow strong enough to serve me properly. Agreed, Dosu nodded. Fine, Kin agreed. Excellent. Come with me, and I will place the seals on you. Then I will give you the aid that you need, Naruto replied as he led them to his hotel room where he had them take off their shirts. Kin had a slight blush as she did, though Naruto was kind enough to have Dosu leave before he started hers. Once finished, he had a specialized kill seal on both of them, ensuring their loyalty. Naruto then took blood from each of them and started the jutsu that Zetsu had shown him. Once he finished, he created 2 copies of the 2 former Otonin copies that would leave behind corpses should they be killed, but lacked souls, making them nothing more than dolls. These will take your place. Orochimaru expected you to die, but on the off chance that you didn't, he would have ordered you to wait in your room. Now you will both stay here while I send these 2 to your room to wait for Orochimaru, Naruto explained as he finished making 2 seals that he placed on the back of each one's head and nodded as it was absorbed. Won't he know the difference? Dosu asked. Nope. This is a technique that only one other person knows how to use, and this is a bastardized version of it. His version is much more durable and combat appropriate. Mine is just good enough to fool assassins and others that a target is actually dead, Naruto shrugged. The seals I put on them are basic instructions to tell them to move and do what Orochimaru says, but they have limited chakra and won't be able to last longer than 72 hours before they die. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on them until Orochimaru does the deed. The 2 exchanged looks as they saw the 2 copies leave and Naruto create a cage bunch and to go with them and make sure that they stayed functioning. The next day, Naruto met up with Jiraiya again and continued working on the Raiznon while talking with Jiraiya about a few different things. So you're telling me that not only do you get paid for those books but you also get movie rights? Naruto asked, completely shocked that the smut paid that well. Yep. It pays so well that I could stay in the nicest hotels, eat the finest foods, hire the youngest whores, Naruto added with a smirk. Who needs whores? I am the legendary Jiraiya, women fall to me like sakura blossoms in a storm. More like run from you, Naruto retorted with a laugh. Hey, Gaki, notice anything? Jiraiya asked. Naruto blinked as he looked at the balloon and noticed that it was perfectly smooth. I did it, Naruto blinked. Yep. Figured your problem was that you were trying too hard, so I distracted you while your body did the rest, Jiraiya explained. Memorize that feeling, it's the completed Raiznon, or at least the furthest completed form of it. Completed form? Naruto asked. Yeah, Minato is still tinkering with it. Says that he wants to add an elemental release to it as well, make it into an S-rank technique, Jiraiya explained. Personally, I think he's biting off more than he can chew. The technique is already deadly enough as it is, and adding in another high-level step could be impossible, especially combining the peak of chakra manipulation with the peak of elemental manipulation. Naruto nodded at this and filed the information away for further use. Jiraiya soon said his farewells and went off to help make plans for the village's defense, letting Naruto begin his wandering around the training grounds where he soon found Hinata training, trying to complete a technique. Naruto observed her for a few moments when suddenly Hinata spoke. You can come out now, Yami-san, she stated. Chuckling to himself, the blonde walked out of the tree-line and nodded to her. Those are some good eyes you have, he smirked. I noticed you moving closer a while ago and decided to see what you planned on doing, Hinata replied. Just seeing how your training is going, Naruto shrugged. Looks like you're having some trouble. A little, Hinata admitted. I am trying to complete a technique that's only passed down verbally through my family, but I just can't get it. Well, perhaps a spar will point you in the right direction, Naruto offered as he set his sword aside and faced her. Show me what you can do. Hinata stared at him before entering her own fighting stance and moved in, trying to use the Jaiken to strike him. Naruto, however, was far faster than her and easily dodged her attacks by the smallest of margins, using light strikes to hit the gaps that she left open. They continued for a few minutes before Hinata stopped and leapt back before he could hit her. You're going easy on me, she frowned. No, I'm not. I'm fighting at Niji's level, Naruto retorted. You weren't even able to land one blow against me, and I was able to land several against you. You leave yourself too open when you take the offensive. Then what should I do, run? Hinata asked. No. Fight defensively, Naruto replied as he walked back in front of her. Let's go again, this time, don't make the attacks, just counter mine. Hinata nodded as they started again and found that this time, when Naruto took the offensive like Niji would likely do, Hinata was able to track his blows and use her own Jaiken to strike his arms and avoid the worst of any possible blows. This time, it was Naruto that stopped the match as he leaned back to avoid a strike and then took a step back to show that they were done. That was better, Naruto nodded. But against Niji, that isn't enough. What's holding you back? Nothing is, Hinata replied calmly. Naruto only frowned as he turned and picked up his blade before beginning to leave. If you say so. But while my eyes may not be as special as yours, they can see plenty that yours can't. I can see that you are holding yourself back, and that you are scared of facing Niji, Naruto stated as he walked off, leaving Hinata to think on his remark. Once he was out of sight, he created a cage bunshin and had it shadow Hinata for the rest of the day, wanting to learn what caused a potentially powerful shinobi to hold back so much. That night, as he sat in his room with Dosu and Kin already asleep, the clone disappeared and the memories arrived. The clone had followed Hinata home where it had snuck into the compound and had watched as Hinata's father made her spar against her younger sister, who attacked her mercilessly while Hinata chose not to strike her younger sibling. After the match was over, her father berated her pathetic performance and told her that if she were to lose to Niji in the finals, she would no longer be the heiress for the clan and that she would be placed into the branch family. The clone had watched for a while longer and once it had seen enough, it dispelled itself, and now Naruto knew exactly the right buttons to push. The next morning, Naruto stood on the roof of the hotel, watching the storm clouds roll in and smiled at them. As he stood there, he sensed the presence of another person arrive. Naruto, Orochimaru remarked from behind him. Orochimaru, Naruto nodded. What do you want? I came to inform you that the Oto Nin have been collected, and to thank you for tying up those loose ends with Kabuto's team, Orochimaru nodded. Not a problem, Naruto replied. They thought they could beat me. Orochimaru chuckled at that as he walked to stand beside Naruto. Everything is moving accordingly. Good to know, Naruto nodded. And I finally get to put my mouthy sister in her place. It's going to be a day to remember. Feel free to kill her, Orochimaru grinned. No sense in leaving the demon in a container that could be a threat later. We'll see, Naruto replied with a shrug, facing Orochimaru. Anything else? No, that's all. I'm off to deal with the Kaze cage. You're on your own until the invasion, Orochimaru explained. Noted. Naruto nodded and walked away. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. Of course. Orochimaru vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto returned to his room, finding Kin and Dosa still there, watching him. You're safe for now, Naruto stated. Orochimaru has left to work on the next step of his plan. That's a relief, Kin sighed. You'll be leaving tomorrow, you know where to go. When I can, I'll send a clone to meet you and give you the scrolls and items I want you to start learning to use, Naruto explained. So, lie low today, and when you leave, make sure to use a henge to slip past the guards, especially with Kabuto still around. Of course, Dosa nodded as Naruto turned and left, soon arriving at the training ground where Hinata was practicing her Jaiken on a log. Naruto waited a moment before speaking. You're afraid, he stated, making Hinata turn to him. You fear hurting your family, but you also fear being hurt. You're afraid of that cursed seal being placed on you, and on your sister. Your fear bleeds from you, permeating the very air around you. You'll never beat Niji, or any true shinobi, like this. What are you talking about? Hinata asked. Your fear is what hinders you. Your fear has stopped you from growing strong, Naruto calmly replied, walking closer. When you strike, it says I'm afraid of hurting you. When you dodge, it's I'm afraid of being hurt. Even when you protect someone, it says I'm afraid of them being hurt. You must abandon this fear if you wish to survive. Hinata tried to speak, but Naruto continued. You don't want your sister hurt, but you also don't want to be hurt yourself. There's no safe path in life. Someone must be hurt for others to live. It's a simple fact of all life. The weak become food for the strong, but you try to change that with your cowardice? That's just becoming weak. Rise up, Hinata, face your fear, strike down your enemies. Don't let them strike you, don't let those you care for be hurt. Abandon that fear and replace it with your rage. How dare they try to hurt you, how dare they try to hurt your precious people. Let your rage out, let it roar to the heavens. Naruto roared. Hinata blinked in confusion, feeling Naruto's words strike her core. She knew he spoke the truth, but she didn't want to hurt Hanabi or Niji. Yet, she also didn't want to be hurt by her family. Hinata tried to avoid his words, but his eyes held hers, and she knew running wouldn't help. Staring into those demonic eyes, she saw her own pain and fear reflected, seeing how weak she looked. She hated it. She hated looking so pathetic in his eyes, hated knowing this was how her family saw her. She felt the anger, the rage at her past actions, rising. In a wordless howl, Hinata screamed, just as the storm broke. Naruto only smiled, having finally broken her, his plan going smoothly. Stepping directly in front of her, he placed a hand on her shoulder, keeping his gaze locked with hers. Be strong. Don't let those who would hinder you stop you. Don't let your fear rise again. To be scared is fine, but never let it control you. Face your fears. If you don't want to be trapped like Neji, rise up and defeat him. Show that you are stronger than him, stronger than your sister. Show your fangs and rip out the throats of those who would harm you, Naruto said. Become a Shinigami if you must, but never let yourself become weak. Hinata stared at him, feeling she knew him from somewhere, but his words now pounded in her head. She saw the truth in them, could see that he had walked a similar path and was trying to ensure she did too, to set her free and become a more powerful person. Tears formed in her eyes, and as they dripped down, they were lost in the pouring rain. I'm scared, she whispered. Don't let it control you, he said. I don't know if this is right. We never do. What if I hurt someone I love? If they would seek to hinder you, then they do not love you, Naruto replied calmly. But, don't be timid. Be a predator. Be strong and fierce. Be a being that fears no one, Naruto hissed. Be the true Hinata Hyuga. Hinata stared at him, feeling the pure strength radiating from him. She drew it into herself, realizing she wanted to be like this man, to be strong and confident, free of the shackles her family and her fear had placed on her. She wanted to be a strong shinobi, held back by nothing. Show me, Naruto growled. Show me how strong you really are. Hinata didn't even know what she was doing as she struck, desperately trying to hit this man who seemed to egg her on. Naruto moved around her blows and returned his own, but Hinata let nothing strike her as her arms moved on their own, all hesitation gone. She blocked and countered his every move while he dodged her strikes, keeping his movements to those of an average Chunin, showing her she could be a powerful woman. The pair were locked in this intricate dance for nearly 15 minutes, the rain still pouring and lightning flashing. Finally, they stopped, facing each other as Hinata began to laugh. This is what it's like to be strong, she laughed. This is only the tip of the iceberg, my dear Hinata-chan, Naruto chuckled. But this is the first step. What do I have to do to take the rest, she asked with a grin. Be patient, Naruto replied. The next step is to defeat Neji. After that, we'll talk about what you can do to become the true shinobi you were meant to be. Hinata nodded as Naruto turned and began to leave. Train hard, grow stronger and stronger. Rise to my level and stand beside me if you can, or fail and fall back to the depths of despair you've crawled from. The choice is yours, but I don't want the weak to stand beside me. Hinata only nodded at his words and started for home, intent on meeting his expectations, this man who would push her to be more than she thought she could be. The day of the finals dawned, and Naruto smiled at the events about to unfold. Today, he would show how weak his sister truly was. Today, he would see if Hinata was worthy of standing beside him. And today would be the day this village received a wake-up call that it was no longer the strongest. It took only moments for him to leave the hotel, walking through the streets to the arena, where he found only the Suna siblings, all three focused on what was to happen. Yami, Temari nodded when she saw him. Is everything ready? I haven't been told anything is amiss, Naruto calmly replied, leaning on the railing overlooking the arena floor. You all know what to do, just play it safe and stay together, and you'll be fine. Before anything else could be said, Neji walked in, glared at the four, then took a seat as the other competitors arrived. Hinata entered after Neji, her jacket now open, her timidness gone. She smiled at Yami and stood beside him, her way of saying this was where she would stand by the end of the exams. The next person to enter was Shino, who nodded to Hinata before taking a seat, seemingly preparing for his match. Finally, Suzuki and Naruto walked in, both looking confident after a month of training. Naruto looked forward to seeing Suzuki's growth if he was to be of any use later. Naruto glared at Yami, knowing they were first and eager to put that smug bastard in his place. Minato had warned her he was dangerous, but she just chalked it up to her father being overprotective. I mean, I'm the strongest genin of our generation. There's no way some no-name shinobi from some piss-poor country can beat me, she reasoned to herself. It wasn't long before they were all called down to the matches. Naruto looked up at the cage box and saw Minato there with Kushina to his right, and Orochimaru disguised as the Kaze cage to his left. Minato then gave a short speech about the honor of having such fine genin participate and that they should all be honored to have made it this far. Once he finished, the proctor stepped forward and announced the first match. As the others left, Naruto and Naruto faced each other for the first time in a long while. Naruto remembered their academy spars, where his sister had always won. Now, he looked forward to crushing her and making his parents watch as their favorite child was destroyed. Begin, the proctor shouted. You should just give up, Naruto chuckled as they circled each other. Why would I do that? Naruto asked with his own grin. You don't stand a chance against me. I beg to differ, Naruto replied, gripping the hilt of his sword. I could have killed you 5 different ways while we talked. This made Naruko frown as she stared at him, waiting for him to draw and strike so she could counter with the kunao defense her mother had taught her. But Naruto didn't do that. He flickered from sight, appearing in front of her, his fist buried in her gut as he lifted her off the ground. Before she could recover, he twisted and delivered a kick that sent her flying across the arena, smashing into one of the walls. Minato and Kushina were stunned. They knew the shinobi was a strong competitor, but they had upped Naruko's training to handle this. Now, this unknown shinobi had sent the girl flying in a heartbeat. What was most unnerving was that he now stared at them as if to say, "I hope you're watching." Naruto turned and saw Naruko had gotten back up and was sending a swarm of shuriken at him. He simply drew aka Rippa and decided to show off. Channeling his chakra down the blade, an unearthly howl began to emanate from it, and Kushina's eyes widened as she realized what he was doing. Gorta Seishin Ken, Greater Spirit Sword. Naruto roared, swinging the blade infused with all 5 chakra affinities at the swarm of weapons. A blast of pure destruction went off, destroying the weapons and smashing into the wall Naruko had been near, startling the spectators. Naruko had been smart enough to move when she saw what he had just done and knew she was at a disadvantage as long as he had that blade. What shocked her most was his ability to use that technique. Her mother had told her about it, saying it required a shinobi to have at least a minor affinity with each element to activate the Gorta Seishin Ken, and the strongest of affinities to use it like Yami just had. "What's the matter?" Scared, Naruto shouted at his sister, seeing her bristle as he only smiled. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." Naruto took off at a sprint that only a few of the Jonin could follow. They saw he had Naruko at a complete disadvantage as he crossed the distance, swinging the howling blade at his sister, who tried to use 2 kunao to block and disarm him. But she didn't realize her mistake until it was almost too late. The Gorta Seishin Ken could not only create a blast of pure destruction but also enhance the blade to the point it was nearly unstoppable. The wind chakra would enhance the edge to cut through anything, while the earth chakra would increase the blade's density so it wouldn't break. The water and lightning chakras would mix to paralyze the target, while the fire chakra would cauterize any wound, making it harder to heal. With this, Naruto had Naruko at the perfect disadvantage with this weapon. As aka Rippa hit the kunao held for a moment before the blade began slicing right through them, shocking Naruko, who leapt away just as the blade finished its arc and created a perfect slash in the ground. Too slow. Naruto chuckled, swinging in a sideways slash that forced Naruko to drop to the ground to avoid the blast of destruction. With this technique, Naruto perfectly controlled his zone and could attack from afar, forcing Naruko to try and think of something, but she quickly realized that as long as he used this technique, she couldn't win. Naruto only smiled as he stopped channeling chakra into his blade and sheathed it before slowly walking towards Naruko, who looked confused. "I vowed to myself, when I found out I was facing you first, that I would destroy you in every sense of the word. I've just proved my superiority in both ninjutsu and kenjutsu in that one moment. And I should warn you, while I can't make a genjutsu that wouldn't trap everyone in this arena with you, I am immune to them myself. That only leaves taijutsu." Naruto chuckled as Naruko glared at him before charging in, trying to find an opening. Naruto only blocked her strikes as if they were merely flies buzzing around him. It didn't take long for him to press the attack and push Naruko back before he began his brutal assault on the girl. It started with dodging her left hook, going under her arm, and delivering 3 rapid punches to her ribs. As she twisted in pain to grab that side, he struck with a rising kick that caught her chin, sending her flying straight up. He jumped up after her, delivering another set of punches to her unprotected stomach, then a flip kick to knock her back down to the ground. Once they were on the ground and Naruko stood shakily, Naruto moved into her gaps and pressed the advantage, beating her until she was a bloody wreck. Once she collapsed, Naruto stopped before turning and walking away, knowing the proctor would likely call the match in his favor. What he didn't expect was to feel her gather chakra, and he turned to see her about to hit him with a raise-nan. Twisting and crouching, he dodged the attack before rising up, grabbing the arm with the raise-nan at the wrist and elbow, then brought up his knee and broke her arm with a sickening crunch. "You're finished," Naruto said as he saw she had another raise-nan ready in her other hand and was going to try and hit him with that one too. Naruto turned, keeping a grip on her right arm's wrist before taking her back and grabbing her other arm, sweeping her legs out from under her, forcing her to her knees. Placing a foot on her back as he pulled her arms behind her, he shouted, "Call the match or I will rip her arms off," he roared. The proctor blinked at the threat but realized Yami would follow through. "Winner Yami," he shouted as the red-eyed blonde simply kicked Naruko down into the dirt before walking off towards the viewing box. "Naruko," Kushina whispered in shock at what had happened to her daughter. "That was horrible," Minato sighed. "I should have known he would have done something like this. It could have been worse," Kaze Cage noted. "I read the details of the preliminaries, and he could have killed your daughter easily enough." "True," Minato nodded. It wasn't long before Hinata and Neji walked down into the arena and faced each other, Neji slightly worried about the change in Hinata. Hinata, on the other hand, showed pure confidence, knowing she couldn't fail if she wanted to get stronger and prove herself to both Yami and herself. The proctor started the match, and Niji was about to verbally berate Hinata, but she had charged in before he could begin and made several strikes that shocked him. Leaping back, he glared at Hinata, who smirked and decided to play mind games herself. Odd, she stated as Niji frowned. You once asked me while we sparred why I moved away. Should I ask you the same thing? Why did you flee just there? Rage was clearly evident on Niji's face, and he charged in, aiming to strike her with the Jaiken. But Hinata flowed like water, remembering the downpour she had fought Yami in and brought those movements to her battle here, weaving through the attacks and dodging them by the smallest of margins while sending her own attacks into the gaps, striking various points but unable to strike the points she really wanted to strike, his arms. After a few moments of back and forth, they both moved back a bit to breathe. You are still a failure, Niji spat. So you managed to make some small strikes on me, it won't change anything, won't it? Hinata asked. Not so long ago, I couldn't even strike you. Now I have managed to hit you 10 times, and you have yet to strike me. Niji's rage skyrocketed at this statement, and with a roar of anger, he charged in again, trying to silence this pest who thought she stood above him. Hinata simply let his rage get the better of him as she maintained her defense and let him break himself upon it. It took a few moments for Niji to finally calm down and realize that Hinata had already closed far too many Tenketsu points for him to continue fighting like this. Moving back, he shifted his stance and grinned wickedly at the girl. You're in my divination, he grinned. Hinata blinked in shock that he knew this technique and knew she wouldn't be able to dodge it. The strikes were brutal and vicious, but after their completion, Hinata was on the ground, coughing up blood as all her Tenketsu points were closed. Standing up shakily, she glared at Niji, who felt he now had the advantage. You're finished. I have closed all of your Tenketsu points, there is no way you can use the gentle fist anymore, he boasted, just as Hinata entered his zone, her fist slugging him across the face and sending him sprawling onto the ground. The girl stood over him before placing a foot on his chest and slugging him again and again, keeping the barrage up until he was barely conscious. She then moved back, thankful for the extra sparring sessions Yami had given her. He had shown her how to fight without the gentle fist, saying that in the end, she couldn't always rely on this style and having a different style would make her even stronger. Your arrogance will be your downfall, Niji Ni-san, Hinata spat as she kicked him across the field, letting him try and stand despite the concussion he now had along with the broken nose and swelling eye. Pathetic. Can't even beat me without fighting like some gutter wench, he spat, literally spitting out a glob of blood. And yet you are the one losing here, Hinata replied with a smirk as Niji prepared to kill this insufferable brat. As he charged in again, Hinata flowed with his strike, sweeping his legs out from under him as she brought up her leg and kicked him in his falling midsection before using a double hammer fist to smash into his back, which was held up by her knee, letting them hear the audible crack as she damaged his spine. Moving away, Hinata looked at the proctor, who soon called the match in her favor as she looked at her father, who had a displeased look on his face. She then turned her gaze towards Yami, who nodded at her with a small grin, showing that she had managed to prove to him that she had potential. Once the medics had taken Niji from the battlefield, the proctor called for Shino and Kankuro to come down, but the puppet user shouted that he forfeited. Frowning, the proctor called down Gaara and Suzuki, with both entering the arena. Suzuki had trained until he vomited blood this past month to ensure he could defeat Gaara, also he could have a chance to face the true challenge of this day, Yami. Begin, the proctor called as Suzuki sent a few shuriken towards Gaara, who let his sand intercept them before doing something shocking. He had the sand rise up and turn into a copy of himself before throwing the shuriken back at Suzuki, who dodged the weapons with ease as his Sharingan was activated, preparing to take down this threat. Charging in, he shocked Gaara by being just as fast as Lee was and slipping by the sand shield, managing to deliver a few kicks to the teen that shocked him before he sent waves of sand at Suzuki, forcing the teen back as he glared at the Sunin in. Gaara soon had a grin stretching his face as the sand wrapped around him, creating a dome with an eye appearing over it to watch what was happening outside. Suzuki frowned as he charged in and tried to punch through the barrier. Minato cursed, realizing too late that Orochimaru had replaced the Kaze cage. Now, on the roof, Orochimaru held Kushina at Kunao point. His two guards had multiplied to 4, forming a powerful barrier that repelled the Umbu and protected them from Minato and Kushina. I must admit, this went far smoother than I thought, Orochimaru chuckled, pushing Kushina toward Minato, a grin on his face. It won't go as smoothly as you think, Minato retorted, gesturing to the toads engaging Orochimaru's snake summons. Orochimaru's grin faltered, his focus shifting entirely to Minato and Kushina. It doesn't matter if Jiraiya stops them, no one can save you, especially since you can't high ration out of this barrier, Orochimaru declared, placing his hands on the ground. 3 coffins, marked 1, 2, and 3, rose up. Now, let's see how you fare against your predecessors. The coffins opened, revealing the first, second, and third Hokages. To Orochimaru's shock, the first 2 dissipated instantly. Looks like it didn't go quite as well as you thought, Kushina chuckled. One Edo Tensei against the 2 of us is simple enough. Orochimaru panicked, wondering what had gone wrong with the souls of Dosu and Kin. Shaking off the thoughts, he saw his former sensei, Sarutobi, looking at Minato with sadness. I'm sorry, Minato, but it seems I'll have to fight you today, Sarutobi apologized. It's alright, Sarutobi, Minato nodded. I'll make this quick, it won't matter if you do. The village is doomed, Orochimaru sneered. Besides, you couldn't even keep your family together, what chance do you have of keeping this village safe? Shut your mouth, Kushina screamed. What is he talking about? Sarutobi asked, noting the pain in Minato and Kushina's eyes. Oh, this is amusing. The legendary fourth Hokage neglected his son in favor of his Jinchuriki daughter, Orochimaru laughed. The boy ran away after stealing their most precious items. A boy after my own heart. Is this true? Sarutobi pressed, seeing their guilt. Why, Minato? Why? I made a mistake, Minato sighed. I've searched for him for the last 10 years, but I can't find him, because he went where you could not follow, Orochimaru cackled. And he's hellbent on getting revenge. You lie, Kushina shouted. Do I? I've seen the boy, and I must admit he's become a force to be reckoned with, Orochimaru explained. He's a powerful shinobi now, one that would have turned the tides of this invasion in your favor if you had been smart enough to pay attention to him. Minato, Sarutobi began. I know, Minato stated, looking at Orochimaru. Where is he? Last time I saw him was in aim, Orochimaru replied. And he had such eyes, filled with hate and anger, that I couldn't resist helping him. And who knows, he might make for a promising vessel one day. So he's not with you? Kushina asked. No, unfortunately not. He enjoys independence, Orochimaru replied. But he would gladly help me if I asked, since I helped him get so strong. Kushina saw Minato's fury, masked by a calm expression. Without a word, he sent a kunai flying at Orochimaru, who easily dodged it. Orochimaru then threw a sealed kunai into the back of Sarutobi's head, activating his full transformation into an unstoppable killing machine. Minato cursed, unsealed the katana for Kushina, and warped to the kunai behind Orochimaru, charging the traitor. Orochimaru merely laughed, dodging his attacks, while Kushina fought Sarutobi, who had summoned his legendary partner, Inma, and transformed him into a staff, pushing back Kushina with her regular katana. The two battles raged. Minato stopped engaging Orochimaru, sending a kunai into the distracted Sarutobi's back. He high-ray-shined to it and slammed a Rasengan into Sarutobi's head, incapacitating him. He nodded for Kushina to protect him while he performed the sealing. It didn't take long to place the appropriate seal, encasing Sarutobi in a bundle only Minato could unlock. He then faced Orochimaru, who had drawn Kusanagi and easily held Kushina at bay. Minato took a moment to survey the village, spotting enemies in the stands alongside shinobi not caught in the genjutsu. Villagers were being evacuated swiftly, Genin and Shinin providing cover while Jonin fought off pursuers. Clan heads were in peak form, battling enemies, and Jiraiya was on a toad, fending off multiple snake summons. Minato's gaze stopped at a giant tanuki in the forest Gaara, transformed. Shaking off worried thoughts, he refocused on Orochimaru, knowing he had to deal with the madman to escape. In the forest, Naruto watched with amusement as Sasuke pursued Gaara and his siblings, followed by another Genin team. Sakura, Shikamaru, and Shino were hot on Sasuke's trail. Shikamaru dropped back to deal with a platoon of Oto shinobi, then Shino stopped to confront Kankuro. Finally, Sakura caught up to Sasuke, who faced Gaara and Temari. Temari, worried as Gaara began to transform, wisely leapt away. Sakura followed suit, leaving Sasuke and Gaara to face each other. The battle was swift, Naruto knowing the victor before the first blow landed. Sasuke began with a fire jutsu. Gaara, in his transformed state, used his Biju arm to block the strike, then sent a barrage of sand shurikens at Sasuke, who dodged and attacked again. The back-and-forth continued for minutes until Sasuke struck with his Chidori, wounding Gaara again. Gaara, maddened, barely noticed, smashing Sasuke into a tree with his transformed arm. Naruto sighed, leaping down to cut Gaara off before he could finish Sasuke. Sorry, but I can't let you kill him, Naruto stated, eyeing the mad Jinchuriki. He smirked, deciding leaving him alive for future use was more beneficial than killing him now. You, mother wants your blood. Gaara screamed, his arm shooting towards Naruto. Naruto smirked, flipping over it, drawing his sword, and slicing through the appendage with ease. Gaara howled in pain, reattaching the arm. As he reattached it, he transformed further, only his legs remaining of his normal self. You've gone quite insane, it seems, Naruto noted, dodging Gaara's arms and tail. But then again, having a demon that doesn't let you sleep can do that to you. Shut up, Gaara roared, striking again. Why, am I touching a nerve? Naruto asked, bouncing off a tree soon destroyed by the rampaging demon. You see, in the end, you can't beat me, because I've put much more into getting stronger than you. You rely on that demon instead of putting it in its place. Silence, Gaara screamed, striking again. You're only mad because I'm telling you the truth. What's the matter, too weak to even suppress a single demon? You'll never be strong if you don't learn to control that massive power of yours, Naruto continued, weaving around attacks, already seeing Gaara's weak point but enjoying tormenting the young man. Die! Gaara roared, striking with all three limbs, making dodging dangerous for Naruto. Naruto merely smirked, doing the unexpected. He charged Gaara, getting right in his face. He wrapped his hand in lightning chakra and slammed it into Gaara's face, jolting him and sending him skidding back. Naruto flickered from sight, taking Gaara's back before his tail could retract, and placed a seal on the underside of the tail. Leaping higher, Naruto saw the limbs retract and made a single seal. He smirked as the explosive tag detonated, destroying the sand body Gaara had been building. You have much potential, Gaara no Subaku, but until you master the demon's powers, you will never best me, Naruto stated as Gaara glared at him with something akin to fear. Learn to master your demon and come find me then. I will help you reach the greatness you so deserve. Who are you? Gaara gasped. Naruto leaned down and whispered in Gaara's ear, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the prodigal son of the fourth Hokage, and I will bring this world to a new age. Smirking, he stood and walked away, seeing Sasuke near the edge of the blast zone, staring at him. You are no genin, Sasuke stated. I'm not, Naruto nodded. I was hired to keep you safe. By who? Orochimaru. I owed him a favor, and he wanted me in this exam to make sure you didn't bite off more than you could chew, Naruto shrugged. And how will he take you betraying him like that? Not well, but he can't do jack shit about it. I'm just as strong as he is, and he well knows it, Naruto replied with a sadistic grin. And as for you, my young Uchiha, you still have a lot of growing to do if you want to kill Itachi. How do you know my brother? Sasuke snapped, trying to stand but finding it impossible. I met him during my travels. I've seen his strength, and you're far from his level. Allow me to give you some advice. The village fears that cursed seal upon your neck, as well they should. While it does leech your chakra, it's also capable of making you far stronger than you normally would be, as I'm sure you've noticed. Learn how to utilize this power, and you will grow even stronger. But Kakashi-sensei said that if I grow dependent on it, I would fail, Sasuke noted. Only if you just use the cursed seal. There's a balance that must be reached if you want to use its power with minimal drawbacks. Learn that balance, and I'm sure you could grow even more powerful than you could even imagine, Naruto grinned. And how would you know? Sasuke asked. Because Orochimaru's experiments have helped me grow as well. I let him experiment on me when I was a child, and it allowed me to unlock my latent potential. That is one of the reasons as to why I am so much stronger than you. And the other reasons? Sasuke snipped. I trained until I couldn't even move for 10 years, plus plenty of experiments were conducted on me. I'm not foolish enough to say that I'm the strongest shinobi in the world, but I'm one of the most deadly shinobi to be born in a very long time, Naruto chuckled, starting to walk away. Grow stronger, Sasuke Uchiha, grow stronger, and I may come find you again one day to have you stand beside me as I change this world to fit my image. And I promise you that if you do, I will help you kill your brother and help you learn the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. What? Sasuke shouted, turning to look at the blonde, but he was gone, without a single trace. On top of the cage viewing box, Orochimaru realized his plan was foiled and Naruto had betrayed him. No one else could have used an S-rank jutsu like that without preparation. Now he was trapped fighting another cage-level shinobi and his almost equally strong wife. Leaping away, he created several dozen Sukabunshin and had his bodyguards drop the barrier as they fled, letting the clones distract the shinobi as they quickly escaped the village, giving the order to retreat. Minato frowned at Orochimaru's retreat and saw that the enemy Jinchuriki had been dealt with. Sighing, Minato let his gaze wander the village, seeing that for the most part, the enemy was falling back. Lord Hokage, an Umbu agent said, approaching from the other side of the viewing box. The enemy is falling back, and somehow Gaara no Subaku has been defeated. Do we know who did it? Minato asked. No. We had reports that Sasuke Uchiha pursued him and his siblings into the forest, and Kakashi had Shikamaru Nara, Shino Abarame, and Sakura Harano pursue him. We've sent Umbu to pick them up, and so far we've found Shikamaru and his sensei Asuma Sarutobi with several captured Otonin, and Shibi Abarame has found his son and is treating the poison he had been exposed to, the Umbu agent explained. I see. What of Yami? I don't see him amongst the fighting, Minato noted. He seems to have disappeared, sir. The answer left Minato with a bad taste in his mouth. Shaking his head, he made his way to areas still fighting enemy shinobi and aided in their defeat. By day's end, Konoha had lost several dozen shinobi and a handful of civilians who hadn't reached shelters in time. Suna had lost nearly half their invading force and were suing for peace, claiming Orochimaru had killed the real 4th Kazekage and impersonated him to incite war. Gaara and his siblings had escaped back to their village, where the red-headed Jinchuriki was now working on subduing Shikaku, a feat none of his predecessors had attempted. Oto had lost 2/3 of their shinobi, most dead but many captured for interrogation. Naruto now stood atop the Hokage monument again, watching the sunset, deciding it was time to begin his plan. He now had followers who would obey him, and he had placed seeds of darkness into Hinata, Suzuki, and Gaara, with Gaara likely bringing his siblings. Things were starting to unfold just as he wanted. With the setting sun comes the end of an age, Naruto mused as he walked away, heading for AIM. And with the end of an age shall come a much darker night. Naruto returned to AIM in an unusually good mood. As he entered the country, he spotted Konan waiting for him, and with her was the Deva body. Konan-sensei, Nagato-sensei, Naruto nodded as he walked over to them. We received word about what occurred during the Chunin exams, Konan smiled. We heard you managed to defeat the Ichibai. Yeah, but it was almost too much. I showed off too much against Naruto, he noted. You learned from your mistake, Nagato replied. That is all that matters. Naruto nodded before asking, where's Tobi? Where he usually is, Konan replied. Naruto nodded, then headed into the village. For the rest of the day, Naruto relaxed, and the next day, he went to find his friend. It took him a while to navigate the hidden tunnels under AIM, but he finally found Tobi, sitting at a desk, reviewing his plans. Tobi, Naruto said, walking into the room. Ah, Naruto-kun, Tobi chuckled. I read the report about the Chunin exams, well done indeed. I thought so too, Naruto nodded, sitting in the other chair next to the desk. So did you put your sister in her place? Oh yeah. Probably shattered her confidence too, Naruto grinned. Excellent, Tobi laughed. So how are your plans coming? Naruto asked. Moving along nicely. We should be ready to start capturing the Jinchuriki in a few months, Tobi explained. And then we can cast the Genjutsu and end this farce we call reality. I see, Naruto nodded, standing and placing a hand on Tobi's shoulder. I still owe you for getting me out of Konoha. No, you don't, Tobi replied. You paid that off by becoming so strong. Oh? Naruto asked, a smirk creeping onto his face as a poison kunai slipped into the hand he had removed from Tobi's shoulder. Before the masked ninja could go intangible, Naruto had stabbed him. Tobi realized Naruto had betrayed him. You, he began before the poison closed his airway. Me, Naruto nodded, watching Tobi collapse. You see, I don't like your plan. A genjutsu reflected off of the moon? That is crazy. I prefer my plan. I intend to rule this world, and for that, I can't have you getting in my way. But don't worry, I won't let all of you die. I'll take that Sharingan of yours that I've seen through that mask you wear. Leaning down, he removed Tobi's mask and stared into the eyes of the young man who had helped him so much. Reaching down, Naruto pulled out his eye, placing it into a jar he had prepared. Standing up, he looked at Tobi with a smile as his only friend died. Flashing through hand signs, he set the body ablaze, then walked off, moving through the catacombs to the secret exit Tobi had shown him, and out into the world. It took him a few hours before he reached the medicnin he had hired to perform the surgery. Are you sure? The man asked again. If you ask me one more time, I will kill you once this is done, Naruto growled. The man only nodded before removing Naruto's right eye and implanting Tobi's eye in its place. Once the surgery was done, he let Naruto remove the bandage. The blonde blinked as he went to the mirror and saw that the first experiment had overridden the constant Sharingan, turning his eyes to their usual black and red. Frowning, he focused chakra to his eye and saw the Sharingan appear, and the frown disappeared. Now about my payment, the man began. Nodding, Naruto turned and sent a kunai through his throat. There it is, Naruto nodded. Keep the change. With that taken care of, Naruto returned to the Akatsuki base, quickly making his way to Nagato's real body. Once in the room, he walked over to the handicapped man and tapped his shoulder. Naruto, he exclaimed when he saw him. I came to tell you that Tobi is gone, Naruto stated, looking at his sensei. Gone? Nagato asked with a frown. Yes. He intended to betray you. He didn't have the same goals as you did, so I got rid of him. You go ahead and complete your plan, Naruto smiled. But how do you know for certain? Nagato asked. Tobi couldn't keep secrets from me, Naruto shrugged. Now, if you will excuse me, I'll be leaving as well. Where will you go? To build a place for myself. I have remained idle far too long, Naruto replied. Until we meet again, Nagato-sensei. Naruto was soon on his way out of AIM, heading to the safe house he had built in Hi-no-Kuni, where his followers would be waiting for him. He entered the base to find the pair hard at work learning the jutsu he had given them. Kin was working on various genjutsu along with sound and wind-based ninjutsu. Her chakra wasn't very high, but her control was perfect, so she was able to handle up to B-rank ninjutsu for the moment. Dosu had been given 2 new sound gauntlets and also what Naruto called a sonic dagger that would send waves of sound through his opponent on contact, disorienting them, as well as being a weapon almost impossible to dodge, as the blade was created entirely by sound alone, very similar to wind-enhanced weaponry. How goes it? Naruto asked as he entered. We're doing well, my lord, Dosu affirmed with a nod. Yes, I've mastered 3 of your genjutsu, 2 wind ninjutsu, and 3 sound ninjutsu, Kin added. Good, Naruto nodded. I'll be doing some research in the other room. In a few days, we'll begin executing my master plan. Yes, sir, the pair responded, resuming their work. Naruto quickly became engrossed in his findings. Many nations could serve as a starting point for his empire, but one stood out, Nami no Kuni. This small island nation had fallen on hard times under the tyrannical rule of Gato, an industrialist who had bought off the daimyo and was taxing villagers to the brink of survival. What made Nami no Kuni particularly appealing was Konoha's rejection of their plea for help. An old bridge builder named Tajuna had sought shinobi, but only had enough funds for a C-rank mission and misrepresented its difficulty. Upon discovery, the Konoha team promptly returned, blacklisting Nami no Kuni and refusing further assistance. Naruto found sweet irony in claiming this nation as the first step of his kingdom, nodding in satisfaction as he reviewed the remaining details. The next morning, the three shinobi set off for Nami no Kuni, with Naruto already strategizing how to claim the nation. He was aware of Gato's 4 shinobi bodyguards in his army but wasn't concerned about their threat compared to himself and his 2 servants. They arrived at dusk, and Naruto instructed them to camp in the woods for the night, planning to begin their rebellion the following day. At dawn, Naruto made his way to the home of the late Tajuna and knocked on the door. Tajuna had been killed after returning and refusing to cease bridge construction. His skeleton still hung from the incomplete structure. When the door opened, a young woman stood there, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes," she inquired. "If I may, I'd like to speak with you inside," Naruto stated calmly. "I promise I have nothing to do with Gato." This seemed to slightly calm the woman, who allowed him inside. They were soon seated in the kitchen, with her nursing a cup of tea while Naruto sat opposite. Moments later, a young man joined them, whom Naruto recognized as Inari, Tajuna's grandson. "I'll be blunt. I am here to remove Gato from power," Naruto declared, as both their eyes widened. "You may think this is impossible, but I assure you, I am as strong, if not stronger, than Konohagakure's Hokage." "Did they send you?" Inari spat. "Hardly. I have no love for that village. I came here to remove a scumbag from power and set this nation free." "What do you really want?" Inari hissed. "I know you aren't doing this because you're a good guy. There are no good guys. I understand why you'd think that, and it's true that I want something. What I want is to unite the world under a single banner, and I will start that here. I will remove Gato and the corrupt daimyo from power, and in exchange, I will rule this land." "You will find my rule far less harsh than Gato's," Naruto replied. "I doubt it," Inari retorted. "Well, it's either the devil you know who is slowly killing you, or the devil you don't who is promising a better life, plus the bridge being completed in revenge on Gato." Naruto smirked as he saw Inari perk up. "I will personally bring him to you to remove his head, right on the completed bridge." "That won't be possible. Gato will kill anyone he sees working on the bridge," Tsunami warned. "I and my 2 associates will deal with that," Naruto replied with a grin. "So what do you say?" "The promise of freedom under my rule, and you get to complete the bridge that Tajuna started, plus getting to kill Gato yourself. It's a very good deal." Tsunami and Inari exchanged glances, then spoke. "We aren't the only ones you have to convince. We'll have a town meeting, and you can make your offer there. If they accept, then we will do as you ask." "Deal." Naruto smiled as he stood. "Inform me of when and where this meeting will be, and I will be there." With that, he walked away and returned to camp. The next day, Naruto found a notice about the town meeting posted and smiled, realizing it was a clever ruse. Only those who knew the cipher would understand where to go. Naruto, however, recognized such ciphers from Kakuzu and quickly deciphered the location. That night, Naruto arrived at the meeting point and again presented his offer, this time to the entirety of Nami no Kuni. Initially, this was met with disdain, but eventually, someone asked the question Naruto had been waiting for: "Why us?" To put it simply, you were a nation in need of liberating. And because Konoha turned you down. "I want this place to become a thriving nation under my rule, to stick our nose up at the village that refused to help you," Naruto explained with a grin. "And how will you deal with Gato and the daimyo's forces?" another man asked. "With the point of my blade," Naruto replied with a smirk. "I have a secure place to hold Gato until I can deliver him to Inari here to give the final blow. I can begin as soon as you agree, or you can decline this last chance to free yourselves, and I will leave." The villagers exchanged looks and finally nodded their acceptance. Naruto soon left, motioning for Dosu and Kin to emerge from the shadows. "How tight is security on Gato's compound?" he asked as they walked. "Nothing we can't handle. The 4 shinobi don't stay in the compound, they're located in a treetop hut in the forest," Kin reported. "Are any there at this time?" Naruto continued. "None. This time of night, Gato relies on his thugs," Dosu replied. "And the 4 shinobi, do we have names?" "Yes. The leader is one to be slightly concerned about, Zabuza Mamakai. With him is a masked ninja, female from the looks of it, and the Oni brothers," Dosu explained. "Anything else?" Naruto asked. "Only that they're unhappy with their current employment." Apparently, Gato has been paying them less than what they've been getting, Ken added. I see. This works to our advantage. Naruto grinned. We strike tonight. Gato will be captured and his army killed. Leave no survivors. Yes, sir. The pair nodded as they faded back into the shadows, and Naruto made his way to the compound. The three arrived in total darkness, slipping onto the walls and silently killing each of the guards as they went. It didn't take long before the entire exterior was filled with dead bodies, with not a single one having made a sound as they died. It was then that Naruto gave the word that the two were to go up to the roof and work from the top down while he entered through the first floor and worked his way up. The door opened noiselessly, and Naruto was soon killing anyone he came across, whether they be soldier or servant. If they weren't in chains, they were killed like the rest. It took all of half an hour for him to kill everyone on the first floor and the basement before he reached the second floor and found Dosu and Kin waiting for him outside a door. Gato is in here, Dosu reported. We already cleared the room. Good. Naruto nodded as he walked in and stood over the sleeping Gato, snapping him out of his sleep by placing a foot on his throat. Good evening, Piggy. I'm here to hold you until the slaughter. Before Gato could scream, Naruto activated his Sharingan and dragged Gato into the Kamui dimension. Once this was finished, Naruto nodded to the other two shinobi as he began searching the compound for all valuables and taking a tally of all the money, food, and other essentials inside. Once he was done, he told the two to stay there and that he would go and deal with the shinobi. It was dawn when he managed to find the treetop cottage, and when he got close, he spotted the Oni brothers about to ambush him. I would advise against that if you want to live, he told them, observing both blink and freeze at his words. Not bad, Gaki, Zabuza said from behind him. Now, who are you and what do you want? My name is Naruto, and I am the soon-to-be ruler of this nation, Naruto replied as he faced Zabuza. I have already killed all of Gato's men stationed at his compound and have hidden him in a place only I can access. I intend to remove the daimyo from power as well and have the villagers complete the bridge. As for why I'm here, I want to hire you. Hire us? Zabuza chuckled. What makes you think we would listen to you? You listened to that fat sack of crap, Naruto pointed out. He had money, and I now have all of his, minus what will be returned to the villagers, Naruto countered. And if I decline? I kill you, Naruto stated calmly. You think you can? Zabuza growled. I spar on par with Kisame, and I've managed to best him a handful of times, Naruto replied, observing Zabuza's eyes widen. So you tell me if I won't be able to kill you. Okay. Zabuza nodded. What do you want us to do? I want you to go back into Mizu no Kuni, seek out the rebels trying to overthrow the fourth Mizu cage, and inform them that I will help finance them. And if things look as bad as I think they do, I will personally kill him. And what do you want in exchange? Zabuza asked. I will want the right to name the next Mizu cage, and the entire loyalty of Kirigakure no Sato, Naruto stated with a cold grin. Zabuza blinked, realizing this blonde teen sought more than just ruling a small island. You're making a play for power, he stated. I am making an empire, Naruto corrected. Now the only question is, will you be joining me in making it, or will you just be another sacrifice to my plans? Zabuza began to sweat as he felt the pure killing intent emanating from the red-eyed shinobi and knew that this kid would easily kill him and the others if they tried to oppose him. Fine, Zabuza nodded. Good, Naruto nodded in turn. I will, of course, be placing seals on you that will kill you if you attempt to betray me. Fine, Zabuza nodded, valuing his own life. Soon, Naruto had the four standing in the cottage as he made the seal array on each of them. The Oni brothers were no problem, nor was Zabuza, but the last member of their group didn't want to remove their shirt. It's either you remove it or I will kill all four of you, Naruto replied coldly, observing that this seemed to have the desired effect on Haku, who soon had their shirt off. Naruto nodded at the small bust she had. It took only a few minutes to get the seals in place, and once this was done, he activated them and gave them their orders. Again, go to Mizu no Kuni, find the rebels, and inform them that you have been sent by the new ruler of Nami no Kuni to offer assistance, Naruto told them. The four nodded and were soon on their way while Naruto made his way to Inari's home. Once he gave them the news, they were ecstatic, and Naruto told them that the stolen goods would be returned after he dealt with the daimyo. As Naruto walked through the village, he could see the news reaching the people, and there were cheers shouting for what he had done. It was noon when he reached the daimyo's palace and saw that what had remained of Gato's thugs had joined with the daimyo's guards. Let this be your only warning, Naruto shouted. Anyone who does not throw down their weapon and surrender will be killed. Daimyo, I will have your head for your corruption. Once this was said, he started towards the palace, greeted at first by jeers, but when they tried to shoot him down, they found that their arrows passed right through him like he was a mirage. Once he reached the gates, he drew his blade and cut the hinges off before pumping chakra into his leg and kicking the gate, letting it fly down the path and smash the two guards at the doors, killing them before they even realized what had happened. As Naruto walked down the path, the guards tried to overwhelm him, but his blade was too fast, and they all died before they could reach him. Once all the guards outside were dead, he went to the door and this time only kicked them open, revealing archers waiting for him. Fire, the commander shouted as they unleashed their shafts. Naruto only smirked as he went intangible and walked directly towards them, stopping once they were out of arrows. My turn, Naruto grinned as he activated the Gurta Ken and slashed through the archers, leaving them all dead, or wishing they were. Naruto walked with the howling blade through the palace, making his way ever closer to the daimyo, finding more and more guards throwing themselves at him, and him just leaving their dead bodies on the ground as he walked. It took almost 30 minutes, but he finally found the ruler of the nation. He was huddled behind close to a dozen armed samurai who were ready for the blonde. "Stop there," the leader shouted. "No," Naruto replied as he sent a ranged attack at them, taking the heads off all 12 as he walked towards the daimyo. He finally stopped in front of the cowering man, who looked like he had already soiled himself. "Please, I'll give you whatever you want, just spare me," he pleaded. "No," Naruto replied coldly as he stabbed the man through the throat and knelt down in front of him. "Your nation is mine now." With those final words, Naruto pulled his blade out and sheathed it. He soon walked out of the room and began searching through the palace, finding the records room where the daimyo kept his taxes and the kickback he had been getting from Gato. Naruto soon created several clones to go through this, and once this was settled, he made more to clear out the dead bodies while he walked back outside. Over the next week, there was plenty of celebration over the complete turn that Nami no Kuni had taken. The people were thrilled that the new ruler had returned all of their stolen goods and had also allowed them to complete the bridge. All he had asked for in turn was that they only pay a monthly tax of 1/6 of their total earnings and that they each get a seal placed on them. None of them were quite sure what this was for, but they trusted the new leader and what he had planned. On the day the bridge was completed, Naruto arrived, flanked by Dosu and Kin, stopping in front of Inari, who had led the villagers in completing the bridge. As promised, "Here is your vengeance," Naruto nodded as he opened the doorway to the dimension, and Gato came falling out, much thinner but still alive. Naruto placed a foot on Gato's back and then handed Inari his katana. The young man held it and stared at his hated tormentor, and in a roar of pure rage and anguish, he swung the katana down, taking the former industrialist's head and letting it bounce on the bridge. "Well done," Naruto nodded as he looked at the people. "Now there's another reason why you're all here. That is to activate the seals." This was met with confused looks, but as Naruto made a single hand sign, all negative thoughts of him left their minds. He was their leader, what he said was law, and there was no way they could disobey him. "What did you do, sir?" Kin asked. "The common people are nothing but fools and sheep, so I made them into real sheep. They will do what I command without a moment's hesitation. Watch. Inari, go and slap your mother." Of course, Inari replied as if it were perfectly natural, walking over to Tsunami and slapping her so hard that she fell to the ground. "See," Naruto replied, "I will not tolerate dissension. They approve of me now, but eventually, the people will turn against their rulers, and hate and anger will take the place of the loyalty they should show me. So I removed that entire possibility." Naruto laughed as he walked towards the palace. "My people, go about your lives. If I have a need for you, I will speak it." "Yes, Lord Naruto," was the cry as the people dispersed, and Naruto walked back to the palace where he would soon begin making more plans for his soon-to-be empire. Naruto, wine in hand, watched his thralls spar, training them into a new fighting force. He enjoyed seeing them strive to impress their lord. Kin's arrival interrupted a particularly vicious match. "Sir, Dosu has returned with information," Kin whispered. "Very well." Naruto set his glass down, stood, and dismissed the combatants. "Enough. You have pleased me. You are dismissed for the day." "Yes, Lord Naruto," they chorused, putting away practice weapons and leaving. Naruto and Kin then joined Dosu in a side room. "Well?" Naruto asked. "I extracted interesting intel from Konoha," Dosu explained. "The Hokage plans to bring Tsunade Senju back to train new medical ninjas, offering to place one on every team, as she previously petitioned the Saname." "Interesting," Naruto chuckled. "This is a good time to infiltrate Konoha. I'll handle it myself. Inform Inari he's in charge during my absence. Both of you, resume spying and intel gathering." "Yes, my lord," they nodded, departing as Naruto headed to his quarters to prepare. In Konoha, Minato finished briefing Jiraiya on Tsunade's recruitment. "We need her back, do whatever it takes to convince her," Minato stated. "I'll try, but you know how she is," Jiraiya shrugged. "And take Naruto. She's been moping since losing to Yami in the Chunin exams, time away should help," Minato added. "Honestly, that beatdown was precisely what she needed, she was getting overconfident," Jiraiya pointed out. "But I'll take her, she might have better luck convincing Tsunade than I will." Minato ignored the comment about his daughter as Jiraiya left to fetch Naruto. As they departed the village, Jiraiya noticed Naruto's unusual quietness. She was normally eager for missions. "Still upset about losing to Yami?" Jiraiya asked as they walked. "I'm not upset," Naruto huffed. "Sure you're not," Jiraiya chuckled. "Well, there's always someone stronger out there, but But Dad said I was the best in the village, Naruto muttered. And Yami was Aim's best. Plus, he's not a prodigy like you, so he had to fight tooth and nail for his skills, pushing himself further than you have for now, Jiraiya explained. After a moment of silence, Naruto asked, "You ever lose like that?" "Yeah. Orochimaru kicked my ass once when we were kids, right in front of Tsunade," Jiraiya chuckled. "But I got right back up and fought him again once I was healed." "They may be stronger, but it doesn't mean they're better." "Really?" Naruto asked. "Really. Yami's a tough customer, rare to encounter. Be thankful you fought him or he couldn't kill you in the first 5 seconds, he's the type you run from on the battlefield," Jiraiya chuckled. "And he's still got some growing up to do himself." "That's not helping me," Jiraiya, Naruto sighed as they walked on. Naruto sighed, entering Tanzuka-gai, his 4th gambling town this week. Tired of searching for his godmother, he stopped at a few dens, won some cash, and inquired about Tsunade. To his relief, she'd been sighted. Smiling, he created a massive cage bunch into search, and when they vanished, he walked directly to the bar where she was drinking. Naruto entered, spotted Tsunade, and frowned. Tsunade stared back, muttering a question to her student. The student replied, and Naruto grinned, walking over. "Bah-chan," he smiled, sitting across from her. "Only 2 children are stupid enough to call me that," Tsunade chuckled, eyeing Naruto. "You're looking well, Naruto." "Thanks," Naruto smiled. He wore worn black travel gear, a light pack, and leather armor, with a standard katana at his hip. He'd used a henge to restore his eyes to their original cerulean. "Naruto," the student nodded. Naruto looked at her, recognizing her. "Shizune-chan. Man, you've grown up," he laughed. "You're one to talk. You must be as tall as Minato by now," Shizune chuckled. "So, what are you doing here, Naruto?" Tsunade asked. "On my way back from a mission, stopping here for the night," Naruto replied. "What about you?" "Here for a few days, then back to traveling," Tsunade replied with a shrug. "So, how are things in the village?" Shizune asked. Naruto paused, looking at her, then back at Tsunade. "You haven't heard?" Naruto asked with a frown. "Heard what?" Tsunade asked, slightly concerned. "I left, a little more than 10 years ago," Naruto replied, watching their eyes widen. "Left?" Tsunade exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" "I got tired of being ignored, always second to Naruto. I just left, and no one came looking, to my knowledge. I went to AIM, trained as a shinobi, and now I freelance," Naruto explained. "You were ignored?" Shizune asked in shock. What were Kushina and Minato thinking? Clearly about Naruto, Naruto chuckled. "It doesn't matter, I've been on my own so long I bet they think I'm dead." "That's not a good thing, Naruto," Tsunade sighed. "You should go back." "Coming from you?" Naruto sighed. "Come on, Bah-chan, you left because of your own ghosts. You really don't have a right to tell me to go back." "I'm still a loyal shinobi," Tsunade replied. "I was never a shinobi in Konoha. I left as a civilian," Naruto pointed out. The 2 medics exchanged glances, then looked back at Naruto. "You should at least try to make peace with your family." "I'm sure they miss you," Shizune pointed out. "I doubt it," Naruto snorted. "But for you too, I will at least try." "Good," Tsunade nodded. "So, what have you been up to?" Jiraiya and Naruto left the last gambling den and headed towards a bar for food and a drink. Entering, they saw a blonde with his back to them, Shizune, and Tsunade, surrounded by sake bottles. "And the client looks at me and says, 'Wait, if you're here, who's watching the horses?'" The blonde laughed boisterously. "Tsunade," Jiraiya called, walking towards the older woman. "Ah, Jiraiya," Tsunade chuckled. "This is a day of reunions." "Oh hey, Jiraiya." Naruto smiled, turning to see Naruto staring, mouth agape. "Hey, Naruto, come take a seat." "You!" Naruto shouted, attempting a punch. Naruto easily dodged, grabbed her wrist, and flipped her to the floor. "Geez, sis, always with the violence." "I was enjoying myself here," Naruto sighed, looking back at the 2 medics. "Does this count as me trying to make nice?" "No," Tsunade sighed, looking at Naruto on the floor. "Well, pull up a chair." "You too, Jiraiya." Soon, the newcomers were seated. Shizune looked at Naruto. "So, what happened with the rest of that mission?" she asked. "Had to walk all the way back to town, but the mission was a success, and this guy gave me an outstanding review," Naruto chuckled. "So, what are you doing here, Jiraiya?" "I'm here on business, actually," Jiraiya sighed, looking at Tsunade. "Minato sent me to ask you to come back to the village. He's prepared to accept the proposal you made to Sarutobi-sensei years ago." Tsunade snorted. "And if I decline?" "Minato asked me to do everything in my power to convince you," Jiraiya stated. "Look, I know you don't like the village, but we do need you." Tsunade was silent for a few moments before Naruto spoke. "Weren't you just telling me you were a loyal nin and would go back when they asked?" Naruto asked with a smug grin. Naruto, if you don't want to get punched into next week, I'd stay out of this, Tsunade said, a grin forming. Please, Bah-chan. After what Orochimaru did to the village, we need all the medical nin we can get, Naruto begged. And my teammate Sakura would be a great candidate, she already has great chakra control. Tsunade stared Naruto in the eye as the young girl gave her puppy dog eyes, then sighed. Geez. I'll think about it, okay? That's fine, Jiraiya nodded, sipping his sake. So, Naruto, you're looking well. Constant training for 10 years will do that to you, Naruto chuckled. Soon, they engaged in pointless banter, with Naruto glaring at Naruto whenever he spoke. By closing time, Jiraiya helped a very drunk Tsunade back to the hotel, while Naruto went to their hotel to sleep, leaving Naruto alone with Shizune as they walked. Naruto seemed very upset with you, Shizune noted. Yeah, but we never did get along too well, Naruto nodded as they walked. I know, but from her reaction, it seems she really hates you now. She might. Maybe mom and dad felt some regret and pushed her harder to forget. Either way, it doesn't matter much to me, Naruto stated, glancing around. Something wrong? Shizune asked, spotting his glance. Nothing, thought I heard something, Naruto shrugged, now certain the street was empty. Moving with unexpected speed, he knocked her out, smirking as he dragged her into a deserted alley. There, he moved her shirt to expose her chest, beginning an intricate seal pattern. After a few minutes, he activated it, and the chakra pulse woke Shizune. Master Naruto, how may I serve you? Shizune asked, head bowed. You are to be my spy inside Konoha. Act normally around everyone unless otherwise ordered. Send me regular reports via messenger bird to an outpost I'll designate in my reply. Follow my orders discreetly, raising no suspicion. Yes, Master Naruto, Shizune nodded. Good. Now, act normally around me for the rest of our time here, and ensure Tsunade suspects nothing, Naruto added. Of course, Naruto, Shizune nodded again. They left the alley and soon parted ways, Naruto heading to his hotel room. He slept lightly, hearing the explosive tag hiss outside his window. With years of practiced swiftness, he swapped places with a cage bunshin, reappearing on the building across the street just as the tag detonated. He saw Naruto leap through the smoke into the room, only to find him gone. Naruto grinned, positioning himself where Naruto would see him when she turned to exit the ruined wall. After a moment, she turned and saw him. You, she shouted, throwing several shuriken. Naruto effortlessly dodged, adhering himself to the building side with chakra as he flashed through hand signs. Futon Sandanju, shotgun, Naruto stated, firing dozens of marble-sized, widespread wind spheres. They hit his sister, who hadn't reacted in time, sending her skidding back. Naruto frowned when she didn't charge, then blinked as a blast of fire hurtled towards him. Leaping up, he saw the fire jutsu smash into the building. His sister had come out, flashing more hand signs. Katon, Karyu and Dan, Fire Dragon, Flame Bullet. Naruto roared as 3 fire dragons headed for Naruto. He grinned, flashing more hand signs. Suten Mizu no Tate, Shield of Water, Naruto grinned, spewing tons of water from his mouth, forming a sphere around him. The fire hit, creating a massive steam column as he poured more water to avoid being roasted. Once the fire stopped, Naruto used the steam to his advantage, activating his Sharingan. He pinpointed his sister's exact location, moved towards her, katana drawn, and struck her with the back of it, sending her skidding off the rooftop and falling towards the street. Naruto reacted instantly, landing on the building side like Naruto had, skidding to a stop while sending Kunao upwards, in case her brother continued the assault. She heard her Kunao deflect, took a fighting stance, and listened for Naruto's attack. Naruto and Naruto soon engaged in a deadly dance. The blonde girl used 2 Kunao to deflect his katana, while Naruto kept his attack short and swift to counter her defense. The steam cleared, and they could see again. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan, focusing on his hyper-awareness to track his sister's attacks as they fought. After several more minutes, Jiraiya grabbed them both by the backs of their necks, throwing them apart. He stood between them on the building side, furious. Enough, he shouted at them. Naruto looked ashamed. Before she could argue, Jiraiya glared at her, silencing her. Naruto sheathed his blade, meeting Jiraiya's gaze with one that declared his innocence. Jiraiya! Tsunade shouted, arriving. Shizune has gotten the last of the civilians away. What's going on here? That's what I'd like to know, Jiraiya agreed, looking between the 2 blondes. Who would like to explain? She attacked me, Naruto stated calmly. I was in my hotel room when I heard an explosive tag. I used Kawarimi no Jutsu to escape. I saw Naruto enter, and when she came back out, I attacked in self-defense, using techniques that would cause minimal harm. Naruto, before speaking. I wasn't going to kill him, just beat him up enough to tell me where he had mom's sword and dad's scroll. What now? Tsunade asked, looking at Naruto. I took those when I left, Naruto explained with a shrug. And they're in a safe place only I can access. Naruto. Tsunade sighed, looking between the blondes. You both are idiots. Hey, the two blondes shouted simultaneously, then glared at each other. This is old news in the village, Tsunade, Jiraiya replied. Minato already had copies of the jutsus in the scroll, so he made another very similar one. Kushina has also acquired another katana, but they shouldn't have had to. If you hadn't run away, none of this would have happened. Naruto shouted. If I had stayed, I would have always been in your shadow. I made my choice and am happier for it, Naruto retorted, looking at Tsunade. If this is what making nice entails, then forget it. I'd rather walk barefoot through the land of Wind Desert than try to make amends with a spoiled brat and the bastards who claim to be my parents. With that, Naruto vanished in a swirl of leaves, quickly followed by Jiraiya, while Tsunade stopped Naruto from pursuing them. Naruto! Jiraiya shouted, catching up to the blonde, who had stopped a few blocks away. What? Naruto sighed, stopping. What's going on? When I saw you at the Chunin exams, your eyes were different, and you were an AIM shinobi. Undercover, Naruto sighed, letting the hinge drop. I'm supposed to be getting close to the new ruler in the Land of Waves. Why? Jiraiya asked. Because Nagato is worried. This guy is up to something, and he doesn't want to be caught off guard. He sent me undercover to get close and find out what he's planning. He's gathering forces for something, but no one knows what. Jiraiya frowned at this. He knew about Nami no Kuni's mysterious new ruler but lacked details since they had closed their borders to the Land of Fire in response to Konoha blacklisting them. He knew he'd need to watch that nation carefully now. So why were you here? Jiraiya asked. I was returning from working as a freelance sword. I need to build a reputation first. That's why, Naruto shrugged, reapplying the hinge. I need to go, before Naruto causes more trouble. Here, Naruto tossed Jiraiya a stack of bills. To cover the damages. I tried to keep them minimal, but you know how Naruto is. Yeah. Still, be careful, Naruto. I'd hate to hear you got yourself killed. Thanks, Jiraiya, Naruto nodded, turning and leaving. Jiraiya sighed, returning to Naruto and Tsunade, who stood in the street with the chief of police. This was a Konoha matter, Jiraiya stated, calming the officer. And we're prepared to pay for the damages. Still, the officer began. Here, Jiraiya said, handing the officer Naruto's bills, plus some of his own, to cover damages and any injuries to those caught in the middle. If it's not enough, send word to the Hokage, and he'll ensure the rest is handled. Fine. But if this happens again, we'll arrest all parties involved, the officer growled, turning away. Jiraiya glared at Naruto. You will pay me back every last ryo of that, he stated calmly as the girl looked ashamed. I don't care what Naruto took, that was no excuse for causing so much damage and endangering people's lives. You need to think before you act. I'm sorry, Naruto said. The older son inside, looking at Tsunade. Anything to add? No. You summed it up pretty well. Tsunade nodded as Shizen approached, reporting she'd treated the worst of the wounded and others had only minor injuries. Soon, they returned to the village and stood in Minato's office, giving their report. All right. Let me start with this, Tsunade, Shizen. Welcome back to the village. I know this isn't exactly where you want to be, but we very much need your help. I have a list of promising students for you to look at, and hopefully we can have a medic with every team within the next 3 years. You two are dismissed. Minato began. The two nodded and left the room, given a list of shinobi by the secretary. Once they left, Minato continued, now, let me make sure I have this right. You saw Naruto, who is apparently now a freelance shinobi. Naruto attacked him without provocation, and you, Jiraiya, stopped the fight and let Naruto leave. Do I have that right? Yeah, Jiraiya nodded. Couldn't bring him back since he left as a civilian and is now officially out of your reach. I know, Minato sighed. Which is the only reason I'm not shouting at you, sensei. Naruto, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused because of your temper? Yes, Naruto nodded. Then you understand that I have to punish you, both as your father and as Hokage? Yes. Very well then. As Hokage, I'm putting you on probation and confining you to D-rank missions for the next 6 months, meaning you get no pay for these missions as they will all go to Jiraiya to repay him for the money he had to put up for the damage you caused. As a father, you are grounded for the next 9 months, meaning you are not allowed out of your room unless your mother or I are training you, or you are out on a mission. I will inform Kakashi of this fact so he can ensure you don't try to pull a fast one on either of these punishments. You are dismissed, Naruto. Yes, sir, Naruto nodded, walking out. Minato looked at Jiraiya. How is he asked. Doing well, Jiraiya stated. He was talking with Tsunade and Shizen when we arrived, and they had convinced him to try to make nice at least until Naruto attacked him the next morning. Overall, I'd say he's a Chunin-level shinobi, if not higher. He has good instincts and a good grasp of his surroundings in a fight since all his jutsus caused minimal to no damage to the buildings and people around him. In fact, he was the one who gave me most of that money for the damages. I see. Minato sighed. It's good to know he's alright. He has a grudge against you and Kushina, Jiraiya warned. I know, and I doubt I could ever make amends for it, but I'd like to try at least. If you see him again, try to convince him to come back. I won't force him to stay, but I want the chance to make right with him. I'll try, but he won't be easy to find. Freelance shinobi are difficult to track down as it is, and finding one in particular will be much harder, Jiraiya nodded. Thank you, Minato smiled. This will at least put Kushina at ease a bit, especially knowing that her son is a Kenjutsu user. It will, Jiraiya smiled as he left the office. A few blocks away, Dosu smirked as the sound seal he'd slipped into the office transmitted everything to him, which he copied down. This new information would be most useful to Naruto, he was certain. Naruto reviewed his newly refined enslavement seal, confident it would be as effective as previous versions but far less chakra-intensive. He'd spent years perfecting these seals, a cornerstone of his ambition for world domination. Nagato and Kakuzu offered limited insight into Fuinjutsu, so Naruto independently delved into the subject. Toby supplied him with every available book on sealing techniques, enabling Naruto to develop unique and ingenious seals that optimized efficiency and power, now regularly employed by the akatsuki. His journey into sealing began with elemental absorption and release techniques, progressing to physical augmentation and eventually, the highly dangerous and uncharted territory of mental manipulation seals. The latter had claimed dozens of lives during experimentation before he perfected the first slave seal. Now, completing the third iteration, he hoped for similar success. Rising, he approached a captured civilian from the Land of Fire, smirking as he applied the seal to the struggling man's chest. A small burst of chakra activated it, and Naruto stepped back, observing its immediate effect. Master, the man finally uttered. Return home and await further instructions, Naruto commanded. Act normal, as if nothing happened, and if questioned about your disappearance, invent a convincing, easy-to-remember lie. Yes, master, the man nodded. Naruto untied him and watched him depart. Smiling, Naruto tidied his supplies before leaving his Fuinjutsu room and entering the palace halls. He acknowledged the thralls maintaining the palace's grandeur. He paused as an ice mirror materialized, from which Haku emerged, bowing. My lord, Haku began, we've contacted the rebels, and they've agreed to your terms. However, they request assistance in defeating Yagura, whose increased security prevents them from further weakening his power without significant losses and losing villager support. I see, Naruto replied. Inform them I will arrive in the Land of Water in 10 days. They are to have someone meet me at the harbor. As you wish, my lord, Haku nodded, re-entering her mirror. Naruto began his preparations. The journey to the eastern shores of the Land of Fire took several days, followed by passage on a vessel to the Land of Water. Upon disembarking, Naruto smirked, releasing the enthralled passengers into their routines. He knew quietly securing this country would be a significant step forward. As he walked, he noticed a shadow moving through the crowds that soon walked beside him. I trust you are our guest, the woman whispered. And if I am, Naruto responded, then I am to guide you to the meeting point. You'll forgive us, but we won't be taking you to our actual hideout. Of course, Naruto smirked, allowing her to lead. They soon left the city, taking a ferry to a different island. She guided him through mist-shrouded woods until they reached a small clearing with 2 cloaked figures. You are the daimyo of the Land of Waves, the woman across the clearing asked. I am, Naruto affirmed. Then you understand our desperate situation, accepting outside help for an internal matter, a man beside the woman stated. I do, which is why I'm here, Naruto replied. I transformed the Land of Waves from a downtrodden hellhole under my predecessor's leadership, and I will help you do the same. Why? The man questioned. Because I dream of world peace, and I intend to see that dream realized, Naruto answered. I know you're unlikely to believe me, deeds speak louder than words. Allow me to prove my intentions. How so? The woman who led him there inquired. I will remove Yagura from power. All I need is information on his abilities, village security, and his personal areas. I also need to know the daimyo's involvement. The 3 figures exchanged glances. We'll need time to gather the necessary maps and documents, the second woman explained. Then do so. Time is of the essence, Naruto replied, sitting as they disappeared. After a few moments, Naruto spoke. Come out now. Zabuza chuckled, dropping from the mist to stand beside Naruto. Their base is close enough they shouldn't be gone for more than an hour, plenty of time for me to give you the rundown. Then do so. My sources indicate the daimyo and his forces are staying out of this, fearing retribution should they choose the losing side, Zabuza began. Gutless wretches, Naruto snorted. Yagura is incredibly paranoid, more so than when I served him. He doesn't allow servants to have consistent schedules and changes his randomly. He's likely suffering from a powerful, outdated genjutsu. That would probably be my late friend Toby, Naruto chuckled. Anything else? The woman in charge is Mei Terumi. She possesses powerful abilities and is likely to become the next Mizukage once you remove the turtle from the throne. She's the one who met you. The man with her is a former Umbu agent named Aoi. He has a Byakugan under his eye patch, so be cautious around him. The escort is a basic shinobi, no real threat. She was sent in case it was a trap, easily expendable, Zabuza explained. I see. Where are the others? Naruto asked. In various locations, though I've kept Haku close to deliver hidden messages when needed. Her Hayatan has improved significantly since we arrived. She's had more practice with it in espionage than combat, Naruto stated. Now, go. I'll await our host's return. Zabuza nodded, vanishing into the mist. Naruto waited for almost an hour before Mei and her group returned, placing several folders before him. This is everything we have on Yagura, from his abilities to his closest approximation of a schedule. It also includes village defenses and the layout, Mei explained. Excellent. And the papers regarding the daimyo? Naruto inquired. In the third folder, Mei replied. Good. I will read over this and formulate my own plan. Naruto stood and moved into the forest shade, beginning to review the information. The next morning, his plan was complete. Properly equipped, he slipped towards Kirigakure. Using the mist to his advantage, he activated his Sharingan and turned intangible, phasing through walls and into the village. His black cloak obscured his features, making him appear as a specter. He navigated constant patrols, eventually reaching the Mizuki's office, where he heard someone pacing. Smirking, Naruto exited a window and moved to the large window overlooking the office. Inside, Yagura paced, muttering about some problem. It's those freaks. They want me dead. I have to kill them first, he mumbled. But that man with the red eyes said not to wipe them all out. But he could be a spy. Or he couldn't be. Yagura continued pacing as Naruto phased through the window, observing the fourth Mizukage with a mix of interest and pity. Deciding the best course was to remove him from the easily damaged village and into the Kamui dimension, Naruto pulled him in. The Mizukage immediately panicked, transforming into his full-tailed beast state. No! I will not be controlled again, he roared in anger, shifting into the second stage of his tailed beast cloak, no longer human but not yet fully the three tails. Really now? Naruto asked, dodging a tail. Because the man I took this eye from seemed to have done an impressive job manipulating you, turning you into this raving lunatic. Naruto leaped over another attacking tail, landing behind Yagura. You're suffering from a powerful genjutsu my mentor placed on you. Allow me to alleviate it. Get away, Yagura roared, smashing the ground and forcing Naruto back as he fully transformed. The hard way it is then, Naruto chuckled, skidding back. He formed a Rasengan, while a clone added elemental release. He'd learned that performing both simultaneously was tricky and time-consuming, making a clone the most efficient method. He was creating his S-rank lightning Rasengan, an elongated, flickering spear of bright yellow light whose diagonal point shifted constantly. Yagura roared, firing a tailed beast bomb at Naruto, who charged forward, phasing into reality to dodge the attack before reappearing in the pocket dimension above Yagura's head. Raiden Raisin Javelin, Naruto roared, stabbing the spear into Yagura's neck. Electricity surged through the giant turtle, causing him to roar in pain before reverting to human form, twitching on the ground, his nervous system recovering from the powerful technique. Naruto walked over, looking down at the defeated cage, then used his Sharingan to enter Yagura's mind and remove Tobi's influence. Once finished, Naruto stepped back, waiting for the Jinchuriki to recover. I'm free. Yagura gasped, looking at Naruto. You saved me. Not quite, Naruto chuckled. You're nowhere near saved yet. What do you mean? The genjutsu may have caused your actions, but the people want you gone. If you try to reassume control, you'll face an assassination attempt. The people no longer want you around. Your only options are to die here or accept my offer, Naruto explained, maintaining eye contact. What kind of deal? We'll fake your death, and you'll become my shadow, my personal bodyguard to help me defeat my enemies and achieve world peace. World peace, Yagura snorted. That will never happen. Maybe, but we'll never know unless we try, Naruto replied with a grin. Now, what will it be? I'll accept. Life is preferable to death. An excellent choice. Now, hold still while I place a seal on you to prevent betrayal, Naruto explained, applying the same kill seal he used on Zabuza and his team. This seal will kill you if you attempt to betray me in any way. I cannot afford to have my plans ruined by a traitor. Clever, Yagura stated, slowly standing. So, I'm your bodyguard now, and at times, a sounding board for ideas, and a general when the final war begins, Naruto explained, unsealing a black cloak with a black mask featuring a white turtle face design. You will wear this at all times unless otherwise ordered. Fine, Yagura nodded, donning the mask, his voice changing. Seals underneath. To hide your chakra and alter your voice, Naruto replied as he pulled them from the Kamui dimension. Naruto had Yagura leave the tower and wait near the forest edge while he sat at the desk with a smirk, awaiting Mei's arrival. A few hours later, Mei entered, finding him examining various files, a smirk on his face. You killed him, Mei asked. Incinerated his body. Couldn't risk him recovering from a failed attack. Then why are you still here? She frowned. You forget my terms for aiding you, Naruto chuckled, facing her, his dark eyes piercing. I get to name the next Mizukage, along with the loyalty of this village. And if we decline, she challenged. I've upheld my end of the bargain. You wouldn't want your next Mizukage to follow in the previous one's footsteps, would you? Naruto asked, his grin unwavering. Is that a threat? Mei hissed. It's merely a statement. I have no intention of letting you break this agreement, so consider your next choice carefully. It will determine if you lead this village as a proper shinobi, or if you are simply a puppet in this position, Naruto stated calmly. Mei glared at him, then spat a ball of lava. Naruto flickered to her right, his grin gone. Very well then, Naruto sighed, as if checking off a task. He spun, kicking Mei into the wall. Two clones appeared to hold her down as he approached, drawing a kunai to rip open her shirt. What are you going to do, rape me? She spat. Hardly, though not because you're unattractive, Naruto replied, unsealing his inkset. I'm going to follow through on my warning. You will be the fifth Mizukage, but in title only. Try to channel any chakra, and my clones will hurt you. Naruto swiftly drew the seal on Mei Terumi's skin as her resisting body was held firm by clones. In moments, the seal was complete. Naruto channeled chakra, wiping Mei's mind and turning her into a mindless doll. Rise, slave, Naruto commanded, and her body obeyed. You are now the Mizukage. Order all shinobi and civilians to place the seal on their hearts for protection from a genjutsu like Yaegaru's. Unless I'm present, act as your former self to avoid suspicion. Understood. Yes, my master, Mei nodded, then made the announcement. Despite initial hesitation, Mei's explanation convinced the shinobi to comply. Naruto smirked as the seals were set, sending a chakra wave across the village, leaving him breathless and dizzy as his energy dissipated. The villagers instantly knew Naruto was their lord, and even the Mizukage was his servant. They resumed normal life, understanding he desired normalcy unless otherwise ordered. Most impressive, a voice behind Naruto stated. He turned to see Zetsu. Zetsu-sensei, Naruto acknowledged the large plant. To what do I owe the pleasure? Just checking on the man who killed Tobi, White Zetsu replied. It was very well done. I learned from the best, Naruto countered. But you upset our master's plans, Black Zetsu warned. So you take orders from someone else, I suspected as much. Regardless, I don't care. I'm implementing my own plan, Naruto stated calmly. Heh, and doing an impressive job, White Zetsu snorted. Taking control of a small nation and one of the 5 great shinobi villages is no small feat. It's only the beginning, Naruto replied. 3 different plans for world peace, only one will succeed. Let's see whose it is. Before Zetsu could speak further, Naruto walked away, re-entering the village, while Zetsu sank into the ground, returning to his mysterious master to report. 2 days later, Mei and Naruto visited the daimyo, who wished to meet the new Mizukage and visiting dignitary. After a few minutes, the leader appeared, greeting them with a false smile that made Naruto want to kill him. Ah, the Mizukage, a pleasure, he said, then looked at Naruto. And the new daimyo of Nami no Kuni, a pleasure as well. I'm sure it is, Naruto grinned, closing and silently locking the door, then advancing towards the daimyo. Now then, first, allow me to apologize for not assisting with Yaegaru. It's not my place to interfere in shinobi matters, he explained. Of course, Mei replied, taking a seat. Naruto stood aside, deciding on quick action to avoid worsening his temper. But it is your responsibility. That's like Mei saying she's not responsible for her genin's mission actions. You're in charge, yet you cowered behind your desk while your people suffered, Naruto stated. The Mizu daimyo sputtered, then cried, you have no right to say that, don't I? Apparently you haven't heard how I became daimyo of Nami no Kuni. I killed my predecessor for aiding a corrupt industrialist in creating a shipping monopoly, bleeding the country dry, and even killing an innocent man trying to build a bridge. So what makes you different, letting your people suffer under the 4th Mizukage's insane actions? Naruto chuckled, stepping closer, his killer intent trickling out, making the man try to back away. Mizukage, stop him, he shouted. Slave, restrain him, Naruto ordered. Yes, master, Mei stated blankly, swiftly pinning the daimyo with a foot on his back and his arms held behind him. Naruto knelt before the pathetic leader. Normally I'd kill you, but you're more useful alive, Naruto chuckled, slashing the man's kimono, exposing his bare chest. He began drawing a seal pattern. Once finished, he activated it, making the man another thrall. Now, let's begin your orders, Naruto chuckled, having the man change clothes. You will have every person in your nation place the seal on their chests and inform me once done. After that, you will continue to rule, but my way. You'll give 15% of your total taxes to this private company. This company will hire many of your people to rebuild Uzu no Kuni. Once complete, those people will move there, becoming the first of many new citizens. I think it's time I rebuilt my empire's capital. If my calculations are correct, this will take approximately 3 years. You're in charge. Now, proceed with the utmost caution and quiet. If this plan is discovered by my enemies, I'll force you to eat your own limbs, piece by piece, before I finally kill you. If anything unexpected arises, send word to me and stall until I can reply. Yes, Lord Naruto. The puppet leader nodded as Naruto turned and exited with Mei. In the halls, Yaegaru and Zabuza's group joined him. What are our orders? Zabuza asked. You four will remain here, reinstated as shinobi. You are my voice while I'm away. Mei, follow Zabuza's orders as if they were my own. Yes, master, Mei nodded. Heh, so I'm technically in charge, Zabuza chuckled. While I'm away, yes, Naruto chuckled. Haku will be our messenger, keeping me informed. Fine. Taking the dark guy with you? Zabuza asked, referring to the masked Yaegaru. Yes, he'll be with me at all times, Naruto replied, walking away. You have your orders, I have other matters to attend to. Zabuza nodded as Naruto and Yaegaru departed towards the ferry to Nami no Kuni. In Konoha, the 4 jonin of the Genin 12 sat in a tea shop discussing their charge's growth. Suzuki's working harder than ever. Yami defeating Gaara made him realize how far he has to go to defeat Itachi, Kakashi noted. Though I think he's trying to use the curse seal. What makes you say that? Asuma asked. Just a hunch. He hides it well, but there are moments he seems to hesitate, as if deciding whether to use it. If it doesn't consume his flames of youth, it can't be too bad, Guy exclaimed. Jiraiya would disagree, Kakashi calmly stated. He thinks Orochimaru might use it to control him. So what about Naruto? Kurane asked. She's still training hard but is on probation for a few more weeks. After that stunt with Jiraiya, she's lucky she got off so lightly, Kurane snorted. I agree. However, we're now working on her judgment skills more than her physical capabilities, Kakashi nodded. And Sakura's becoming a medical nin, doing quite well. That's good, Asuma nodded. What about your team, Guy, and please be straight with us, Kakashi stated, cutting off his rival's embellished tale. Niji's brooding, Guy sighed. He took his defeat to Hinata hard and is throwing himself into training to surpass her. Lee and Tenten try to keep up, but I've never seen him so determined. I'm not surprised. Hinata caught us all off guard with that win, Kurane nodded. I don't know how she did it, but she found her confidence and somehow surpassed our strength estimates. So how is she? Asuma asked. Working harder than ever, and she seems to be developing her own fighting style. Her father is furious but has little say. Personally, I'm happy for this change but also a little worried. She seems driven by something and refuses to tell me. This is the first time she's ever avoided a topic with me. She's growing up. Maybe she's hitting that rebellious phase, Asuma suggested. Maybe. Shino and Kiba are a little worried about her but are going with it too, not wanting to be outdone, I guess, Kurane shrugged. My team's almost the same as ever. Kind of wish they'd get that kick in the pants yours have, Asuma chuckled. Be stricter with them, Kakashi shrugged. That wouldn't work, Asuma sighed. When has being strict with a Nara ever worked? A valid argument, Guy nodded. I think all our teams could use a good training exercise, Kakashi stated, surprising them. Most of our teams came out of the Chunin exams with some negative experience but are using it to push themselves further. Let's test that newfound resolve and harden it into something more fitting for Konoha Shinobi. But what? Asuma asked. I may be able to help, a man said, stopping at their table. He was older, with a Suna headband. Pardon the interruption, but I couldn't help but overhear. I might have a suggestion for you. And you are? Kakashi asked with a frown. My name is Yo Asakura, an old Suna veteran recently called back into service, Yo smiled. I'm just here to pick up new supplies before heading home. And your suggestion? Asuma asked. There's a place we take teams with issues like yours. We call it the maze. It's a labyrinth in Kawa no Kuni made of a peculiar stone that hides chakra and causes mild hallucinations. These hallucinations generally force them to face uncomfortable truths about themselves, helping them become better shinobi, Yo explained. I think I've heard of this, Kakashi nodded. It's a dangerous place, said to be avoided. Only if you don't know what to expect. Those who've passed through the maze have grown into better shinobi, truly invaluable to their village, Yo added. It's only a suggestion, but this might help your teams. With that, the man walked away, leaving the Jonin to discuss his words. As he slipped into an alley, he dropped the henge, revealing himself as Dosu. He chuckled to himself, heading to send Naruto a message. The Jonin had taken the bait. A week later, the 4 genin teams were packed and heading towards the infamous maze. Tension was palpable among them. Naruto sulked, while Suzuki seemed lost in thought, oblivious. Niji shot death glares at Hinata, who merely smirked back. Kiba and Shino appeared nervous around the Hyagas, while Tenten tried to calm Niji, and Lee loudly discussed the training with Guy. Only Team 10 acted somewhat normally, with Ino staring at Suzuki, and Koji and Shikamaru conversing amiably. They reached the southern edge of Kawa no Kuni by day's end and camped on a ridge overlooking the mist-shrouded maze. The next morning, the 4 Jonin stood before their teams at the maze's entrances, explaining, "We brought you here to go through this," Kakashi explained, nodding to the stones behind him. "It's known as the maze, made of a stone that disrupts chakra inside. We often use this in our prisons, as you know. So we just have to go through it," Sasuke asked. "That's the gist of it," Kakashi nodded. "Yosh. I will complete this maze with ease, or I will run 100 laps around Konoha on my hands," Lee exclaimed. "Lee," Guy shouted, startling his student. "If you should fail, I will run 200 laps." "Guy-sensei." "Lee, enough," Korone shouted, stopping the horrendous display. "This seems like there should be more to it," Naruto noted. "Troublesome," Shikamaru nodded in agreement. "There is," Asuma stated. "This mist is a very mild hallucinogen. It will cause you to have delusions inside and face harsh truths about yourselves. This makes it so difficult. You are to go through the maze and make your way out. I won't lie, this is dangerous, and you could possibly die if you fail. If you don't want to take it, you can stay with the Jonin and wait for the others." Silence fell among the genin as they considered what the maze represented. Finally, they all moved towards the entrance. "Good luck," Kakashi said, watching them enter, then nodded for the Jonin to move to the other side of the valley and await the genin's emergence. The group quickly separated due to the thick mist, barely able to see each other. As they dispersed, each was soon on their own, facing the illusions. Sasuke walked slowly, hand on the stone wall, ensuring he didn't get turned around. His slow pace allowed him to ponder Yami's words and the balance he suggested he gained from this dark power. Reaching the end of a passage, he turned right, finding the mist cleared. Yami stood there, waiting. "Sasuke," he chuckled, facing the teen. "Yami, what are you doing here? Or is this a delusion?" Sasuke asked. "I'm real, but how would you know the difference?" Yami chuckled. "But we aren't here about me." "What do you mean?" "We're here about you," Yami stated, walking towards Sasuke. "I understand you've been trying to harness the cursed seal's power. Tell me, have you felt its limits yet?" "I have," Sasuke sighed, remembering hitting a wall with the dark chakra. "That's because it hasn't fully awakened yet," Yami remarked, circling the Uchiha slowly. "That cursed seal is only in its first stage. There's another stage that can be achieved." "How?" Sasuke shouted, turning to Yami, who smirked. "Orochimaru's minions will come for you soon. Once they're certain they can spirit you away to Otagakure to become Orochimaru's next body." "Next body," Sasuke exclaimed. "Oh yes." Orochimaru, in his desire to learn all ninjutsu, created a jutsu allowing him to place his soul inside another's body and take control. However, the price is he must switch bodies every 3 years to stay alive, and the 3-year mark approaches. The beauty of his scheme is that if he controls your Sharingan, he believes he'll carry it to the next body when the 3 years are up, Yami explained, continuing to circle the raven-haired teen. "So what should I do?" Sasuke asked. "Do you still desire to kill your brother?" Yami asked. "More than anything," Sasuke roared. "Then allow them to take you. They'll trigger the transformation, and before they get you all the way to Oto, escape. You'll be free of both Oto and Konoha. Escape, and I will find you. I'll teach you all I can and make you the most powerful Uchiha since Madara himself. Then I'll take you to Atake, and you can slay him." Yami chuckled, stopping before Sasuke. "The choice is yours, but ask yourself, do you want to keep playing shinobi in Konoha, become a replacement for Orochimaru, or get the revenge neither can give you?" With that, the mist enveloped the dark-eyed youth. When Sasuke ran forward, Yami was gone, but his words had already left their mark. Niji huffed angrily, hitting another dead end. He grew increasingly infuriated, constantly getting lost, knowing his Byakugan wouldn't help. Turning back to the last intersection, he went the other way. As he walked, a chuckle came from behind. Turning, he saw the mist had dissipated, and Yami stood there, an amused smirk on his face. "How the mighty have fallen," Yami chuckled. "Last I saw you, you were so high and mighty, believing yourself far greater than your clan." "Shut up," Niji hissed. "The truth hurts, doesn't it? Hinata grew stronger than you, and you hate it," Yami remarked. "Though, I admit, with another week or two, I might have gotten her to beat you without our little trick." "What are you saying?" Niji shouted. "You're just an illusion." "Am I?" Yami asked with a laugh. "That's for you to decide. I'm merely here to talk." Niji took a deep breath. "What do you mean, trick?" "That's the question," Yami stated. "You see, I didn't have enough time to train Hinata to the level needed to defeat you, but I couldn't have you breaking her so quickly. I needed her confidence to grow and your rage to build before I approached you. Hinata took a pill before the match. I told her it would help her relax, but it was meant to numb her pain. That's what allowed her to best you after your 8 trigrams 64 palms. She should have been defeated, but with the medicine I gave her, she could stand and continue fighting without chakra." "Why?" Niji roared, lunging at Yami, who easily flipped over him. Why do any of this? I did this for many reasons, Yami explained. But as I said, I needed your rage to grow to see if you could be useful in my plans. Hinata has proven her worth and, in the right conditions, will be an excellent tool. You, however, are still in question. What do you plan on doing? Niji hissed, facing him. Change the world, Yami chuckled, maintaining eye contact. It has already begun. The question is, will you help me build it, or be another sacrifice? What do you want? I want you to continue training and growing stronger. You have great potential, and I want you to expand upon it. I also want you to make peace with Hinata, not the main house, just Hinata. She can be one of your greatest allies in gaining the branch house the dominance it rightfully deserves. She finds that seal on your brow as abhorrent as you and any other branch member. When the time comes, the slaves will become the masters, and the new Hyuga clan will be a great asset as I usher in a new age. Yami grinned. You're mad, Niji stated. Only if I fail, Yami shrugged. If I succeed, I'm a visionary. Niji stared at Yami as mist encroached again. With a quiet laugh, Yami disappeared, leaving Niji to contemplate his words. Hinata stopped at an intersection, glancing around, trying to figure out her path when she heard whistling. She turned to see Yami. You want to go left, he stated, walking toward her. How do you know? Aren't you just an illusion? Perhaps. Does it matter? Yami asked as they walked. I suppose not, Hinata replied. I've followed your advice. I've pushed myself to become stronger and develop the fighting style we discussed. Good. It will serve you well in the trials ahead. What trials? Hinata asked. Niji will soon approach you about what occurred in the Chunin exams. About your lack of pain, Yami stated. What was that pill you gave me? You said it would relax me, Hinata remarked. It numbed my sense of pain. It did. You weren't ready to beat Niji yet, but you had the makings of it. I simply gave you the edge needed to prove it. I know if you faced him now, you would win, Yami replied. That's unimportant now, though. Niji will approach you, and I want you to help him. Do what? Shift the balance of power in the Hyuga clan. It's unfair that the branch family are slaves to the main. In time, you will help him reverse the situation. No, I will not continue that cycle of hatred, Hinata exclaimed. I never said it would continue, did I? Yami remarked. In the end, you and Niji will have to work out the details, but I recommend you only enslave the current members of the main family, and any children they bear will be free and given to the branch family to be raised. This eliminates the cycle of hatred and punishes those who continued it. Hinata frowned, realizing that while not perfect, this could end the slavery within her family. Is that all you wanted to tell me? Hinata asked. No, a day will come when I will ask you to do something that may go against every notion of right and wrong you have. I will need you to do this. Why? Hinata asked with a frown. For world peace, Yami stated. I am in the midst of creating a new and better world, but to do that, I need talented people by my side, people who will help me bring about this new age. What I ask of you will prove your dedication and help bring the Hyuga clan into the light of this new age. And if I can't or won't do it? Hinata asked. Then you will be a sacrifice to the new world, Yami stated, looking her in the eye. I will not lie to you, there will be sacrifices, there will be lives lost, but in the end, it will be for the greater good of a world without war, without hatred, where all will stand together and all will be equal. Hinata frowned but couldn't deny he seemed to genuinely believe his words. I hope you understand if I take all of this with a grain of salt, Hinata remarked. Hinata, I'd be shocked if you agreed right away, Yami chuckled. I want you to consider what I'm saying and make this decision with all the facts. If you are to be one of my lieutenants, I need you to use your head. Hinata nodded as Yami stopped walking. The mist overtook him, and he disappeared before she could say anything else. With a frown, Hinata continued walking, pondering his words. Naruto stopped, gazing up at the sky, wondering how long she'd walked before she made it out or met someone. Lost, a voice said from her right. She turned to see Yami. You! Naruto shouted, throwing a handful of kunao. Before they could touch him, Naruto appeared from a side passage, blocking them with his drawn katana. That wasn't nice, sis, Naruto chuckled as he and Yami walked toward her. We only want to talk. Okay. You guys are illusions, Naruto sighed, glaring at them. Doesn't mean I have to like you. No, Yami nodded in agreement, staring at her. Tell me, child of prophecy, how does it feel to know you're inferior to two different people your own age? I am not. Naruto shouted. Then explain why he kicked your ass and I fought you to a standstill while still holding back. Naruto asked with a grin. I lost to him because I was too cocky and underestimated him, and Jiraiya stopped us before we could finish. Excuses, Yami chuckled, looking at the other blonde. All bark and no bite. Tell me about it. Always talking a big game, but in the end, you're nothing. You're nothing more than a filthy demon. Naruto laughed as Naruto glared at him. I am not. Naruto shouted. Really? Yami asked. Even with the power of a demon on your side, you failed to stop us from besting you. Maybe one of us is the real child of prophecy, and our destiny is to kill you to save the world. Makes sense, Naruto agreed. I mean, slaying a demon would definitely make us heroes. I'm not a demon. You are too, Naruto laughed. Before Naruto could react, she heard all the people she knew calling her a demon. Looking around, she saw their faces twisted in rage, calling her a monster and a demon, saying she should be killed. Stop it! Naruto screamed, starting to run, but the voices persisted. Soon, she ran out of the maze, where Kakashi waited, having heard her screams. Naruto! Kakashi exclaimed, stopping her. I'm not a monster, she screamed as Kakashi held her, and she began to cry, bawling her eyes out, repeating she wasn't a monster. Kakashi stood, soothing her, as other jonin arrived to check on her. It's okay, Naruto, Kakashi said, patting her head. You aren't a monster. We all know that. He's right, Korone nodded as Naruto looked at them and nodded, tears still falling. Several hours later, all genin had exited the maze, some shaken, some lost in thought. The jonin let them rest, agreeing to leave tomorrow. After the 4 teams departed, Naruto stood on a rise as Yagura and Kin appeared behind him. You two did good work, Naruto nodded. Thank you, Kin smiled. Thanks, Yagura sniffed. But making a mist like that is easy enough, and those illusions were simple once I knew where they were, Kin agreed. You're all just lucky I managed to test those chakra seals I gave you, otherwise you would have been as powerless as those genin, Naruto remarked. Sir, if I may ask, what was the point of this? Yagura asked. A valid question, Naruto chuckled. This was sowing the seeds of dissension amongst my enemies, turning the Hyuga upon itself, breaking Naruto even further, convincing Sasuke to leave the village. If everything plays out as I expect, Konoha is in for a hard few years. The two simply nodded, following their master back to his nearby base, awaiting the next step in his master plan. Naruto smiled, reading the last reports from his slaves. Almost everything was in place, he just needed Orochimaru to make his move on Sasuke, then he could begin the finishing touches on his plan. Standing, he motioned for Kin and Yageru to follow him. I have work for both of you, he began. I'm sending you on solo missions to gather information on 2 potential new recruits while I check on my new kingdom status. Who are these recruits? Yageru asked, a frown hidden by his mask. 2 Jinchuriki. Kin, I'm sending you to Takigakure to investigate the treatment of their Jinchuriki, Fu, and see if she might be converted to our cause. Kame, your mission will be to sneak into Uegakure and observe the container of the Gobi. Don't bother with Rashi, the container of the Yanbai. Due to his age, he won't be easily persuaded and is incredibly loyal to the Tsuchikage, whereas Han is more likely to defect and join us. Observe them, and once you're certain of your decisions, report back to me. If they aren't suitable candidates, we'll leave them for the Akatsuki to deal with, otherwise, I will go and recruit them myself, understood? Yes, master, the 2 nodded. Good, now go, Naruto stated as the pair left for their destinations. Naruto nodded, walking away to make his own arrangements to reach Uzunokuni and check the progress of his empire's seat. In Konoha, a meeting between Hinata and Neji occurred. They were at a private training ground, pretending to practice, while Neji was learning if Yami's words in the maze were true. Were you given something to numb your pain? He asked. Unknowingly, I was, Hinata admitted. Yami said it was for my nerves. Then perhaps it wasn't an illusion, Neji muttered. You saw Yami as well? Hinata asked in shock. The older Hyuga nodded. Hinata frowned in thought. He told me to try and make peace between us, but I don't see how that's possible, Neji admitted. We share a common goal, to remove the cursed seal from the branch family, Hinata reminded him. And I do have a few ideas how. Is that so? Neji asked, intrigued. Let's hear them. I plan on studying the seal they use in greater detail, to see how it's deactivated and what elements are added compared to the older ones originally used by the Hyuga to prevent the Byakugan from being stolen, Hinata began. Once I learn these elements, I'll start by removing your own seal, then we'll research new ways to protect our family while punishing those who would further this hatred. Punishing them how? Neji asked with a frown. By making them live the lives they forced their own clansmen to live, Hinata replied coldly. We will place them under the cursed seal, a modified one that cannot be removed, and make them slaves for the rest of their lives. What of their children? We will take them to parents from the former branch family, and they will raise them. From there, we will let this cursed tradition die with our parents, Hinata explained. By the time we are old and ready to die, the Hyuga clan will no longer have a branch family and a main family. It will be a single whole, with the clan head passing down from parent to child as we have done it. It's a good idea, Neji said after a few minutes of thought. However, we'll need to discuss policy much more and ensure any old writings containing the seal are destroyed once we've taken over. Agreed, Hinata nodded. It will take time, but if everything goes as we think, we might have a chance. I'll speak with my teammate Tenten once we really get started into the seals. She knows a great deal about them, and Gai-sensei is talking about having Hokage-sama train her in Fuinjutsu to expand her abilities even further, Niji offered. She'd have to be sworn to secrecy and understand what would happen if anyone found out what we're up to, Hinata warned. I trust her. Very well then. Once we begin the sealing works, we'll bring her in and see what she can offer us, Hinata agreed. Niji nodded, and the two began discussing possible alterations to the seals. It took less than a week for Kin to enter Takigakure, using the special invisibility jutsu Naruto taught her. It didn't truly make her invisible, but a genjutsu to make minds not register her presence. She crouched atop a building near a lake, watching the mint-haired girl train, practicing hand-to-hand combat and seemingly venting frustration. There's the monster, one villager remarked as they passed. Someone ought to put her back in her cage, the other laughed. I'm not a monster. Fu shouted in rage, making the two men jump before they laughed and walked off, knowing she wouldn't hurt them. I'm amazed you put up with that, Kin said, playing a hunch. Who are you? Fu asked as Kin dropped the jutsu and stood at the water's edge. Just a traveler resting here, Kin replied calmly. But I'm impressed you didn't attack them. Humph. I hate them, all people. But I'd be in big trouble and probably executed if I attacked them, Fu replied. Why not leave then? And where would I go, you dumb bitch? Fu sneered. This is the only home I've ever known, and they'd hunt me down rather than lose their precious weapon. It doesn't have to be that way, Kin stated. What if I were to tell you I could get you in contact with someone who understands your pain better than almost anyone on the planet? What if I were to say this man would help you escape this village, treat you with the respect you deserve, and help you get revenge on this place for what they do to you? I'd say there's some ulterior motive, and I want nothing to do with it. It's your choice in the end, but let me ask you this, do you know about the recent turnaround in Nami no Kuni? Yeah, everyone does. Some guy took over, and now the country is booming since that bridge finished and the industrialist left. The man I represent is the new daimyo. He liberated Nami no Kuni and is currently looking for strong, capable people to join him, Kin stated. He doesn't care for past bonds or what nation you're from. If you're strong and want a fresh start, he will give it to you. You'll have to work, but in the end, you'll be treated far better than you are here. Fu's eyes narrowed. Before she could speak, Kin began to disappear. If you decide you truly want to join him, just wait a few more weeks, and he will approach you himself. He will make you the offer that will decide the rest of your life. With those final words, Kin vanished. Fu was deep in thought. Keeping those thoughts in mind, she resumed her practice, mulling over her options and what this mysterious person could want. Han stormed through the village, ignoring the angry glares as usual. He detested these villagers, these shinobi, and their old fool of a leader. He hated this place but knew he couldn't leave, having nowhere else to go. He knew that even with his great powers, the number of shinobi Oniki would send after him would kill him, especially if Rashi was sent. Stopping outside the village gates, he considered going into the mountains to train more, perhaps work off some frustration. Not much fun, is it? A voice said from his left. Turning, the armored ninja saw a black-cloaked figure, clearly a younger person, not much older than an average genin. Who the hell are you? He snapped. Came, he replied calmly. I've been in the village for a few days now and have seen what these scum are like. Han frowned, knowing Oniki was usually very careful about who entered the village. If this kid had, he might have an escape route. How did you avoid that such a kid's men? He asked with a frown. This mask was created by a master of Fuinjutsu. It can mask my presence unless I wish to be seen. Where do I get one like that? Han asked, a hidden grin under his armor as plans unfolded. You would need to enter the employ of my master. Master? Master. He is the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, and he actually sent me here to speak with you, was the reply. Why? Does this new daimyo want a living weapon? He snorted. No. He wants talented shinobi who will serve as his lieutenants in the coming war. What war? The final one. The one that will reshape the entire world, Kame replied. He is massing his forces, preparing his generals, and seeking the best of the best to serve him in this venture. You have been chosen to have the chance to join us. Though this choice is yours alone to make. Now Han frowned. This daimyo sounded like a madman, a power-hungry fool, but something about the kid's tone made him hesitate to flat-out refuse. There's more you're not telling me, isn't there? He stated with a frown. There always is, Kame chuckled. It is not my place to tell you what my master has left out. Then why approach me now? He asked. To let you know that while you may despise this place with every fiber of your being, there is an escape if you are willing to take it. My master will come before you eventually and make you his offer. The choice to accept it is yours, but in the end, I know you will come with him, that you will seek escape from this place and have your chance at vengeance, Kame explained as he turned to leave. Think on the matter, and when the time is right, you will know. Good day, Han. Before the armored shinobi could react, the kid disappeared in a splash of water. Han was left with the mystery of this new daimyo of Nami no Kuni and why he was so intent on preparing for a war that not even the cages were. Muttering to himself, he turned back toward the village and headed to Umbu headquarters, determined to learn everything he could about this man before he approached him. Naruto surveyed his capital, the land of his ancestors, as his thralls toiled. The outlying areas were already restored, so their focus shifted to this central point. The castle, utterly destroyed by 3 combined Bijudama, was being rebuilt from the ground up, with little salvageable material. Black stone, shipped from overseas, formed the foundation of this colossal fortress. The surrounding city, however, rose from local mines, reopened to prevent the widespread fires that had plagued it before. "My lord," the project manager explained, gesturing from the bluff, "the village ascends in a tiered style, built into the mountain face. This allows archers and other long-range fighters to position themselves on rooftops, above potential enemy attack points." He continued, "The ledges are strategically spaced and curved. Shinobi attempting to leap across gaps to the next level will slip, stumble, and become easy targets." "Excellent. What about the streets?" Naruto inquired. "Specially designed channels in the paving stones allow for the use of fire ninjutsu," the man elaborated. "They can be heated to incinerate most shinobi sandals. In everyday life, these channels also facilitate rainwater runoff." "Well planned," Naruto nodded in approval. "Thank you, my lord. But there's more. The most ingenious aspect, rigorously tested on smaller models, is the city's rotating levels. With strong earth affinity users, you can shift city sections, blocking intersections to thwart invading forces or creating sudden flanks for your own men. We'll provide a pattern for you to memorize and teach. I recommend at least 5 shinobi with moderate Doton talent, though fewer high-caliber individuals can significantly accelerate the process." "Very good," Naruto smiled, envisioning the chaos this trap would inflict on invaders. "Now, what of the palace?" "Constructed entirely from the finest materials, its underlying structure is reinforced by your custom seals, nullifying long-range ninjutsu," the man began. "We've integrated over 24 secret passages, which you'll be fully briefed on. Another dozen are accessible only by your chakra, utilizing the special metal plates you unearthed from the shinobi village ruins. There are over 100 guest rooms and 3 barracks, strategically placed for rapid response to intruders. A large dungeon, tailored to your specifications, includes a private passage to your personal quarters, secured by those same metal plates at both ends. The banquet hall comfortably accommodates over 1,000 guests, and the kitchens are equipped to handle such numbers. As the designs show, numerous towers overlook the surrounding areas and will house large war horns to alert you of incoming attacks long before they reach the outer wall." "And the wall's progress?" Naruto asked, turning his gaze towards the city's edge. "We are mining the chakra-negating stone as you requested, placing the initial blocks underground as ordered. The seals you provided are being applied to each block, and the wall will form a large semicircle, encompassing the entire city. Every 5 meters, a guard post will be stationed, as you directed, with enough space for 5 guards each. Once the final levels are reached, we'll apply the last seals to create a barrier protecting the city from airborne attacks. The only entry point will be through the gates, reinforced steel with the same seals as the stone blocks." "Excellent. How long until each area is complete?" "The palace will require another 9 months for all supplies to arrive, and even with ongoing work, it will likely take an additional 2 months to finish everything. The city should be completed within the next 6 months. We'll bring in more laborers to expedite the process. The wall will take 9 months to complete, my lord, there's no way around that. So, with a few extra months for full garrisoning, it seems my capital will be finished in about a year," Naruto mused. "Very well. Don't cut any corners, take as long as needed to do this correctly. I won't have this place destroyed a second time." The man nodded as Naruto turned, heading towards the road back to the harbor. As he entered the tree lane, out of sight of the laborers, he sensed a presence rising from the ground. "Naruto," Zetsu said as the blonde turned to face the plant-like figure. "Zetsu-sensei, to what do I owe the pleasure?" "Our master demands a word with you, now," the black half of Zetsu stated, clearly displeased. "Fine," Naruto conceded. Zetsu seized him, pulling him into the earth. The blonde gasped in excruciating pain, grateful for his rapid healing once they re-emerged. Dropped into a stone cavern, Naruto knelt, vomiting blood, his body rapidly mending itself. "Zetsu-sensei, if you ever do that again, I'll kill you," Naruto said, standing and glaring as his stomach settled. "There's no need for that," a voice interjected from a chair at the end of the room. Naruto turned to see a man with closed eyes, presumably blind, and completely white hair. Above him, a familiar symbol hung, and Naruto's eyes widened in recognition. "Madara Uchiha," Naruto whistled. "Still alive after all these years." "Indeed, young man," Madara rasped. "Though you've derailed plans I've spent years cultivating. I'd apologize, but I'm not sorry," Naruto calmly stated. "So I gathered, which is precisely why you're still alive," Madara chuckled, eliciting a raised eyebrow from the blonde. "You see, I respect power, and you possess it in abundance. However, you lack my understanding of the world." "Then enlighten me," Naruto grinned. Your plan, this enslavement of the world you intend, will only delay the inevitable. You will eventually die, and then the world will revert to its ways since the time of the Rikudo Sennin. My plan will end this farce we call reality, it will free all these lost souls and ultimately bring true and lasting peace to the world, Madara explained. You killed my agent, the man who would have set the stage for my revival. But we can overcome that. You are far stronger than Obito was, far stronger than anyone else still young and capable. Help me accomplish this plan, take up the mantle of Madara Uchiha, and help save this world. Naruto listened silently. After a few moments, he began to laugh, drawing a frown from the older shinobi. Once his mirth faded, Naruto spoke. The infinite Tsukiyomi. A fool's ambition, Naruto stated, observing Madara stiffen. That plan will only extinguish all life on this planet, bringing the peace of the dead. No, I may detest much of this world and seek to alter its very nature through my power, but I don't deny the power of human potential. Your plan demands the sacrifice of 9 lives and 9 demons before you annihilate the entire world. Nagato's plan requires those same 18 souls before he threatens the world with them and cows them into submission until his passing, only for it all to restart. My plan requires thousands to die now, so billions may live later. I admit my plan is likely the most costly in the short term, but in the long term, well, I know my mortality will be my end, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten the true meaning of life. So, my plan isn't a guarantee, that just means I'll need to ensure my successor shares my vision. I'll need to ensure they carry this empire I'm building and allow it to continue thriving. Perhaps one day the world will relapse into old habits, perhaps one day things will return to this point in time. But until that day comes, I will not halt my plans. I will ensure my empire rises and unites the world under my command. Under my rule will these lands know peace, and under my authority will the people of these lands bow and praise me for delivering them from their foolishness. They may be forced to bow to me, but in the end, they're free to live as they choose. That's more than can be said for your plan, you ancient relic. Then it seems words can't sway this matter any further, Madara sighed, nodding for Zetsu to attack him. Naruto, anticipating this, phased through the plant being's attempted strike. Please, Madara. I've had Tobi attempting assassinations on me since I was 12, Naruto chuckled. Or did you say his name was Obito? He was one of my father's late students. So that's what became of him. How ironic. Zetsu glared at the blonde. Don't bother, Zetsu-sensei. I hold no ill will towards you or your master. This is simply a race, as I told you before. The only problem is this, you're competing against an opponent not following the same objectives as you. So how will you stop me short of killing me? Zetsu, enough, Madara sighed, realizing the boy was prepared for this confrontation. Thank you, Madara. I'll be leaving now and wish you the best of luck, because if you want to stop me, you'll need every scrap you can get, Naruto laughed, pulling himself into the Kamui dimension and from there to his hideout in Hinokuni. A grin spread across his face as he approached his desk to jot down notes on this new development and begin slight alterations to his plans for the now identified third player. It was late in the evening when it finally happened. Suzuki, working late on his cursed seal control, saw 4 figures appear. Each was distinct, with only their clothing shared. You're late, Suzuki stated, ceasing his chakra channeling and looking at them. I was expecting you days ago. Expecting us, the largest of them asked, confused. Did I stutter? Suzuki sneered, earning a bark of laughter from the girl. So you know Orochimaru-sama can give you the power to kill your brother, the silver-haired youth, with what appeared to be a second head on the back of his neck, noted. I do. I also know this isn't the limit of the cursed seal. I can feel more power, but it's beyond my reach, Suzuki added. If I want the power to kill Itachi, I need to unlock this second level. The 4 exchanged glances, then smiled. The silver-haired boy spoke. You'll be leaving this village for good. Are you prepared? I already told you I've been expecting you for days. I've been ready to leave for a while, Suzuki shrugged, walking towards his home. Let me grab my bag, and we'll go. The 4 nodded, following the Uchiha home, and soon they were out of the village, heading north towards the border. Dosu smirked from the shadows. Once certain they weren't attempting a diversion, he activated the seal Naruto had sent him, alerting the blonde to Suzuki's departure. It was dawn when Naruto, Kin, and Yaegero began trailing the 4 Otogakure shinobi. They observed Suzuki beginning his transformation to the cursed seal's second level. Kin, do you know any of them? Naruto asked. All of them, technically, Kin replied. They're Orochimaru's personal guard. They created the barrier used against the Hokage and his wife. Names and abilities, Naruto stated. The large one is Jirobo, he's the weakest with the cursed seal but physically the strongest. His real talent is a jutsu that traps opponents, draining their chakra until they die while increasing his own reserves. The one with extra arms is Kidomaru, he enjoys toying with opponents, turning fights into games. He uses his chakra to create web-like constructs, and his extra arms grant him much more versatility than an average shinobi, plus he has the spider summoning contract. The girl is Teiwaya, she relies heavily on sound-activated genjutsu and has a doki summoning contract. She's quite foul-mouthed, and I suspect she might be an Uzumaki given her red hair and immense stamina and chakra, though the chakra was stunted by her cursed seal reliance. The last one, or two I should say, are Seikon and Yukon. Seikon is dominant, though Yukon can emerge at any time. They're rumored twins, on whom Orochimaru experimented to the point where they must share a body to survive. What makes them so dangerous is their ability to integrate into any person's body and destroy them from the inside out. Seikon and Yukon lead the Sound Four. Nothing too challenging. Any potential in them? Jirobo is too weak. He's peaked and won't get stronger. Without the cursed seal, he's roughly mid-shinin. With the second stage, he might reach low jonin. Kidomaru is too prone to tricks, and overall, I'd say he's only slightly stronger than Jirobo. Teiwaya has some potential, and given she might be distantly related to you, she could be persuaded to join. I'd put her at Haichinin without the seal, and mid-jonin with it. Seikon and Yukon relish their power and are unquestionably loyal to Orochimaru. They wouldn't join you, period. Seikon is definitely Haichinin without his abilities, and with them, he can be mid-jonin as well, possibly higher if he's learned any long-range skills since I've been gone, Kin explained. I'm surprised you know all this, Jaegerin noted with slight suspicion. Orochimaru doesn't care much about our social interactions, so information spreads quickly among his forces. They never kept their abilities secret, so almost everyone knows what they can do to a rough extent. Though knowing what's coming and stopping it are two very different things, Kin observed. An apt observation, Naruto noted. So only one of them might be convinced. I'll need a word with Teiwaya before the pursuit team has a chance to kill her. Pursuit team? Kin asked with worry. By now, Konoha has noticed Suzuki is gone, and a team will be on their trail within 20 minutes. I give it 10 before they catch up, and then we wait. If this plays out as I think, they'll help delay Suzuki from reaching Orochimaru before the metamorphosis is complete, Naruto replied. In fact, I'm counting on it. Otherwise, we get involved and kill all of them. No questions asked and no hesitation. What about the pursuit team? Jaegeru asked. If it comes down to it, kill them. I'd rather avoid it, as it would provoke Konoha's retaliation, Naruto chided. We're not ready for a full-scale conflict with any of the great shinobi nations. Until we've bolstered our forces, we'll be laying low. Keep an eye on them and the pursuit team. We'll run a parallel path and only intervene if they near the border or if the Konoha team is about to recover Suzuki. Understood, the pair nodded, moving through the tree line, out of sight but relying on Naruto's heightened senses to track their target. True to his prediction, a Konoha team had been dispatched, consisting of Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inyazuka, Koji Akamaiki, Niji Hayaga, and Naruto Uzumaki. Their orders were to recover Suzuki and deal with any resistance. This is an A-rank mission, and while I'd normally send a Jonin team, we have word that Kusa might be planning a small border war, and I need my Jonin ready to respond, Minato explained to the 5 shinobi before him. That's why I'm sending you. Shikamaru, you're in charge of this mission and have orders to use deadly force against the enemy if necessary. What if Suzuki doesn't want to come back? Niji asked with a frown. Force him. We can't afford to lose the Sharinan to an enemy village. Cripple him if you must, but bring him back alive. Understood, Shikamaru nodded, looking at the other genin. Let's move out. The group nodded, quickly leaving the village, hot on the trail of Suzuki and the Sound Four. Naruto paused, his eyes focused ahead. He had them stop, his brow furrowed in thought. The wind carried a scent from about half an hour away. As his mind focused, he identified the scent's owners. Konoha's pursuit team is closing in. They have an Inyazuka, Kiba if I'm not mistaken, along with the 4 other rookies, including my sister, Naruto grinned. This should be rather interesting. How so? Jaegeru asked. These rookies have the potential to be great if the world remains as it is now, and even if my empire rises, they'll still be great, whether as allies or enemies, they'll be recorded in history. They're facing a superior force, which has had time to set traps, and they're unaware of our presence. Yet, I'll bet they know all this and have already formulated a counterplan. This will be an interesting day. Move towards the tree line, I want to observe firsthand. Soon, they reached the clearing where the Sound Four rested, carrying Suzuki's coffin, just minutes before the Konoha shinobi arrived and fell into Kodomaru's trap. Niji and Shikamaru were pulled into the clearing by webs, while the others were forced in to avoid explosive tags. It wasn't long before Jirobo trapped them in his earth dome to drain their chakra and kill them. Game over for them, Kin sighed. That was pathetic. Perhaps. But there's a Nara and an Akamaiki inside that dome. They'll bust out and finish him before continuing the mission, Naruto reminded her. Underestimating Konoha is what gets you killed, remember that. Yes, sir, Kin said, looking slightly ashamed as they began to move. Aren't you going to watch? No, I know they'll break out, and that's all that matters. I intend to keep an eye on that coffin and grab Suzuki as soon as he breaks out. All he needs to do is awaken, and we step in and stop this charade, Naruto stated as they quickly moved far enough away to remain unseen but still track the remaining members of the Sound Four. Almost 10 minutes later, Naruto caught the scent of the now 4-member pursuit team and watched as one of them, disguised as Jirobo, attempted to take the coffin. With interest, the three observed the act, immediately noticing the deception was seen through when the Oto shinobi were about to attack. This time, Kidomaru attacked, holding off the 4 shinobi quite well. "Keep moving?" Yaegaru asked with a frown. "Yes. We're getting close to the border now, and we can't afford to screw this up just for some entertainment." Naruto nodded as they quickly departed, just as Neji engaged Kidomaru. The 3 remaining Konoha shinobi moved in. This is where things get tricky. Now they won't go for stealth, which means a full assault. Konoha still outnumbers them, so all they have to do is get the coffin and leave 2 people behind to deal with them. When this happens, we strike. The pair nodded, keeping pace with the 3 remaining Konoha shinobi, watching in fascination as they struck. Kiba and Akamaru took Seikon and Yukon down a ravine, and a 5th Oto shinobi appeared and grabbed the coffin. "What in the world is that?" Naruto hissed, glaring at Kin. "Kimimaro," Kin whispered, fear in her voice. "He's Orochimaru's 5th personal guard member, but he's supposed to be dying." "Dying?" Yaegaru asked. "Some kind of disease. It got bad right before the Chunin exams," Kin explained. "That's why he wasn't at the invasion." Naruto nodded. "I remember seeing him at a meeting I attended." "Powerful?" Yaegaru inquired. "Very. He has a Kekii Genkai called Shikatsumayaku. It lets him use his bones as weapons." Yaegaru finished, nodding. "I had his clan wiped out after their attempted coup. His full name would be Kimimaro Kagaya, then. Pity he's dying. That kind of Kekii Genkai could be useful." Naruto sighed. "He's a fanatic," Kin replied. "He believes in Orochimaru more than any of his followers and is willing to die for him if that's what Orochimaru needs." "Again, pity," Naruto sighed. "This changes our plans. What should we do?" Yaegaru asked. "Yaegaru, go kill Seikon and Yukon. No mercy. If Kiba and his puppy get in the way, knock them out. Kin, follow Kimimaro and whichever Konoha shinobi fights him. Don't let that coffin out of your sight. I'm going to use this chance to confront and speak with Teiuya," Naruto ordered. "Understood." Yaegaru nodded as he sped towards the ravine and the cave system below. "I won't fight him, sir, he's far beyond my abilities," Kin warned. "He's Jonin level without the curse seal. With it, he could likely take down most shinobi below cage level." "That's fine. I didn't plan on throwing you away like that," Naruto replied. "Observe and follow only. If necessary, activate that emergency seal, and I'll assist you." "Yes, sir," she nodded, moving higher into the trees to follow Kimimaro and Naruto. Naruto frowned, watching the fight between Shikamaru and Teiuya. Both were very smart and capable shinobi, but Shikamaru was doing quite well, staying a step ahead despite being outmatched. Once Teiuya activated the first level of the cursed seal, she brought out her Doki, which hunted Shikamaru using ethereal appendages that devoured chakra on contact. While the Doki hunted, Naruto used the opportunity to get close to Teiuya and speak with her. "You're quite clever," he began, using the shadows to mask his position. "Who the fuck are you?" Teiuya asked before turning. Her eyes widened in recognition and horror. You remember me, then. Good, makes this much faster than having to introduce myself again." Naruto chuckled, making eye contact. He saw she was terrified of the person who might defeat Orochimaru in a fair fight. "What do you want?" Or to phrase it better, "I want you to join me," Naruto replied. "You have talent and great potential, and it's a pity it's being wasted under Orochimaru." "What the hell are you talking about, you fucking sack of shit? Orochimaru-sama has made me stronger than ever." "Has he now? How about a wager?" Naruto began. "What kind of wager?" Teiuya frowned. "Simple. If you manage to kill that Konoha shinobi, I'll leave you alone, and you'll never have to see me again. If he manages to stop your Doki, however, you'll listen to what I have to say and choose whether to join me or not." "Not fucking likely he can best my Doki," Teiuya scoffed. "That little shit is likely scared out of his mind and trying to hide from them." She paused to play a quick melody on her flute to guide them. "And for the sake of this retarded fucking argument, what happens if he bests my summon somehow but I still kill him?" "Then what happens is that I let you live if you turn me down," Naruto stated calmly. "Because if he manages to best you and you choose not to accompany me, I will kill you myself before he gets the chance to." "Fine. You're on, you bastard," Teiuya grinned, focusing her full attention on Shikamaru. He had started implementing his own plan, and with less than 10 steps and barely any tools, he managed to capture the shadows of all 3 Doki. Naruto blinked, realizing Shikamaru was a Nara not seen in generations, whose planning was only rivaled by his father for now, and that in the coming years he would likely surpass Shikaku with ease. As Shikamaru had the Doki start to attack Teiuya, she dispelled them, transformed into her second stage, and tried to kill the young Konoha shinobi through a combination of her genjutsu and sheer force. Shikamaru fought back, using the Kage Kubishibari no Jutsu shadow neck binding technique to break two of his fingers to break the illusion, then wrapped it around Teiwa's throat to strangle her. From the shadows, Naruto whispered just loud enough for Teiwa to hear. If you want me to stop him and hear my offer before you die, drop your flute. Otherwise, I'll just walk away now and let him finish what he started. Teiwa's eyes widened. She didn't want to die, especially not by strangulation, which wouldn't be a quick death. Self-preservation kicked in, and she dropped her flute, giving Naruto the signal he needed. He struck, hitting Shikamaru in the back of the neck just hard enough to knock out the teen but not enough to kill him. Smirking, Naruto tied wire around Shikamaru and lowered him to the ground before turning to Teiwa, who had returned to her original form. "What's your fucking offer?" she snapped. "Simple. You work for me. Agree to serve me and have a kill seal placed over your heart that will activate if you try to betray me in any way, and I will let you live and train you to become a more powerful shinobi. You have potential, as your Uzumaki lineage has shown, but your reliance on that cursed seal is stunting you," Naruto explained. "I will help you become a jonin in your normal form and something close to a Kage in strength with it, to have you surpass Kimimaro as he is now." "That's a load of shit," Teiwa scoffed. "Kimimaro is too fucking powerful for anyone other than a fucking prodigy to beat. Is that right? Let me tell you a little secret. Prodigies are all well and good, but I was pure average when I first started," Naruto replied. "Now I stand on par with the Kages and will likely surpass them once I reach my prime. Think on that, because I can do the same for you if you agree. If not, then I will kill you now and move on, as I have other matters to attend to." Teiwa frowned, running the options in her head before coming to the same conclusion that had brought her to listen to his offer really more of an ultimatum, and made her choice. "Fine. Place that damn seal on me and get this fucking crap over with." "Fine. Remove your shirt, and I will do so," Naruto stated as he unsealed the inkset. Teiwa complied, having been desensitized to nudity after all Orochimaru had done to her. Once Naruto finished, he nodded for her to redress and follow him. "Let's go, we have work to finish up." Down in the ravine, Kiba and Akamaru had just tried and failed to use their ultimate technique against the two Otonin. Kiba knew this was likely the end for him. The pair moved towards him, and with how exhausted he was and how wounded Akamaru was, he knew he wouldn't last long. "Suten kami no Kojui Arashi, Storm God's flood," a voice said from the water as a massive flood rose and smashed into the two Otonin, sending them flying into a stone wall where the water pounded them for a few seconds before receding back to the river. Kiba turned to see a black-cloaked figure wearing a black mask with a white turtle design walking closer. "Who are you?" Kiba asked, trying to stand. "Came," he replied. "My employer sent me here to eliminate those two. Stay out of my way." "No way," Kiba growled. "Those two are mine. You don't have the skills needed to combat them. They rely on close-quarters combat, as do you, whereas I am capable of fighting long range and killing them long before they can get close to me. You are no more likely to beat them than the sun is going to rise in the west tomorrow," Kame stated coldly as he shoved Kiba to the ground and took another step towards the two. "Who the hell is that?" Seikon asked as he stood. "No clue, but he's looking to get killed," Yukon snapped as the pair charged towards the masked nin, who merely slipped into a fighting stance and struck, sending out two kunao that exploded in a blinding flash of light. Kame used this distraction to flash through more hand signs as the water on the ground rose and turned into razor-sharp spears that quickly pierced Yukon's head and heart, killing one twin before he could react, while another speared through the other's torso, pinning him to the ground. "Suten, Susanna no ha, Susanna's teeth," Kame stated as he walked towards the last living brother, who was screaming his twin's name. Without any prompt or posturing, Kame drew a kunao and embedded the weapon between Seikon's eyes, killing the brother before he could do anything else. Turning, Kame began to walk up the wall and head back towards the surface. "Wait," Kiba shouted as he picked up an injured Akamaru. "Who sent you?" "That is of no concern to you, Kiba Inyazuka," Kame replied. "Tend to your wounded companion." With those last words, Kame left, and Kiba only frowned as he looked at Akamaru and followed the advice, beginning to treat his wounds to the best of his abilities. Naruko was, to say the least, pissed. She was currently trying to fight this white-haired guy who had grabbed the coffin they were using to transport Suzuki, but he was too nimble, avoiding everything she tried while using a bone sword pulled from his body to deflect her kunao and keep her at arm's length. The pair had been locked in this dance for quite some time, and Naruko knew it would come down to whoever made the first mistake. As they dueled, Kin observed from the tree lean, noting that Kimimaro wasn't going all out and was conserving his abilities, likely to lengthen his already shortened lifespan. The match was close to even despite Kimimiro's limitations, and Kin knew that if she revealed her presence, he would step up his efforts and kill them both with the power of his cursed seal. "Anything to report?" Naruto asked as he appeared next to her, Teiwa right behind him. "Kimimaro is holding back. Likely trying to preserve what little strength he has left," Kin replied. "Naruko isn't holding back too much either, and despite her best efforts, she's grasped the dangers of this opponent, especially after his ribs almost stabbed through her leg when she tried to kick him at one point. Anything to add, Teiuya? Naruto asked. Not a fucking thing, she snapped before looking at Kin. I thought you were dead. Naruto-sama saved Dosu and myself, Kin replied calmly. This fucktard, she asked, looking at him. Why save a couple of worthless pawns? Nobody is worthless. Even my thralls serve a purpose, Naruto replied calmly. And all those two needed was proper guidance and training. They've grown in strength. Kin is now a Chunin level shinobi, as is Dosu, though Dosu is a much better spy than Kin. Is that where that fucking mummy is, spying for you? Indeed, Naruto nodded. Now the time is close. What time? Teiuya asked with a frown as she looked into the clearing and saw the dark chakra gathering around the coffin. You're here for that bastard Uchiha. I am. I know he will be a useful lieutenant one day, much better to serve me than Konoha or become Orochimaru's next meat suit, Naruto countered. The problem is Kimimaro. He may be able to best Naruto, but Suzuki's cursed seal is still extremely limited thanks to the containment seal around it, so he won't be able to beat Kimimaro yet. Kin, Teiuya. When Suzuki emerges from the coffin, tail him. Odds are he'll cross the border to get away from the pursuit team since I doubt they have clearance to cross the border. Follow him and inform him that Yami has sent you to collect him. He will come willingly with you. I am going to take care of Kimimaro myself and then catch up to Suzuki. What if Naruto follows him? Kin asked. Let him fight her. It will be a good test of his new skills and might help his Sharingan develop further, Naruto shrugged as he unsealed his mask and a slashed-aim headband. Now get ready. Yes, sir, Kin nodded. Whatever, fucker, Teiuya snorted. Only a few minutes later, the coffin exploded, and Suzuki emerged, his cursed seal partially activated on his face, giving his Sharingan in one eye an unusual look with the whites now black and the red turned yellow. Suzuki looked at the scene, then turned and started to run, heading for the border, just as Naruto had thought. Naruto moved to follow him, but Kimimaro wouldn't allow it. With a nod, Naruto flickered from sight and reappeared in the air above Kimimaro, aka Rippa drawn, swinging down towards Kimimaro, who saw the shadow and flipped away just as he landed. Not wasting a moment, Naruto bounced forward, swinging the blade at Kimimaro, who used his own bone blade to block it. You, he hissed in anger when he saw him. It appears I will do Orochimaru-sama another great service before I die by killing you as well. You are delusional, Naruto chuckled. Suzuki will never go to Orochimaru, and you will die here by my hands. Yami, Naruto exclaimed as she saw the mask, then stiffened when she saw the slashed headband around his neck. You went rogue. That is none of your concern, brat, Naruto replied as he disengaged from Kimimaro and kept his sword ready. I am here to end the life of the last Kagaya. Do not get in my way, or I will make what happened at the Chunin exams look like a simple fall down the stairs. Naruto blinked and for a moment considered attacking him before common sense made itself known and reminded her that she had a job to do. Running off, she chased after Suzuki while Naruto stayed to kill Kimimaro. Why let her go? Kimimaro asked. She will not stop Orochimaru-sama's plan. You seem to be thinking that Suzuki is going to Orochimaru. Naruto laughed as he struck again, his sword hissing through the air as he struck again and again, forcing the young Kagaya back with each strike, shocking Kimimaro with how fast and accurate the strikes were. If he hadn't been trained as an elite by Orochimaru, he would likely have been killed in the first few minutes of this battle. Without conscious thought, Kimimaro began drawing on the first stage of his cursed seal and was able to match Naruto's speed but not his power, as each strike seemed to hit like a hammer blow, forcing him back a step or two. Kimimaro finally spotted a gap in the strikes and with precision managed to move his free hand up and shot the first joint of each of his fingers at the blonde, who didn't even move as they were about to hit him. Fooled, Naruto laughed as he phased right through Kimimaro and slashed through his back, shocking the youth. I am far more powerful now than I ever was before. Removing his mask, he revealed the Sharingan he possessed. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much you try, you can never so much as scratch me. Kimimaro's eyes widened. With a wordless howl, he transformed into his second stage form and pulled out his spine to try and grab Naruto, but the blonde just passed right through it. With a sudden thought, he moved towards the young Kagaya with a slow, deliberate walk as he pulled out a new seal he had been tinkering with. With a sudden flicker of speed that put him in Kimimaro's zone, he placed the seal on the teen's chest before he could react, his eyes widening as he saw the blonde make a hand sign. Kimimaro's body was racked in agonizing pain, and he fell to his knees, screaming as something coursed through his body, through every single cell. The pain eventually stopped, or his nerves stopped sending the feelings of pain. He wasn't sure which when he looked at the blonde, who had removed his mask completely so that he could see his face as he grinned at him. What did you do? He asked in anger as he tried to move, but the agony flared up again. An interesting question, and one that is far more complicated than you will really understand, Naruto chuckled. You see, I am something of a pioneer in the Fuinjutsu area, testing and creating seals that the world has never seen before. One example is my specialized kill seal that triggers based upon thoughts and actions. The current seal I have placed on you is a new seal that I just finished developing. To spare us both the time and tedium it would take to get you to fully grasp what I did, I will just give you the results of the seal. It has gone through your body and purged it of anything that was malignant to your health. Though that is only the first part of this lovely little seal. First part, Naruto nodded as his grin grew. You see, while this seal is incredibly useful for medical purposes with just the first part, it's the second one that makes it so useful to me. The basis of the seal was my own DNA, which means that with my own thoughts, I can alter the person who is under the seal during the initial activation, which gives me a window of about 3 minutes to make the designated changes to a person before the seal begins the next phase and makes those changes real. The human body is an incredible thing, seeing as how it has created a vast amount of white blood cells that were supercharged with Uzumaki DNA that allowed your body to destroy the disease that was killing you, but that isn't all that it can do. It can reorganize your body's entire makeup, moving organs to more productive positions and even regrowing parts that are missing. It can even rewrite the human brain as the cells rearrange themselves. Kimimura's eyes widened in horror as he realized what was about to happen. I see you realize the true nature of this seal. All memories are stored within the brain, and with the rearrangement, I can remove, alter, or enhance memories to the point where you will never know that they were changed, or even think that they could have been. Even if a Yamanaka were to enter your mind, they would never notice anything amiss, or that is the theory anyway. You are the first subject for this new seal, and I am hoping it works as I hope it will. If not, then nothing really lost. Now, any last words before your brain is rewritten? Even if I fall, Orochimaru-sama will kill you, Kimimaro roared in anger. So pathetic, Naruto sighed as he shook his head and watched with interest as the seal began its final phase. The brain cells were rearranged and altered, removing his loyalty to Orochimaru and replacing it with undying loyalty to Naruto. He remembered the night his clan tried their uprising and knew that Orochimaru had taken him in and trained him, but he now saw this man as the monster that hadn't let him die with his family. He wanted to kill him now and had joined Naruto to do so. He truly believed in Naruto's plans and believed himself his most loyal follower, his most trusted general, and would ensure that he was victorious in the creation of his empire. Naruto-sama, how may I serve you? Kimimaro said, bowing his head to his superior. Come along, Kimimaro. It is time that we picked up Sasuke and got back to the hideout, Naruto stated as he turned towards the border. Of course, Naruto-sama, Kimimaro nodded, standing up and following his new master to the border. Naruto quickly reached the forest's edge, finding Teiuya and Kin observing Sasuke and Naruto's standoff across the valley. How long have they been there? Naruto frowned. A few moments, Kin replied, adding, I could use a jutsu to let us hear them. Naruto declined, no, their postures tell me Naruto's trying to convince Sasuke to return, and he's deciding whether to fight her. I hope he does, it'd be a great chance to observe his second stage curse seal. Indeed, Naruto-sama, Kimimaro agreed each curse seal is unique. Teiuya gasped, he's here. Kimimaro calmly stated, I served Naruto-sama, as Teiuya stared stunned at a smirking Naruto. In the valley, Naruto pleaded with Sasuke to return, he's using you, Orochimaru? I know, Sasuke countered, but he can give me what I need to kill Itachi first. How can you be sure? This could be a trap. Maybe, but it's a chance I'll take for my vengeance. Is killing Itachi more important than your friends, everyone who cares about you? Sasuke's harsh reply cut her, would you abandon your hatred for your twin or Yami if asked? I don't think so. They're your reason for strength, just as Itachi is mine. Naruto, realizing words were useless, said, you realize I can't let you leave. You realize you can't stop me, Sasuke countered, assuming a fighting stance. The tension was palpable as they waited for an unspoken signal. They struck instantly. Naruto launched a high kick punch combo, Sasuke countered with a high block transitioning into a low disabling strike to cripple her. They were evenly matched, knowing each other too well for a quick fight. Naruto, taking Sasuke seriously, began drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra, her eyes turning red and slitted. This enhanced her abilities five-fold, by Naruto's estimate, allowing her to push Sasuke back with her strikes. After Naruto backhanded Sasuke up a northern cliff face, Sasuke suddenly accelerated, dodging her attacks and hitting her harder, sending her flying back. Kin and Teiuya looked confused, but Naruto's smirk turned into a full grin. He did it, Naruto chuckled. Did what? Kin frowned. Fully awoke the first stage of the Sharingan. All three tomos are active, and he's reading Naruto like a book, predicting her moves and hitting her unexpectedly. But he still hasn't revealed the curse seal's extent, Kimimaro noted. If he's doing this well without it, it's a good sign. I can test it myself afterward, Naruto replied as the battle intensified, Naruto switching to ninjutsu, firing futon techniques at Sasuke, who expertly weaved around them before launching his own Katon attacks. Katon Gokakyu no Jutsu, Sasuke smirked, sending a giant fireball at Naruto, who smirked back, dropping beneath the water to avoid it. She surfaced with dozens of cage bunshin, quickly dispatched by Sasuke's fists or kunao. Naruto surfaced with a familiar grin. Suzuki glanced around, realizing she'd turned several Cage Bunshin into suicide bombers with explosive tags. His eyes widened, recognizing the danger the Sharingan couldn't help him avoid. Naruto tensed, ready to intervene, as Suzuki mimicked Naruto, dropping underwater to avoid the blast's worst, though it was clear he'd be in trouble if he lost consciousness. "Shall I retrieve him if he doesn't surface?" Yaegaru asked from the shadows, having just arrived. "Be ready to," Naruto said intently, "but I don't think Suzuki's finished yet." True to his prediction, the water under Naruto heated up, and small fireballs, clearly diminished from their original size, emerged. "Impressive," Naruto muttered. "How so?" Kin asked, confused. "Water usually extinguishes fire jutsu, but by concentrating fire chakra into superheated balls, you can launch them underwater, at the cost of strength and speed. It's difficult, requiring multiple layers of fire to evaporate the water before it hits the inner layer. It's a high-level katan training exercise. I didn't expect Suzuki to manage this early. I may have underestimated him." "Not entirely," Teiwa noted, seeing Suzuki surface, his skin marked with the first stage of the cursed seal. "That bastard used the curse seal to enhance his abilities. He's good, but he's burning through his chakra fast." "Yes, but it's odd Naruto isn't using more of her Biju's powers," Yaegaru mused. "Against an Uchiha fighting like him, most Jinchuriki would use more Biju chakra, but Naruto's barely using a trickle." "You're sure?" Naruto asked quickly, his mind racing. "I'd bet my life on it," Yaegaru replied. Suzuki's shown incredible skill, but Naruto's barely begun harnessing the Kyuubi's power. "This just got interesting," Naruto chuckled, refocusing on the battle. Naruto glared at the smirking Suzuki, his cursed seal active. She knew his recent technique was advanced, and with the cursed seal, he was far more dangerous, sensing he was still holding back. "No more games," she thought. She ran, creating two expanding Rasenons, trying to hit Suzuki. He weaved around her, flashing hand signs, creating his Chidori, and countered one of her Rasenons, sending her flying back, his strike augmented by the curse seal. "Just stop, Naruto," Suzuki stated, "you're outclassed." "No," she growled, getting up, making another larger Rasenon, and flickering from sight, attempting to attack him from behind. Suzuki rolled aside, avoiding the initial strike, flashing the four hand signs again, making his Chidori, exploiting her opening, and ramming his fist through her chest. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as Suzuki maintained eye contact, pulling his fist out. "I warned you," he simply stated, walking away. Naruto blinked at Suzuki's brutal efficiency, shaking his head, feeling a slight, quickly dismissed, tinge of rage that someone killed Naruto before he did. "She isn't finished," Yaegaru stated, grabbing everyone's attention. "What do you mean she isn't finished?" "That bitch just got stabbed through the chest and dropped into the water," Teiwa exclaimed. "She's a Jinchuriki. She won't die that simply, even at the barest basics of ability. In this situation, the Biju will amplify healing to save the host." "Add in who she's fighting," Naruto added. "The Kyuubi despises the Uchiha clan for controlling it and will want to kill Suzuki more than it wants Naruto dead. It will help her, no question. How much will be interesting." True to their prediction, as Suzuki neared the other side of the valley, he stopped, looking back to see Naruto right behind him, covered in red chakra, her fist cocked. Suzuki only blinked as the fist smashed into his face, sending him flying into the rock cliffs, bouncing off, only to be caught by Naruto and thrown across the water, skipping like a stone. She pursued, leaping above him, smashing him into the water, seemingly intent on drowning him. "It's like she really wants to kill me," Suzuki realized in shock. Taking deep breaths, he focused, grabbing Naruto's face, trying to blind her by getting a finger into her eyes, but she resisted, finally throwing him to the river bottom. Naruto surfaced first, standing on the water, glaring down at Suzuki, who surfaced a short way downriver, gasping, focusing intently on Naruto as he stood on the water. They crossed the distance in a flash, punches and kicks flying, each trying to gain the upper hand, but the other always countered. Suzuki delivered the first blow, spotting a gap and kneeing Naruto's rising leg, throwing her off balance. He followed with a right cross to her face, sending her skidding across the water. He pursued, pressing his advantage, which quickly disappeared as she caught his kick and threw him towards the Madara Uchiha statue, where he smashed into its knee, pulling himself out just as Naruto launched a fireball. Muttering, he leapt out of the crater, dove towards the water, rolled, and flashed through hand signs. "Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Flower Technique." Suzuki roared, sending a dozen fireballs that put Naruto on the defensive. Suzuki flashed more hand signs, making one last gamble, Katan, Fujunene Sekai Kaso, Impure World Cremation. A massive fire blast erupted from Suzuki's mouth, steaming the river's surface as it raced towards Naruto. She saw it just before impact and ran, moving at an angle to keep distance from the inferno, trying to clear it before it hit the cliff face. Leaping at the last second, Naruto felt the detonation behind her, sending her flying across the water, barely conscious and slightly scorched. Suzuki looked exhausted, his curse seal fading, having used almost all his chakra. Standing straight, Suzuki took one step before feeling malicious ki directed at him. He saw Naruto rising again, her chakra cloak forming a fox around her. Shit! He cursed, realizing his serious trouble. What just happened? Kin hissed, I thought she was done. No. Kyuubi's in control now, Naruto muttered. Suzuki pushed her too far, and she's barely conscious. Kyuubi doesn't want to lose, and neither does Naruto, so we see her single tail of power. The problem is Suzuki is on his last legs. I don't think he can overpower her. Wait and see, Naruto-sama. He hasn't used the second stage, Kimimaro suggested. I have faith he can best her. I don't, Teiwa muttered. With a roar, Naruto charged Suzuki faster than anything he'd seen, her chakra tail not even appearing in his Sharingan as he was sent flying. Skidding across the water, he tried to keep distance, devising a plan to fight or outlast her. Punched in the stomach, then sent flying into Hashirama's statue, Suzuki played his final card, activating the second stage of the Cursed Seal. His skin darkened to charcoal gray, a black cross design appearing between his now yellow Sharingan. 2 wings ripped from his back, and he felt a rush of chakra, knowing it was temporary. He prepared to finish Naruto with the one technique that might bypass her chakra coat. Flashing hand signs, he created his Chidori again and launched himself at Naruto, who saw the gray lightning of the Chidori and made her own Rasengan, leaping towards him in primal fury. The 2 attacks met in a loud detonation, enveloping them in chaotic energy before sending them both flying out, Naruto seemingly unconscious and Suzuki unable to move. With a nod, Naruto left the tree line and descended into the valley, heading towards Suzuki, who was trying to sit up, now back in his normal form. The red-eyed blonde smirked down at Suzuki, nodding for Kimimaro to help him up and across the border. Turning, he gazed at Naruto, where Yagura stood over her. Leave her be, Naruto stated. If I may ask, why? 2 reasons. First, killing her here would only drive the Hokage to hunt down the perpetrators himself, and I'm not ready to clash with him yet. Second, we don't need the Kyuubi running around free, or sealed into a more competent container. Best to leave him where he is. She may not stay incompetent, Yagura warned. I hope not. It would be boring if this was her best when I finally kill her, Naruto chuckled, walking towards the border. Now let's go, we need to get out of here before they send another tracking team. Yagura only nodded, following Naruto. By late evening, the defeated retrieval team returned. Koji and Niji were in critical condition, attended by Tsunade, Shizun, and medics. Shikamaru had a few broken fingers, and Kiba had some bruises, as did Akamaru. Naruto was still unconscious with various wounds and severe chakra exhaustion. Minato was questioning Kiba and Shikamaru about the mission's failures. There was another group there, Kiba stated adamantly. How can you be so sure? Minato asked. The guy in the turtle mask killed the Oto nin I was fighting. Saved mine and Akamaru's hides. He wasn't with Oto, but he wasn't on our side either, Kiba stated bluntly. And an unknown assailant attacked me just before I could kill my opponent. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, we were played. Seems that way, Jiraiya stated, re-entering with Kakashi. We found the third group's trail. 3 of them initially, then they picked up 2 more and Suzuki. Any familiar scents? Minato asked. 1, Kakashi sighed, Naruto was there. What? Minato exclaimed. The scent was similar to Naruto's, and Pakun knows that smell. He was one of the 3 following the mission, and he intervened in Shikamaru's fight, Kakashi explained. I don't know what he was doing here, but he wasn't alone. This is troubling, Minato sighed. I know Naruto's a freelance shinobi, so he might have been hired by Orochimaru to ensure Suzuki crossed the border. Doesn't explain the guy who saved me, Kiba chimed in. Commission, maybe, Shikamaru muttered, more money for them if they're the ones who bring Suzuki and the other Oto nin across the border. Money isn't the driving factor. Shikamaru, Kiba, please leave the room, Jiraiya sighed as they complied. Naruto was hired by AIM to infiltrate the ranks of the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. This may be part of that. This was what he was doing when you last saw him, Kakashi asked. Part of it. He's asked me not to tell some things, and I'll respect his wishes unless I think it's important, but this is. If he's working for that new daimyo, something bigger is afoot. My spies found out how this mysterious man got his position. He did what you refused to do, Minato. He removed Gato from power, and the daimyo while he was at it. You mean the mission the bridge builder lied about, Minato sighed. I didn't like it, but he should have been honest with us. You know we might as well have killed him ourselves and saved him the walk home, Jiraiya sighed. He was killed, Kakashi asked. I never heard that part. Executed when he refused to stop building his bridge, Jiraiya nodded. When this new guy showed up and offered to do what we refused, they jumped at the chance. He somehow kidnapped Gato, killed his entire bandit army, the daimyo's private forces, and the daimyo himself before letting the bridge builder's grandson execute Gato on the completed bridge. That's pretty twisted. This is the man they want ruling them, Minato asked in disgust. Those people are happy. This guy saved them and now they're living a life of plenty compared to the life of nothing they had less than 6 months ago. So the question is, why would this new daimyo send Naruto and 2 others to assist with Sasuke's kidnapping? Kakashi sighed. Doesn't make much sense. The 3 men nodded, about to leave, when a nurse informed them Naruto was awake. Naruto looked like hell but was lucid enough to report it was Yami. When Sasuke woke up and ran off, while I fought that bone guy, Yami showed up, with a slashed headband. He let me leave while he fought that other guy. I don't know why, but he did. Yami, that makes 3, Minato sighed. What else can you tell us? Sasuke wanted to leave. This shocked the 3 older nin. I caught up to him at the border, and he refused to come back. Said Orochimaru would help him get stronger. Think he was timing it to get 3 years of training, before he swapped bodies. If Sasuke knew about this, he could get the timing right, Jiraiya mused, but that's a risky gamble. Anything else, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Not sure, but I heard voices before I passed out. Couldn't tell who they were, but one wanted to kill me. The other one told him not to, said it wasn't worth the risk. Retaliation, Minato nodded, knowing he'd instate Jiraiya or Tsunade if Naruto had been killed so he and Kushina could hunt down the killer. And, because I'm too weak. What? Minato exclaimed. Think one was, like me, Jinchuriki. This drew frowns from all 3 as Minato nodded to Naruto, telling her to rest. Once they left the room, Minato looked at Jiraiya, who nodded. I'll see if any have gone rogue or unaccounted for, he promised. Good, Minato sighed. Why do I get the feeling this is only the beginning? At nightfall, Naruto and his shinobi stopped for the night, having traveled along the valley and staying out of Hai no Kuni as they approached their intended hideout. A small fire crackled as they finished dinner, and Sasuke woke with a groan. Drink, Naruto said, offering the young Uchiha a tin cup of water. You need to rest, you burned through all your reserves in that fight. Yami, Sasuke groaned, taking the cup and sipping the water carefully. You did well, even with the handicap. Handicap, Sasuke frowned. The evil suppressing seal on you, Naruto replied with a shrug. It cuts the chakra you'd get from the curse seal by half. So I would have beaten Naruto without feeling like this, most likely, Naruto nodded. Now it's time for your choice, Sasuke. Will you be joining me, or should I let you go to Orochimaru? You'll help me get stronger without forcing me to be your puppet. It's an even exchange. I'll help you kill Itachi, give you all the skills you'll need, and in exchange, you'll aid me in my plans. What are your plans? I won't tell you unless you agree. But be warned, if you do agree, I'll have to place a seal on you to ensure your loyalty. It will kill you if you attempt to betray me. It's too dangerous to allow anyone the chance to betray me. Only if I try to betray you. Yes, Naruto nodded. Do we have an agreement? Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then glanced at the others around the fire. Do they all have them as well? Kimimaro needs his applied. I couldn't place his without Orochimaru knowing, Naruto explained. The others all do, though. Those 2 girls are from Otogakure. We were, Kin nodded. Orochimaru intended to kill me to use a kinjutsu against the Hokage. And your Nara friend was about to off me too, you bastard, Teiwa snorted. Better to stay alive and change sides than dead. Sasuke lapsed into silence before nodding his head, agreeing to Naruto's proposal. The blonde nodded, had Sasuke remove his torn shirt, and placed the seal on him, quickly doing the same for Kimimaro. There. You have a deal, Sasuke. I will help you grow far stronger than you ever imagined, Naruto nodded. Good. I just burned the last bridge to my home. I want it to mean something, Sasuke said before lying back down and closing his eyes. In Konoha, Minato and Jiraiya sat in the Hokage's office with Kushina and Kakashi, discussing the failed mission. We need to know what this daimyo is up to, Minato stated calmly. Can you get a spy into his ranks? No, Jiraiya sighed. Not that I haven't already tried, but they all say there's something off about Nami. The people there don't have a single complaint about their new daimyo, and I mean nothing. It's disturbing. The entire population not having a single complaint about their leader isn't right. I don't want to run the risk of losing an informant with so little to gain. What about Naruto? Would he help us? Kakashi asked. I doubt it, Jiraiya shook his head. He's still mad at Naruto over what happened in the past, and after Tanzuka guy, he won't risk his neck like that. There has to be something we can do, Kushina sighed. There isn't much that wouldn't leave us at risk in turn, Minato noted. We will keep an eye out for Sasuke and see if we can locate them. If we find him in Nami, then we have grounds to demand his return, and if they say no, then we can invade if necessary. Is there anything else, Jiraiya-sensei? One more thing. Someone is rebuilding Uzu no Kuni. What? Kushina shouted. Who? Not sure. They have a private contractor working on it, but they're mainly focusing on the capital, Jiraiya began. But this isn't all good. One of my spies managed to slip in and get us some details. The capital is being built to withstand siege. Chakra-negating stone is being used for almost everything, and there seem to be seals being put onto each stone block. They are building a palace, and a real menacing one at that. This is meant to be a capital meant to withstand war, so either they've learned their lesson from what happened during the Second War, or they're planning on picking a fight soon. This is troubling. Any connection to Nami? None that I can find, yet at least. If they are connected, then they have done a masterful job of hiding their trail, but they are bound to slip up eventually, Jiraiya promised. Keep looking into it. If they are rebuilding Uzu, it may be inviting disaster. I'll try to send an emissary over to them. Hopefully, they're interested in renewing the alliance between us. Minato nodded. How's Naruto doing? Kakashi asked, sensing a good chance to change the subject. She's resting, but I know she's going to want to increase her training. After what happened with Suzuki and what she heard from the third team, she's going to want to get much stronger. Minato nodded. She isn't the only one, Kushina noted. I heard from Shikaka that Shikamaru actually asked for more training. Nara wants to train, Kakashi asked in shock. It was bound to happen eventually, Kushina chuckled. But he didn't like the fact that he was caught off guard like that. None of those kids on that mission took defeat well. No kidding, Minato sighed. This was a debacle. Nothing more to say about that. The older shinobi all nodded, realizing that whatever was going on was much larger than they had initially thought. 2 days after the battle in the valley, Naruto led the group into a series of caverns that led to an underground safe house his clones had built years ago. The cave was large with a small house near a waterfall that fed into a clear pool. The high roof had natural cracks that would prevent smoke from lingering. Torches at regular intervals would dispel most of the gloom. Impressive, Suzuki noted as they walked towards the small house. I plan ahead, Naruto replied calmly. We'll be staying here for almost a year, so get used to this place. We'll start your training tomorrow. Why only a year? Suzuki asked with a frown. Because by that time, our actual home should be finished, was all he said. The next morning, Suzuki, Kimimaro, Teiuya, and Kin stood in the now well-lit cavern while Naruto and Jaeger prepared to begin their training. Kin, you will start with the third set of exercises. Focus on your chakra control with those jutsu. Yes, sir, Kin nodded, walking to an area of the cave to practice. Teiuya, from what I observed, you are a genjutsu specialist as well. Inside the house are several dozen scrolls on genjutsu, ranging from the simple to infinitely complex. Start going over them and seeing what areas you need to improve on. Once you've done that, speak with Kame, and he will have you start working on physical exercises as well as mastering your elemental affinity. Whatever, fucker, Teiuya snorted as she walked into the house. Kimimaro, Kame has managed to make copies of the more advanced techniques your clan was capable of. You are almost entirely self-trained in this area, and I want you to start filling in the gaps in your abilities. Yes, my lord, Kimimaro nodded as he accepted the scroll from Kame. And now you, Suzuki. I have a good read on your abilities from your battle with Naruto. You have an affinity for both fire and lightning, and are a skilled taijutsuist. Your Sharingan is impressive at the moment, however, there is still much further for you to go before you can match Itaki in that area. We will begin with a light spar every morning, then ninjutsu practice. This will entail perfecting any jutsu you are working on or to learn any one that you want from the scrolls in the house. After that, you will break for lunch, and then that is when we will start with the mental areas of this. After that, we will have one last spar before dinner, and then the rest of the evening is yours, Naruto listed off. That's rather well planned, Suzuki noted. Planning ahead is key to everything, Naruto replied. As we go, we will alter this regimen as needed to include anything you may want to learn or feel you will need at a later date. Now, let's begin. With that, the pattern began. Every morning, Naruto and Suzuki would spar in the cavern, though occasionally Suzuki would spar with one of the others for variety. During these days, Naruto would work with the others, helping Kin perfect her jutsu, allowing Teiuya to practice a genjutsu on him, or working on his seals. After that, Suzuki would work on his ninjutsu and develop his own, as well as being taught the finer points of tactics by Naruto, who had him playing shogi in various war games he had designed, making him think outside the box as much as any Nara, while maintaining the brutality of the Uchiha. By the time 6 months had passed, Suzuki was comparable to most Chunin in ability and was still growing in strength. Kin had leveled out as a high-level Chunin shinobi, a skilled espionage shinobi, and a passable wind ninjutsu user. Teiuya was now a Jonin in ability, having worked hard under Yagura's watchful eye to increase her abilities back to their natural state before she relied so heavily on the cursed seal. Kimimaro had risen to even greater heights, mastering many of his clan's more difficult techniques, and growing closer to a level that could oppose a cage-level shinobi. It was at the 6-month mark that Naruto tossed Suzuki a wooden practice sword. "What's this for?" Suzuki asked. "I've seen you working on your variations of the Chidori, and thought that this would be a good way to expand it further," Naruto stated as he picked up his own. "Now then, let's begin." Suzuki only nodded as he gripped the practice sword, and they began their clash. Jiraiya frowned as he looked over his findings again. Once he was certain of what he had, he went towards the Hokage Tower. Walking up to the main office, he saw Minato finishing some paperwork and motioned for him to follow. The young Hokage frowned but nodded as he stood up and followed his sensei out into the city, stopping on a bridge in one of the parks. "We may have a problem," Jiraiya stated. "What is it?" Minato asked with a frown. "The akatsuki, for starters. They are on the move at last," Jiraiya stated. "There are 3 Jinchuriki that are missing, one is supposedly dead, but there was no body to confirm it. The other 2 are gone. This is about the 3rd party in the Suzuki retrieval mission. Yeah. I've been going over each Biju and found only 4 potential candidates. First is the Rokubai, sealed in a nin from Kirigakure named Utakata. But he's a wanderer and hasn't been seen in some time, so I doubt that it's him. He doesn't like to use his Biju's abilities from what I've been told. The other 2 only went missing recently, but it could be something bigger. First is Han from Iwagakure, Jinchuriki of the Gobi. From what my spies tell me, he is a pariah in his village and has a temper because of it. Thing is, he was looking into Nami no Kuni just before he disappeared. Could be nothing, but it could be something big. The other one is Fu from Takigakure, Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. Since they are friendly with us, I got plenty of intel, and it seems more likely she finally left after all the verbal abuse she was taking there. Shibuki did what he could, but that wasn't much in the end. That leaves the Sanbai. He was sealed into Yageru, the 4th Mizu cage. Minato nodded. But he's dead. No body, Jiraiya stated. Not to mention that by now, the Sanbai would be out and about again. So unless they sealed it away as soon as it reappeared, I doubt that he is dead. It's a good theory, but why would they say he is dead if he isn't? Leads into the bigger picture. Turns out the company that is rebuilding Uzashiro is from Mizu no Kuni, hired by the daimyo to do the work. But they helped destroy them. I know. I don't know what's going on, but this web is getting tangled very fast. And we now have a potential link between what's happening in Uzu and Nami, Jiraiya warned. Minato, if this is as big as I think it is, we are dealing with a very skilled group of individuals, or a true mastermind. I'm not sure which scares me more, to be honest. I know. Minato sighed. We need to figure out what is happening and why. My spies are working on it. They will find something for us to work with. I hope so, sensei. Any luck with Naruto? None. He is completely off the grid. My spies haven't found hide or hair of him since he left Tanzukagai, which likely means that he is in Nami no Kuni. I hope he is alright, Minato sighed. He's smart and cautious. He will be fine, Jiraiya reassured his student as they stared at the water running by. No luck on Suzuki either. Wherever he is, it is likely somewhere well hidden, and he won't be found until they want us to see him. That is what worries me, Minato sighed as he started to leave. Oh, and Jiraiya, sometime in the next few months, take Naruto on a training journey, would you? I want her out of the village and hard to find if the Akatsuki come looking. Will do, Jiraiya promised as he let his student leave while contemplating his spy's next moves. A year had passed since Suzuki had defected from Konoha. That morning, Naruto stood at the cave entrance just as a messenger bird arrived, bearing the whirlpool symbol on the tube casing. Smiling, he opened the letter and nodded as he sent the bird flying away, walking back into the cavern. Gather your gear. We are leaving, Naruto said, getting blinks of surprise from Kin, Teiuya, and Suzuki, while Yageru and Kimimaro simply nodded. Where? Suzuki asked. As I told you a year ago, we are heading for our actual home. This was only temporary while they finished building, Naruto stated. I just received word that it was finished. So we are going to start out. Kin nodded and went to gather her items while Teiuya snorted at him while doing the same. Where exactly are we going? Suzuki asked. Curiosity killed the cat, Suzuki, Naruto chuckled as he started to walk away. I'm not a cat, and if you expect me to come with you, I want to know, Suzuki stated bluntly. If you want to live, you will. The seal will only kill me if I oppose you, attempt to betray you. Not if I simply stay out of your way and do nothing to oppose you, Suzuki stated. I've spent plenty of time going over this and know for a fact it doesn't kill you for doing nothing. Is that so? I also know who you really are. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. This made Naruto stop and turn to look at Suzuki with a mix of shock, murderous rage, and intrigue. How? It's the little things that gave it away. You may not have lived together for more than 10 years, but you have similar mannerisms that Naruto has, especially with training and eating. You make certain hand motions when you're angry that Naruto does. You hum the same tune that she does when you are training. And you have the same taste for ramen, particularly miso ramen, Suzuki listed off. Naruto stared at him hard for a few seconds before he started to laugh. Suzuki stared dumbfounded, having expected him to get angry, not laugh. Well done indeed, Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. I hadn't realized that it was that obvious, but you have spent a great deal of time with both of us, so it makes sense. I expected you to get mad, Suzuki noted. Most would, Naruto nodded. But I expect great things out of you, Sasuke. You managed to do something today that few people can say they have done. You impressed me. So because of that, I will be as honest with you as I possibly can be without damaging my plans. For knowledge of what I may need you to do may cause problems that we couldn't begin to guess at. Fine. Where are we going? Uzashiro, Naruto stated. I have had it rebuilt, made into a true fortress this time, as you will see once we arrive. Why there, every empire needs a capital. And that is exactly what I am building. Why? Because that is what this world needs, Naruto smiled. This world, as it is now, isn't ruled by the daimyos but by the shinobi villages. They are the ones that decide when we go to war and when we have peace. They are the ones that will bring about more pain and suffering than anything any madman could come up with. What this world needs is stability, a guiding hand to ensure that we prosper and thrive as we are meant to. But with the current placement of power, there is no way that we can do this. So I devised this plan. It has taken almost 7 years to come this far, and in the end, it will take a few more before we really get close to finishing. My first stage is setting the stage for this empire to rise up. This included recruiting the best of the best, gathering my own forces, and bringing the variables under control. What variables? The civilians. They are the X factor in all of this. In the short term, they are nothing really, but they outnumber the shinobi by a 10-to-1 ratio. All it takes is one of them to have a visionary idea, and then they can topple the system that I am building. So I have brought them under control with a loyalty seal. It will ensure that they are loyal to me and my successors, making it so that they will never revolt against me and that they will continue to be productive. It will not stifle their thinking and will not destroy their lives. Instead, it will make them more productive, and make them try all the harder to improve this empire. When we get to Uzashiro, I will begin making plans for something to really help the civilians. They make up the majority of this empire and must be cared for properly if we are to flourish. Okay. You said stage 1, what are the other stages? There are 3 in total. The second one is conquest. This is where you and my army come into play. We will bring the other nations of this world to heel and bring them into our empire. This will take a few years to do properly, but in the end, it will be done properly. Stage 3 is the establishment of power, as well as checks and balances. Remember this, Sasuke, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And what is my role in all of this? You will be my right hand. My general that will ensure that my plans come to fruition. You proved today that I was right in choosing to do so. You have shown insight in planning. You will also be one of the checks and balances that this empire will need. Sasuke frowned at all this new information, unsure what to make of it. If he had heard this from anyone else, he would call them insane, but coming from Naruto, it sounded like a perfectly well thought out plan. Naruto claimed to have spent 7 years making everything possible for this, and if he had put that much time into it, then it was all the more likely that he had put a great deal of thought into the solution to the problems he seemed to see. Shaking his head, he decided to go along with Naruto's plan. Naruto seemed to be a man of his word, and if he could give him the strength to kill Itachi, then he would gladly help his plans come to fruition. Fine. I'll get my things, Sasuke stated as he walked towards the house while Naruto nodded and waited near the cave entrance for the group to be ready. Half an hour later, the group was leaving the cave and heading towards Nami no Kuni. It was an uneventful journey, and when they arrived in Nami, they spent the night, and the next morning, they were on a boat heading towards Uzashiro. As they arrived at the docks, the 6 of them walked along a well-traveled road and stopped just past the woods where they could see the completed city. It was larger than a shinobi village, surrounded by black walls with guards patrolling around the walls at set intervals. As they entered, Sasuke realized that the streets were paved using stones and that there were what looked like drainage runs through the street. The massive entryway featured regularly spaced pillars adorned with paintings and vases. A red carpet led down the middle of the stone floor toward 2 large double doors. As the shinobi entered the palace, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. This was far more impressive than anything he'd expected after leaving the cavern, even by shinobi standards. Explore this place to your heart's content, Naruto announced, heading for the double doors. We'll resume training tomorrow morning. Naruto quickly disappeared from Sasuke's view, and the young Uchiha began wandering the palace's dark stone hallways. The immense building boasted hundreds of rooms. The first floor housed storage, servant quarters, massive kitchens, and the dining hall. The second level featured a colossal library filled with books on every subject. There were also guest rooms, each with a different color scheme, some clearly intended for long-term residents. One room, obviously meant for Sasuke, was painted in colors similar to his old room in the Uchiha compound and contained photos of his deceased clansmen. The Uchiha crest hung on a banner above a pair of armchairs in the front room. Stepping into the bedroom, he found it larger than most one-bedroom apartments, decorated in red and blue, with a giant bed against one wall. "This is insane," Sasuke muttered, noting that the room contained everything he could possibly need: a desk with maps and a lamp, a dresser with a picture of his parents, and a weapon rack conveniently close to the bed for quick access. Shaking his head, he left his rooms and continued exploring the palace. Near the end of his exploration, he encountered Naruto ascending from the lower levels. "Everything to your liking?" Naruto asked. "How did you get all those photos?" Sasuke retorted with a glare. "I have a spy in Konoha who sent them. I wanted to make this place as comfortable for you as possible. This is your new home, and I want you to feel like it is. Why go to all this trouble? As I told you, you're my right hand. I wanted to ensure your comfort here. If the room isn't to your liking, I can have it remodeled, and you can stay in a guest room while it's done." Naruto shrugged. "It's fine," Sasuke replied. "This place is impressive. How did you get it built without anyone noticing?" "One of my people handled it. As of now, all of Mizu no Kuni is under my control." "Those loyalty seals?" "On the civilians." The new Mizuki's mind had to be destroyed. "She tried to betray me after I helped her gain the position. I don't take betrayal kindly," Naruto said, a hard edge in his voice that sounded like a warning to Sasuke about the consequences of betrayal. "The shinobi know I'm the true leader of the nation and are ready to serve me at a moment's notice. Why take all of Mizu, though? They're dangerous. They're the most skilled shinobi in naval warfare, and I couldn't fight a war on two fronts. Having all of Mizu ready to join my empire once we consolidate our power is crucial to my plans. With their shinobi at our backs, keeping Kumo and Konoha off balance, we have a massive advantage." Sasuke was stunned but recognized the wisdom in Naruto's actions. He was already prepared to execute the second phase of the plan. The more he learned about Naruto and his ambitions, the more Naruto began to terrify him. "Is there anything else?" Naruto asked. "Not right now," Sasuke said, resuming his walk. Naruto nodded and headed towards the third floor, where the war room was located. Standing before the map, he reviewed the status of each village. While not absolutely certain, his estimates were likely close. Iwagakure had lost to Jinchuriki and was on high alert. Tsunagakure was weakened after the assault on Konoha but still posed a threat due to its manpower, though Gaara remained a wild card. Kumagakure was as strong as ever, with both Jinchuriki active and well-trained, making them the most prepared for war among the villages. Konohagakure was slightly weakened after the battle, and with their inexperienced Jinchuriki, they were at a disadvantage, especially after losing Sasuke and Naruto's shattered confidence. "Everything's going according to plan," Naruto nodded, looking over the few reports he'd managed to obtain from other nations. Currently, he was focused on Kumo, the biggest threat. They had closed ranks after the Third War and even more so after the failed Hyuga kidnapping. As things stood, they would inflict the most damage unless he found a way to either distract or temporarily appease them. Shaking his head, he decided to bounce ideas off Yagura later to see what the former leader thought, then proceed from there. For now, preparing his own forces was far more important. Jiraiya frowned, moving the next report across the desk in his hotel room. He'd moved closer to the border of Hai no Kuni to receive reports from both Nami no Kuni and the newly revived Uzu no Kuni. Both reports were scarce, but after 2 weeks, he hoped for something more concrete, especially after receiving aerial photos from one of his spies with an eagle summoning contract. Uzushiro, the former capital of Uzu where the daimyo had lived, had been rebuilt into a fortress city with massive walls and constant patrols. They had also cleared a significant portion of the forest around the city, creating a wide open area that made it impossible to sneak up on the city without being spotted, at least from the ground. "What are you planning?" Jiraiya muttered, examining the photos again. Black stone walls, stone buildings arranged in a massive grid pattern, and a huge fortress overlooking it all. It was as if this place was built to handle, or perhaps start, the next war. Sighing, he returned to reviewing reports from Nami, noting that nothing new had emerged for some time, with a note that the daimyo had been absent for a while, reportedly abroad. Standing up, Jiraiya moved away from the desk, deciding to return to this puzzle later, hoping to find what he was looking for in all these reports. 2 months passed in Uzu, and Sasuke realized the training in the cave had been light compared to what Naruto had planned for him once they reached this place. With the right tools, Naruto had Sasuke performing new physical exercises that made him use muscles he hadn't realized could be trained in such ways. He was also pushing Sasuke's knowledge of tactics and jutsu. From all this, Sasuke began developing new techniques and was on the verge of creating something truly deadly. At the end of the second month, Naruto stood on the palace steps, staring at the gates as he saw 2 people approaching. "Expecting company?" Sasuke asked with a frown as he walked up. "Yes, actually. They're right on time." "Who?" "2 more of my generals," Naruto chuckled. "How many generals do you plan on having?" Sasuke asked with a smirk. "This war will be fought on multiple fronts. I need to ensure I have enough skilled people leading the battles. Ultimately, I'll have 5 generals. You came, those 2 who are now arriving, and the 5th remains to be seen," Naruto replied. "You know what you need to do. I'll be occupied today." "Fine," Sasuke shrugged, walking off towards the training grounds while Naruto descended to the gates, arriving just as they opened to admit the 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man wore red armor with most of his face covered, and the woman had mint green hair and an odd container on her back. Welcome to Uzashiro, Naruto said, bowing his head slightly. Who are you? The man growled. Your host. I was the one who sent my 2 associates to recruit you, Naruto smiled. You've journeyed quite a distance. We can discuss business in the palace after you've had a chance to refresh yourselves. The 2 exchanged glances, not expecting such treatment, and followed Naruto to the palace, where he had 2 servants take them to their rooms. A few hours later, the servants returned with inquiries about their needs and satisfaction. Once that was settled, they were offered to speak with Naruto in his study. When they entered, Naruto was sitting at his desk, finishing a seal he had been working on, and nodded as they walked in. Why are you being so nice to us? The man asked. Because this is the courtesy every guest deserves, Naruto replied. Some would disagree if you knew what we are, the woman snorted. You are the containers for 2 of the 9 Biju, humans who have given up everything to protect everyone. This surprised the pair, as they hadn't expected him to know what they were, and both were extremely confused. Who are you? The man finally asked. It's proper to introduce oneself before asking another their name. Han, the man huffed. Fu, no family name? Naruto frowned. Not that either of us know of, Fu stated. I see. Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto nodded. I know and understand the burden you carry, and while I am not one myself, my sister is. Sister? Han frowned. You are Minato Namikaze's son. I am. I fled my home as a child and have taken my mother's maiden name with the intent of reviving my ancestral home. I have disowned my parents for their negligence. You ran away? Why? Because unlike you, my sister is treated like a savior among the people, given everything on a silver platter. You have fought and earned every last thing you have, and that's why I sent my people to offer you this chance, Naruto nodded. What chance? Han asked. The chance at freedom, Naruto smirked. I know how most Jinchuriki are treated by their homes, and the action disgusts me personally. I sent you the offer to come here because I detest what was done to the 2 of you, and I wanted to give you the chance to live free from your former oppressors. You mean work for you? Fu frowned. No, that will be your choice. I am offering the chance to live here, whether as a civilian or as a shinobi. The choice is yours. Why? Han asked. Because unlike your former homes, I don't intend to force you to serve me. I will give you the chance to make your own choices. If you wish to disappear and live life as a normal person, then I will see to it that this happens and that you are never found again. If you wish to fight alongside me and my army, then you may. The choice is entirely yours and yours alone. But we are living weapons, Fu began. You are living people who have a right to your own happiness, Naruto cut her off. A person may be trained to fight and kill, but that does not make them a living weapon. The 2 Jinchuriki exchanged glances, both unaccustomed to such treatment and very confused about what to do. Han felt uneasy about the whole thing but couldn't think of a reason not to stay. He had never been anything other than a shinobi and wasn't sure what else he could do. Fu was shocked by the offer of true freedom. She wasn't sure if it was a trap, as it seemed too good to be true, but going back to Taki wasn't an option at this point, and in the end, she had run before and could likely run again if necessary. What's the catch? Fu finally asked. There is one condition to all of this, Naruto nodded. It's something everyone must do, and I am nothing if not fair across the board. All citizens and shinobi alike are given a seal. This is to ensure I'm not betrayed to my enemies by preventing you from betraying me. If you have no intent to harm me, this will mean nothing to you, but if you intend to harm me, this will kill you. You think we would try and kill you? Han hissed. I am cautious, Naruto simply stated. This is not an insult towards either of you, just a precaution. Even if we are civilians? Han asked. Even then. A spy isn't always in the ranks of the shinobi. A good spy would slip among the mass of civilians and use them to hide while searching for whatever they want, Naruto explained. It's as simple as that. I cannot be too cautious in this matter. Okay, let's say we agree to live here as one of your shinobi. What happens then? Han asked. I'll need to see what you're capable of first, to fully grasp your abilities before anything else. From there, training. A well-trained Jinchuriki can be as strong as a cage if done correctly. And you think we can be that strong? Fu asked. I know it. Anything else? There are some things I can only divulge to shinobi. If you intend to become shinobi here, I will divulge certain information to you after we have placed the seals. Until then, I can say no more on the matter. Naruto paused as the 2 Jinchuriki looked at each other apprehensively before he spoke. You don't need to make a decision right this second. Think on the matter, though time is of the essence, as your homes will likely be searching for you, and if you want to disappear as civilians, I'll need all the time I can to ensure your disappearance is perfect. With that, Naruto stood up and left the room, leaving the 2 to consider his offer while he went to check on Sasuke and the other shinobi's training. That night, as Naruto headed to his room, he found Fu waiting outside his door. Fu, how may I help you? I've made up my mind, Fu said. I already told Han what I chose. I'll join your forces. Very well then. I can have the seal placed on you tomorrow morning. After that, we can begin your training." Naruto nodded. Is Han still thinking on the matter? He is. He seems to be leaning more towards being a shinobi, but that's the only life he's ever known, and he isn't sure how to do anything else, Fu admitted. Understandable, of course. I trust he will make the decision that is best for him, Naruto said. I will see you tomorrow, Fu. Have a good night. Thanks. Fu nodded as she watched him walk into his quarters and then started to leave. The next morning, as Naruto finished placing the seal on Fu's chest, Han arrived and frowned at the sight. Is that really necessary? He asked. Yes. It needs to be placed over the heart to ensure it works properly. The quickest way to kill a person is to stop their heart, though one on the brain works too. The problem with that one is that if someone tries to enter that person's mind, it may accidentally trigger and kill both of them. Too risky and too prone to killing people who haven't done anything wrong, Naruto explained as he finished the designs and applied his chakra, completing the seal. Now, what can I do for you, Han? I made my choice. I'll join you, as long as I get the chance to destroy any IWA shinobi you wind up fighting. What makes you think I will wind up fighting IWA? Naruto asked with a smirk. I'm here for starters, Han snorted. And from what your guy in the turtle mask said when he talked to me, it seems like you're gearing up for war, and it's pretty likely you'll wind up fighting against IWA. Impressive deductive abilities, Han, Naruto chuckled as he motioned for him to approach and remove his armor. Once I'm done with this, I'll tell you as much of the plans as I can without giving too much information. Some things aren't set in stone, and others can't be told in advance since it might cause the entire situation to change. It took a moment to apply the seal to Han, but once it was finished, Naruto nodded and motioned for them to follow him as he spoke. What you have to understand is that the world is on the brink of chaos. The shinobi system isn't solving the problem plaguing us. The cycle of hatred, as Jiraiya of the Sunin would call it. The shinobi system is the cause of this problem, and the only way to stop the spread of this infection is to cut it out from the source. That's why I'm building this army, making this place a fortress, and preparing for a war no one else sees coming, because the only way to save this world is to start this war. The nations of the world will be brought to heel and made to see that, in the end, this is the best path to peace. Our first phase is almost complete. We've almost gathered all the necessary people to make these plans a reality and to have my army ready for combat. The second phase will be the conquering of these nations, bringing each one under our control and ensuring they see the truth of the situation. Finally, once we've completed this task, we will fully establish ourselves, dividing the power so that no one man or woman has all the power. You knew we would join you? Fu asked. I hoped you would. I was sincere in my offer for you to disappear. I hoped you would choose to join me in this fight, but I wasn't going to force you to. I'd like to think I'm a better option than the shinobi system, and the only way to prove this is through actions, thus letting those who have never had a voice speak and make their own choices, Naruto replied. How do you intend to conquer all these nations? Han asked. First, with superior shinobi. Most shinobi never reach their prime, and I intend to ensure that as many of mine do. Today is just a day to get you two integrated into my forces and see what you already know. Tomorrow, we will truly start training you two and make sure you are ready for the responsibilities I intend to give you. Responsibilities? You two are going to be commanding my armies. I cannot do everything myself, so I have chosen the best of the best to lead my armies. You two, along with Kame the one in the turtle mask that you met, Han and Sasuke Uchiha will be leading my forces. Sasuke Uchiha, Fu shouted. You kidnapped Sasuke Uchiha? No. Orochimaru's forces kidnapped him. All I did was take him before Orochimaru could, along with two of his personal bodyguards who had potential, Naruto chuckled. Sasuke has great potential, and he will be leading my armies alongside you two. Why him? Han frowned. He is stronger, or will be stronger, than the only other remaining Uchiha. Which brings up one more problem area that will need to be addressed, the Akatsuki. Who are they? A criminal organization that is hunting Jinchuriki. Another reason I wanted to make sure you two were out of harm's way. If they had managed to catch you, they would have killed you and used the Biju against the world, Naruto explained. Here, you are safe from them. You sure? Fu asked. Beyond a doubt. I have made sure that certain measures have been taken to protect this place from most Akatsuki members, and it would take a full assault on this place to breach these walls. Is there anything else? Fu frowned. There always is, Naruto chuckled. But for the moment, you know everything you need to know. Now, shall we begin? Jiraiya frowned at the newest photos his spy had sent him, and he immediately knew there was a problem. Moving quickly, Jiraiya was on his way back to Konoha and arrived after several hours of hard travel. Leaping over the rooftops, he quickly reached Minato's house and found his former student outside, meditating and working on his senjutsu abilities. Minato, we have a problem, Jiraiya panted. Sensei, are you all right? Minato asked as he stood up and moved over to the older man. I'll be fine. I found them. Found who? Sasuke, Naruto, the missing Jinchuriki. All of them. Where? Uzu. All of them are in Uzu. What? Minato exclaimed in shock. Spies just got these to me, Jiraiya nodded, handing him the photos. They showed the training ground near the palace, photos of Sasuke and Naruto sparring, Han using some kind of steam attack on a training dummy, and Fu practicing earth-based jutsu. Among the photos were images of other shinobi, one with a turtle mask, one using his own bones as weapons, and 2 confirmed Otagakure shinobi. This is bad, Minato said. Very. I suspect the turtle-masked one is Yagura, and that he is behind all of this, but I could be wrong, Jiraiya admitted. There's too little information to be had from all of this. No way of getting inside without being seen? Naruto stood on his palace steps, observing a group speaking with guards at the distant gates. He couldn't hear their conversation, but sensed they were Konoha shinobi, arriving right on schedule. Trouble? Sasuke asked, stepping out. None at all. Just some guests I'll be entertaining, Naruto replied dismissively. If you say so, Sasuke snorted. Is Kimimaro alright, by the way? As far as I know, yes. Why, he seemed a bit off during our spar today, Sasuke explained. Nothing serious, just not fully present. I'll check on him later, Naruto promised. Now, I'm sure you have better things to do than chat with me. Yeah, Sasuke agreed, heading towards the training grounds. How much longer do you plan on training me? Not much longer, I promise. You're almost ready to kill Itaki. Good. With Sasuke gone, Naruto turned his attention back to the gate, where a runner approached with a message. Skimming it, Naruto saw it was from Konoha, requesting a renewal of their old peace treaty with Uzu. Chuckling, he instructed the runner to admit the Konoha shinobi and escort them to the palace meeting room. An hour later, 3 Konoha shinobi entered, visibly uneasy but trying to compose themselves as they approached Naruto, who sat at a desk, head down, writing. Thank you for seeing us, the apparent leader began, stepping forward. We are here to re-establish peace. Yes, I read your missive, Naruto interrupted, looking up. All 3 flinched in shock upon recognizing him, giving Naruto time to activate the desk seal, locking the room. He rose slowly, a madman's smirk spreading across his face. You're Naruto Namikaze. What are you doing here? The leader shouted. I rule this place, the foundation of my empire, Naruto chuckled. And you 3 will prove extremely useful. What are you talking about? The second man asked, cautiously surveying the room. You'll see, Naruto replied, flickering from sight. He slammed a fist into the first man's stomach, dropping him to his knees, then chopped his neck, knocking him unconscious. The other 2 reacted instantly, throwing kunao, which Naruto simply phased through as he advanced. He allowed their subsequent blows to pass through him, then solidified his right fist, striking the second man's face. The force sent him flying into the wall, bouncing off and collapsing several feet away. The last man panicked, frantically trying to open the sealed door. His kunao didn't even scratch the wood. Naruto merely chuckled, seizing the man by the neck and slamming his face into the door several times until he, too, was unconscious. That wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be, he hummed, creating 2 clones to carry the bodies. He then deactivated the room seals and took the 3 Konoha shinobi to the dungeons to begin his work. The work took only a few hours. Once finished, Naruto personally escorted the 3 men back to the gate, but only after ensuring they were fully healed. Thank you for your time, the lead Konoha nin said, nodding to Naruto before he and his team departed for Konohagakure. What was that about? Yagura asked, emerging from the shadows. Sending a present back to Konoha, Naruto chuckled. I'm sure they'll love it. Yagura merely shrugged as he and Naruto returned to the palace to continue training their general shinobi forces. Suna had changed drastically after the failed invasion and the 4th Kazekige's death. During that time, Gaara had trained diligently, proving himself an exceptional shinobi, especially with his improved control over Shikaku. Now, as the newly appointed Kazekage, he would scrutinize international affairs more closely than ever. Hey Gaara, everything okay? Temari asked, checking on her younger brother. Maybe, Gaara hummed. I've been reviewing reports from other nations and found something interesting. What? Uzuno Kuni appears to be rising again, and they haven't contacted any of the larger villages, Gaara stated. It's him. Him? You mean Yami? Yes. He wouldn't stay in AIM for long, it makes sense he'd rebuild an old nation as his own, Gaara nodded. And what do you think will happen because of that? He will bring war to these lands, Gaara stated, his eyes narrowing. Temari, prepare our people. Uzu will make the first move soon, and while we might not be immediate targets, we'll certainly be called to take a side. Who do we side with? That's the question, isn't it? Gaara sighed, looking at the hat on his desk. That is the question. Naruto grunted, exhausted after another training exercise. Jiraiya had left her a detailed regimen while he searched for information about whatever her dad had him looking for. Though she hadn't improved her Kyuubi abilities, she felt her own skills had greatly advanced, a point Kakashi partially conceded. You're physically stronger, but you still need to be mentally prepared, he warned her. Why? If I can beat them before they start talking, it doesn't matter what they say. And what if they start talking and undermining you before the fight even begins? You need to be ready for opponents who use psychological tactics, Kakashi replied. Genjutsu users favor that kind of assault. Naruto finally accepted the point, trying her best to resolve her personal issues. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she struggled with her pent-up anger. Everyone told her to let go of the past, to forgive, but that wasn't her nature. She held grudges and typically settled things with brute force rather than discussion. Perhaps it wasn't the best option, but in her mind, it was the easiest and fastest. Consequences be damned, she wouldn't change who she was just because someone said she should. If she was going to change, it would be on her own terms. Nagato frowned as the Akatsuki met again in their shadowy forms. Listening to everyone speak, he felt something was very wrong. What do you mean they're gone? He finally asked, focusing on Deidara and Sasori. I thought you said you'd taken care of the Nanabi Jinchuriki. We thought we did, but then she just up and left, Deidara exclaimed. What he's trying to say is that she seems to have fled to Kigakure and is now completely off our radar. There have been no sightings of her in almost a year, Sasori added. And you too, Nagato asked, looking at Kisame and Itaki. Gone as well. Han appears to have been researching Nami no Kuni before he vanished, Itaki remarked. Not the only weird thing going on, Kisame grunted. Got word from an old contact that people in Mizu no Kuni are acting strange. Weird, Black Zetsu asked. How weird, White Zetsu added. Very weird. Unusually productive, but no complaining. And someone is also rebuilding Uzu no Kuni, Kisame noted. Uzu is of little concern to us, Nagato remarked. We have our goals. Deidara and Sasori, you two are to go after the Ichibai. No mistakes this time. Understood, Sasori nodded. Whatever, Deidara shrugged. Itaki and Kisame, I want you to deal with the Yanbai. Very well, Itaki nodded. Kakuzu and Haiden, you are to go after the Nibi. Don't make too much of a scene there. But Jashin-sama needs blood, Haiden exclaimed. I'll make sure the idiot doesn't go crazy, Kakuzu sighed, glaring at his partner. What about the missing Jinchuriki? White Zetsu asked. That is your task, Zetsu. Report back to me whatever you can find on them. Start in Nami no Kuni and Uzu no Kuni. We know little of what's happening in these places, and before we can end war, we must have all the knowledge we can get, Nagato stated, receiving a nod from the plant-like man. As the shadows vanished, Nagato frowned, walking to a window in his base and staring at the falling rain. Do you think it's him? Konan asked from beside him. If it is him, then he's done a more masterful job than I thought possible. I'm almost impressed. Only almost. I'll be fully impressed if he manages to do what I think he's going to do. And what do you think he's going to do? Konan frowned. I think he's going to spark a war. And if he does it the way I think he's going to, his first blow will be very showy, Nagato chuckled. But then again, he is an Uzumaki. Konan merely shook her head at the remark before turning her gaze to the rain, wondering what exactly their former student was up to. Suzuki panted, finishing his last training exercise for the day, his muscles throbbing as they usually did when pushed to their limit. Very well done, Naruto said from his observation spot. We are ready. Good. Where is he? I don't know yet. While my sources locate him, it's time to form your team. My team, Suzuki muttered. Yes. For this job, I'll only be an observer. Your task is to locate and recruit anyone you deem necessary, Naruto explained. I've prepared several dossiers waiting for you in your room. Review them and choose your team. Are they here in Uzushiro? No. Most of them I had planned on recruiting but hadn't gotten to yet. A good many are being held by Orochimaru, and this is a good chance for me to weaken his power base. You intend to kill him. I intend to ensure he never returns to this world, Naruto grinned. I'll help you recruit these people, but after that, you're on your own. Deal. I'll start looking them over after I bathe. That's fine. We're on your clock now. How long this takes is entirely up to you, Naruto replied, walking towards the palace. I'll wait for you to inform me when you've made your selections. Suzuki nodded, heading to the bathing house. As he washed away the sweat and relaxed in the hot water, he reflected on how much things had changed since his arrival. According to Kame and Naruto, his abilities were now those of a mid-ranking jonin. His arsenal of fire and lightning release ninjutsu was impressive, especially the techniques Naruto had helped him develop to counterattack his skills. Suzuki knew he was as ready as he would ever be. The team puzzled him, but he guessed Naruto wanted to ensure no one interfered before his fight with Itaki. The files indicated Itaki was working with one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, so extra help against him and anyone aiding him would be beneficial. After his bath, Suzuki was in his room, poring over the dossiers. After hours of reading, sorting, and debating each person's merits, he finally settled on his team. Walking to Naruto's study, he knocked on the door and heard the blonde's invitation to enter. Naruto was reading a new report from Haku and Mizu. Seeing Suzuki, he stopped and nodded. So, who have you decided on? First, Suijutsu Hojiki. He has a useful Kekkei Genkai and knows a lot about the seven swords. Suzuki began, setting down a file. He has no loyalty to Orochimaru and will likely join us if we agree to give him the swords. More than doable. I planned on recreating that unit, with Zabuza training the new generation after passing on his sword. Who else? Karen Uzumaki. She might be loyal to Orochimaru, but I think we can persuade her to join us, Suzuki said, handing him the file. She's a sensor type and will be useful in tracking down Itaki, as well as avoiding any traps he might have laid. Not to mention she can heal people, eliminating the need for a medical nin. A good choice. I believe she can be persuaded to join us as well, given the proper incentive. Finally, Yugo. He's the apparent source of the curse seals and will likely be strong enough to handle any threats we encounter. Plus, there are tactical reasons for removing him from Orochimaru's control. Very well. I had personally planned on killing him if you hadn't selected him too dangerous and unstable for long-term use. But if you think you can convince him to be helpful, by all means. No one else. No. With you accompanying us until we reach Itaki, we shouldn't need too many others, Suzuki said. Very well. We'll leave at dawn. I'll help you gather these individuals, and after that, you can get your revenge. And finally learn the truth, Suzuki nodded. The sun was high when the three diplomats calmly approached the village, pausing briefly at the gate. Hokage-sama ordered you all to see Inoichi when you returned, one of the guards remarked. Did he say what about? The leader asked. Concerns about Uzu, he shrugged. At the mention of Uzu, their eyes widened. The leader opened his flak jacket, which was layered with explosive tags, and with a scream, detonated them as the other two former diplomats rushed into the village. The explosion was enormous, sending massive chunks of stone and earth flying where the gate once stood, killing several people and injuring many more. The two diplomats moved with a manic grace. The first headed directly for the academy but was stopped by Jiraiya before reaching the gates. As he tried to activate his explosive tags, Jiraiya punched him once in the head, knocking him unconscious. The second, however, reached his destination, triggering an explosion that destroyed a large section of the ninjutsu library and set the rest ablaze. Get those fires out. Minato roared as various shinobi used water release techniques to combat the flames at the remains of the library and the gate. Understandably, Minato was furious and couldn't comprehend what had turned his diplomats into suicide bombers. As he walked towards the INT department, Jiraiya fell into step beside him, concern etched on his face. That was completely unexpected, Jiraiya sighed. This could have ended a lot worse. If you hadn't stopped that second bomber, it would have. The ninjutsu library was a great loss, but the lives of those children would have been worse, Minato replied. But what worries me is why those men did what they did. Yeah, don't know what happened, but something must have set them off to cause that. Jiraiya nodded as they entered to find the former diplomat heavily sedated and Inoichi sitting beside him, hands on his head, navigating the man's mind. Anything to report, Ibiki? Minato asked. Nothing much, Hokage-sama. The man was just screaming that he had to complete his objective, and that was it. We had to sedate him when he tried to bite Inoichi, Ibiki said, his voice masking the raw worry in his eyes. Sir, permission to speak freely. You don't even need to ask, Minato replied. This scares the living shit out of me. Uzu managed to turn 3 of our own against us, and they hit the village hard. If they can do that to them, what's stopping them from doing it to all of us? What's to stop them from capturing more of our shinobi and turning them into suicide bombers, or spies, or assassins? Ibiki listed off. If we don't find a way to stop this, we are going to be in very big trouble. That's putting it lightly, Jiraiya snorted. From what my informants said, they were only there for a day. If it only took a day for that to happen, then who knows what they could do if they had more time. Before more could be said, Inoichi stood up and walked out of the room, nodding to the 3 men before speaking. It's bad. His mind is in such shambles I could barely navigate it, Inoichi sighed, shaking his head wearily. I found the trigger, though. As soon as someone said Uzu to them, they were programmed to snap and blow up key areas. The first bomber was apparently meant as a distraction while the other 2 crippled our future shinobi forces. How did this happen? Minato asked. Fuinjutsu, Inoichi sighed. This one was the second to be turned and saw the third man, the one who took out the jutsu library, have a seal placed on him. It apparently destroyed their minds and allowed them to be reprogrammed to do that. Fuinjutsu, Jiraiya blinked. That's high-level stuff then. I don't think I could replicate that on my best days, or you, Minato. Is there a way to reverse it? Ibiki asked. I don't know. I'd need to see the seal to try, Minato answered. But if it can, then we can find out more. Did you see who the leader of Uzu is? No. The memories are there, but as soon as the trigger was said, they shattered into so many pieces it would take me most of the week to recreate it, and even then, it wouldn't be 100% accurate, Inoichi explained. This person, whoever they are, is dangerous. Very, Jiraiya agreed. What now, sensei? Send out the general alert. As of now, we are at war with Uzu no Kuni. I want all forces ready for combat at a moment's notice. Send word to our allies as well and inform them of what has occurred here. We cannot allow this to happen elsewhere, Minato said. While you are doing this, I'm going to try and reverse engineer the seal. If I cannot, then kill him. What? Ibiki blinked. You don't want to try and repair his memories. The amount of time it would take to do so, combined with the likelihood they wouldn't be accurate, isn't worth it. If we cannot help this man, then we will put him out of his misery. It is the kindest thing we can do for him, Minato sighed, shaking his head. I never thought I would see another war, but here I am declaring one. You didn't ask for this conflict. You extended the hand of peace to Uzu, and they slapped it away and bloodied our nose instead. Now we hit them back, twice as hard, Jiraiya replied calmly. I'll get the word out, and we'll be ready as soon as you give the word. Thank you, Minato nodded, walking into the interrogation room where he began his work, praying he could find some way to save the man. Naruto and Sasuke traveled incognito, making their way to the first of Orochimaru's secret bases. This one held Suijutsu, and if Naruto's intel was correct, which it usually was, Orochimaru was still in Otagaku recovering from the losses suffered during the failed invasion and Sasuke's kidnapping. Do you know where the entrance is? Sasuke asked. Yes. I may not have visited all these places myself, but I made sure to track them all down once I began forming my plans, Naruto replied. Orochimaru is too dangerous to leave alone for long. If he isn't exterminated, he'll only come back stronger. And that includes those who serve him, particularly Kabuto. He's one who could prove most dangerous if we leave him alone for any length of time, Naruto nodded as they left the road and entered the nearby wooded area. It took Naruto a few minutes to find the door, but once he did, it was open in seconds. The base's dimly lit corridors gave the metal walls an eerie cast as they walked. Most staff seemed to be elsewhere. At an intersection, Naruto gestured right. That way leads to Suijutsu. While you recruit him, I'll clear out and destroy this base. You don't want the data? I don't need it, Naruto replied. Most of Orochimaru's experiments won't be useful once peace is achieved. He seeks the ultimate shinobi, but what need is there for such a being without war? Naruto chuckled, turning left into the shadows. Sasuke simply walked down the designated hallway, knowing Naruto's mind was made up. He soon reached stairs leading to a lower level and a large lab with a giant water-filled tank. Who the hell are you? A face formed in the water asked. Sasuke Uchiha. Heh. You're the bastard Orochimaru wanted, the tank chuckled. What are you doing here? I came to recruit you, Sasuke replied, stopping a short distance away. I'm preparing to hunt and kill my brother, and I need the best team. Your knowledge of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu is essential, and I'm prepared to make a deal. What kind of deal, and why the need to know about the 7? Itaki is with Kisame Hashigaki, and I can't handle both alone, Sasuke said. The deal is to become the new leader of the newly formed Uzu no Shinobigatana Shishininshu. Uzu? Uzu. The entirety of Mizu no Kuni has bowed to Uzu's might and its new emperor. He's reforming the organization as his personal hit squad, and in the coming war, there'll be plenty of work. Sasuke smirked. All you have to do is help me ensure Itaki is dead, and then I get to pick any sword I want? Any of them, Sasuke nodded. How many does he have now? 4 are currently available, and I believe he holds at least 2, Sasuke remarked. Zabuza has another and will train the new generation after passing his on. If we succeed in our hunt for Itaka, you should also acquire same Hata. Do we have a deal? Suijutsu was silent before responding, I'm in. Get me out of here. Without a word, Sasuke's Chokito was out, shattering the glass. Water poured out as Suijutsu reformed into his human body. The white-haired swordsman grinned, stood up naked, walked to a cabinet, and returned fully dressed with a large water bottle on his belt. Okay, we need to go back to Uzu first to get me a sword. The Emperor is here. He's preparing to destroy this place, Sasuke stated as they walked toward the door. Climbing the stairs, they found Naruto waiting at the intersection. That was timely, he said, nodding toward Suijutsu. Welcome to the Empire. I'll need to place some loyalty seals on you, of course, but once that's done, you can pick from 2 swords. Why do I have to pick? Can't I have both? No, Naruto stated, walking toward the entrance. Did you kill all of them? Sasuke asked. I set the trap. Once we leave, I'll trigger it. There will be no survivors, Naruto replied calmly. Once outside and the entrance sealed, Naruto made a hand sign, stepped away with a grin, and muffled explosions echoed from within. What did you do? Suijutsu asked, slightly scared. I activated a nerve agent placed in the air filtration system, paralyzing them while explosive tags detonated, killing everyone inside, Naruto explained calmly, walking back toward the road. I didn't want to risk missing any survivors. It takes time to scour a base that size. Geez, is he always this brutal? Suijutsu asked Sasuke. No. It's usually much worse for his enemies, Suzuki replied with a smirk. But as long as you remain loyal, he treats you well. Good to know, I guess. Suijitsu nodded as they reached the road and the nearest town, where Suijitsu received the loyalty seals. And before you think turning to water will save you, I altered the seal to send a massive heat blast through you if you try to turn to water when it activates. It will evaporate all the water in your body before you can react, Naruto stated, opening a scroll to a slightly pale Suijitsu. Now pick your weapon. Will it be Nuiberi or Shivuki? Suijitsu frowned, considering the two names for a moment before speaking. Give me Nuiberi, he said. Naruto nodded and unsealed the weapon, handing it to Suijitsu, who looked at the longsword with something akin to respect and devotion. Excellent. Once we recover the other blades, we will begin forming the Uzu no Shinobigatana Shishin Shu, Naruto nodded, standing and heading for the door. I'll be back in a few days. I need to attend to some matters. I thought you were traveling with us the entire time, Suzuki remarked. I have other responsibilities, Suzuki. I need to ensure things are ready for the rest of the plan. I assume you're heading south to recruit her next, correct? Yeah, Suzuki nodded. Then I'll meet you along the way. Remember to keep quiet. The less Itake knows about your whereabouts and actions, the better, Naruto reminded him, closing the door and disappearing into a pocket dimension before reappearing in Uzashiro just as Haku arrived. I have the report you wanted, sir, Haku said. Let's hear it, Naruto nodded, walking onto his private chamber's balcony. Word has been sent to all the cages. Apparently, one of your suicide bombers failed to achieve his goal. I'm honestly amazed the second one succeeded, he admitted. I wanted to sow doubt. Doubt leads to secrecy, and secrecy leads to deception. With our enemies too busy doubting their subordinates, they'll be too weakened to pose any real threat, if you say so, sir. However, Minato Namikaze has called for a 5-cage summit, she reported. Is that so? Yes, sir. It appears he intends to send the entire shinobi nations against you. Just as planned, Naruto grinned. Planned, sir? I want them to come at me. I want to break Kyumegakure's naval power before we even send the first troop against them while consolidating our forces. Have preparations been finished in Mizu no Kuni? Yes, sir. Everything is prepared there. Excellent. I'll give you your orders before you leave, Naruto grinned. Ensure our Mizu cage puppet follows them exactly. Yes, sir, Haku nodded. If I may ask, sir, why let them know it was Uzu they're up against? They're currently dancing to my tune. They think they're in control, but ultimately, I've planned everything far in advance. Their general reactions will play right into my hands, and at every turn, I'll inflict debilitating injuries. By the time we're ready to attack them ourselves, the damage inflicted will be so great they won't mount a proper defense. I never intended to meet them in open battle right away. I planned for them to come at me first and break themselves on our defenses, Naruto chuckled. The end is quickly approaching and right on schedule. As you say, sir. Will I be staying the night again? Haku asked, dreading the answer his hormones might demand. No, I need you back in Mizu tonight, Naruto stated simply. There's work to be done, and carnal pleasure isn't on the agenda tonight. Understood, sir, Haku nodded, slightly relieved. It wasn't that he hurt her when he ordered her to his bed, it was that he felt nothing for her. Despite what she told herself, she wanted someone who genuinely cared for her, not to be used on a whim as she had been for years. Good. Now, here are your orders, Naruto began. Gaara frowned at the two missives on his desk. Both greatly unnerved him if believed. The first was from Minato Namikaze, informing him of a 5-cage summit due to Uzu no Kuni turning 3 shinobi into suicide bombers, damaging the village, killing almost 24, and injuring 3 more. The mere thought of such control terrified Gaara, and he feared for his people if it were possible. The second missive was from Yami, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It warned him that the end was approaching and demanded an answer, friend or foe, before battles began. He also received a warning, claiming it showed how well he treated subordinates. Apparently, the Akatsuki were coming for him, and he even received dossiers on the 2 aka no Suna Sasori, well known in Tsunagakure and believed responsible for the Saname Kazekige's death, and Deidara, an Uegakure rogue skilled in demolition. If the intel was accurate, both were S-class rogues intending to capture him alive and forcibly extract Shikaku. Everything okay? Kankuro asked, having been called into the office with Temari and Beiki. No, we're at a crossroads, and you three are the only ones I can trust right now, Gaara said, standing. War is coming, and both sides demand our aid. War between whom? Beiki asked. Uzu no Kuni, led by Yami, has already struck Konohagakure, Gaara stated, watching all three faces pale. Yami sent word that he wants us to submit to his rule and, as a show of good faith, sent valuable intelligence that may save my life and many others. What intel? Kankuro asked. Aka no Suna Sasori and the IWA bomber Deidara are coming here to extract Shikaku from me, a process that will kill me, Gaara replied. If we know they're coming, we can formulate a response, Kankuro stated with a frown. Not in the village, we can't, Gaara replied. That's why I intend to lure them into the desert, where I'm strongest, and kill them both before they can use the village against me. But that's not the only word I've received. Minato Namikaze has called for a 5-cage summit due to the Uzu attack. Ah, Temari nodded, understanding her brother's plan. Lure those two rogues on your way there and kill them both. Yes, though not alone. I plan to send word to the Tsuchikage about the rogue Deidara and offer him a chance to deal with him himself, Gaara nodded. If he agrees, we'll rendezvous before the meeting and kill them ourselves, ending that threat and dealing with two of the most dangerous rogue nin our villages have ever faced. I see. And if he doesn't agree to help you? Beiki asked. We deal with them ourselves, Gaara stated. I'll bring you, Beiki, and you, Kankuro, with me. While I'm away, I'm leaving you in charge, Temari. Are you sure about this, Gaara? Beiki is a better leader than me, Temari said. Yes, but his wind skill is still stronger than yours for the time being. If I'm going into battle against aka no Tsunasasori, I need every advantage, Gaara replied. It's nothing against you, Temari, just a tactical choice I can't take chances with. I understand, Temari nodded. Excellent. The summit is in 2 weeks. That gives us 1 week to hear back from the Tsuchikage. If he agrees, we'll rendezvous with him in Kusa before traveling to Tetsu no Kuni. If he doesn't, we'll begin traveling alone and hopefully lure them to us on the road when we're most vulnerable, Gaara explained, soon discussing strategy with Kankuro and Beiki on handling the two rogue nin and any potential problems while Temari was in charge. It took 3 days to reach the southern lab where Karen was located. Naruto joined them on the second day, stating he had handled all pressing matters and would accelerate their journey once they recruited their second member, given their time limit. So, who are we here to get? You keep saying she, Suijutsu asked as they approached the base. Her name is Karen Uzumaki, Suzuki stated. Oh, that bitch, Suijutsu huffed. She may be difficult, but please refrain from insulting my family, Naruto stated with a smirk. After all, there won't be many Uzumakis left after the war. If you say so, Suijutsu huffed as they approached the base, seeing the red-haired woman approach them, half her hair disheveled as if she'd just woken, the other half perfectly maintained. You, she hissed, seeing Naruto. Good day to you as well, cousin, Naruto chuckled with a nod. I'm here to keep that promise I made you all those years ago. Orochimaru is still alive. She snapped. Not for much longer, Naruto said. I came to recruit you. You mean Uzu is alive again? She asked with a frown. It is. I only have one last job for you. There always is, she sighed. It's to help me, Suzuki said as she looked at him, her jaw dropping slightly as she struggled to form words. We're going after my brother, and Naruto agreed you're an excellent asset for this mission. What are you going to need me for? She asked. To help track him if he moves, and for your impressive healing abilities, Suzuki admitted. After that, it's up to Naruto what happens next. Karen looked at Naruto, who had a knowing smirk on his face before nodding. Fine. I'll help you. But there's the matter of this facility, she began, just as Naruto made a single hand sign and explosions echoed as he pulled them into his pocket dimension. What the hell? I rigged the place years ago when I came here for additional treatment from Orochimaru, back when we first met, cousin, Naruto replied. You're a sneaky bastard, she snapped. Do you need to seal me? I do. Gentlemen, if you would be so kind as to walk that way and step down to a lower platform, Naruto said as Suzuki simply turned and walked away while Suijutsu shrugged and followed the Uchiha. It only took moments for Naruto to place the seal on the girl before walking to where the two leaned against a platform. Done already? Suijutsu asked. Hers was basic compared to yours, Naruto replied. Now, get ready to fight. Why? Will they be waiting for us when we return? The former Kirin frowned. You're taking us directly to our final destination, aren't you? Suzuki smirked. Exactly, Naruto nodded. Karen, you can stay here. Why? She snapped. Because we're facing a small army of cursed seal warriors, Naruto said simply. Wait, you're going after Yugo, she shouted. Indeed, Naruto grinned. You have a death wish, she sighed, sitting down. Well, pull me out of here when you're done. No worries, Naruto said, pulling himself, Suijutsu, and Suzuki out of the pocket dimension to stand before the final lab. As they appeared, an alarm blared, and Naruto saw scientists freeing subjects to attack the intruders. No mercy? Suzuki asked. None. Most are no better than beasts, killing them will be a mercy, Naruto stated, drawing his blade. Leave their corpses behind. Suijutsu grinned as the crazed warriors rushed out, charging forward. He struck, showing Nuiberi's deadliness against multiple opponents, pulling bodies into a mangled ball of flesh, leaving them immobile as they died. Suzuki was more efficient, delivering blows with surgical precision, severing arteries and limbs with each strike. Bodies dropped quickly before the Uchiha, whose Sharingan spun wildly, predicting each enemy. Naruto himself was a whirlwind of death, his own Sharingan active, his blade finding heads, throats, hearts, and lungs with ease. Enemies dropped as he moved, never slowing until they stopped. Looking back, there were no more enemies, their bodies either strung into giant balls or lying in pools of blood. That was fun, Suijutsu grinned. Is this what working with you daily will be like? Not daily, Naruto chuckled, but during this war, I can promise a good deal of bloodshed. Great, he laughed as they entered the building, working through corridors. Naruto occasionally sent a kunao down a hallway, finding a scientist trying to trigger a trap. After a few minutes, they stopped outside a large metal door, and Naruto placed a hand against it, frowning. Dense metal, meant to withstand any attack from within or outside, he nodded. We use the same metal in most blades. With that, he pulled open the door and heard Yugo's battle roar. Yugo charged the door and was quickly pinned to the wall, despite his immense strength. Whoa, Suijutsu whistled, seeing Naruto effortlessly hold Yugo in place. Yugo, Kimimaro told you to stop attacking people. Naruto snapped, and Yugo tensed, looking at Naruto. How do you know Kimimaro? He works for us, Sasuke remarked. No, he's dead, he shouted. Hardly, Naruto chuckled. He was a sleeper agent. I recruited him when we were children. Orochimaru-sama did that. No, that was a lie Kimimaro told to make Orochimaru believe in his loyalty, Naruto replied. Kimimaro works for me and is waiting for you back in Uzu no Kuni. Uzu no Kuni, Yugo muttered, looking at Naruto. You're the one, Naruto Uzumaki. The man Orochimaru fears. I am, Naruto nodded. Orochimaru is scared of him? Suijutsu whispered. Apparently, Sasuke muttered back. First I've heard of it. Kill me, Yugo begged. I don't want to hurt anyone else. No, Yugo, we need your help, Naruto smiled, putting a hand on his shoulder. We need you to help track down a very bad man and kill him. After that, I will help you get rid of these cursed powers if you wish. You will? But Orochimaru said he couldn't. I am not Orochimaru. He only used you to further his own agenda. I intend to help you after you help us, Naruto said calmly. Will you aid us with your great strength? I will get to see Kimimaro again and get the help I need after? I swear you will be freed, and not through death, Naruto promised. I will help you, he nodded. Excellent. One moment then, Naruto replied, opening the pocket dimension again. Karen fell out, eliciting a shocked look from Yugo. There, now you're all here. So we have my team, now what? Sasuke asked. Now the fun begins, Naruto replied. I got the intel we need on where Itachi is heading. He's on his way to Uegakure to kill Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Yanbai. You're in a position to catch them before they get there. We're maybe a day away from the border, Karen nodded. But how will we find him? That's up to you. My part in this has ended, Naruto said calmly. The rest is up to you, Taka. Taka? Sasuke frowned. Every team needs a name, and these three are your team. Even when you begin your work as my general, there will be times I need you on covered missions. Who better to take than these three, ready to help you kill your brother? Okay, Sasuke nodded. So we know where he's heading. Any idea if we'll be stopped? Highly unlikely, Naruto said. The Akatsuki are spread thin, and I've taken steps to delay their teams from aiding them. If you're sure, Sasuke nodded. Do you need to seal Yugo? I do, Naruto nodded, taking out the ink. Don't worry, Yugo, this is something I did to Kimimaro too. It will ensure no one can force you to betray me. Okay, the large shinobi nodded as Naruto made the intricate pattern and activated it. There. I wish you the best of luck. Once you've ended Itachi, make your way back to Nami no Kuni. I'll collect you there. Why there? Karen asked. It's already part of my empire, and it's easier to give you a meeting point than trying to track you down, Naruto stated, as if obvious. Now I need to be off. With luck, we'll all meet again back in Nami. With that, Naruto disappeared into the pocket dimension, reappearing in Uzushiro's war room. Walking to the map, Naruto nodded, noting Akatsuki members' locations, thanks to their specialized seals. Tracking those seals was easy, ensuring he wouldn't lose them if they used the seals was tricky. Itachi and Kisame were just over the border into Tsuki no Kuni, maybe a day ahead of Taka, but Naruto wasn't concerned about Taka catching up given their speed. Deidara and Sasori were in Kawa no Kuni, still a few days from Tsunagakure, but Naruto knew Gaara wouldn't be waiting in the village after the intel he'd provided. Finally, Kakuzu and Haiden were 5 days from the border in Kaminari no Kuni. Naruto knew they had the potential to be most dangerous if left unchecked. What to do with you? He hummed to himself. He was tempted to deal with them personally, but that risked him getting killed. One misstep and Haiden would offer him to Jashin. No, that wouldn't do for his plans. Thinking it over, Naruto grinned, looked at who was available, made notes, and summoned them to the war room by their seals. Haku arrived first, emerging from a mirror, dressed for battle. She knew being called like this meant Naruto needed her to fight. Kimimaro entered next, his face expressionless, but Naruto knew he too was eager for battle. Finally, Teiuya walked in after Kimimaro, wearing light armor over her clothes and carrying her new battle flute. "How may we serve you, sire?" Kimimaro asked. "I have a task for you three, one that's dangerous and may get one or all of you killed if you're not careful," Naruto stated, seeing the two girls tense slightly. "I'm sending you three to combat and take down a two-man akatsuki team." Akatsuki. Are you insane, you fucking bastard? Those fucktards are fucking rank, Teiuya shouted. "I know the risks. However, with the coming war, I can't enter the field just yet. If we allow those two into Kaminari no Kuni, they'll kill one of their Jinchuriki and take it for themselves. We can't allow the Akatsuki to do that. That's why I'm sending you three to handle them," Naruto explained calmly. "Who are the targets?" Haku asked. "First, Kakuzu. He uses a dangerous kinjutsu that lets him rip out enemies' hearts to increase his lifespan. He can use Doton and Suten techniques, but on his back are 4 masks, each containing a heart that must be destroyed before you can kill him permanently. Each mask is a different element: Katon, Futon, Suten, and Raiten. Take out these 5 hearts, and he'll die," Naruto explained. "And the other? The other is Haiden. His combat abilities aren't as impressive as other Akatsuki members, but he cannot be killed. If he ingests your blood and completes his ritual, any damage done to him is inflicted on you instead. Your best bet is to seal him away. Chop him into pieces and drop him into the ocean for all I care, but he must be stopped. He has no ninjutsu or genjutsu abilities, which works to your advantage. His weapons are a black spike, about 4 feet long, and a 3-blade scythe. Disarm him, and you'll have an easier fight," Naruto continued. "They must be killed then?" Kimimaro asked. "Any way you can manage it, yes," Naruto nodded. "I know I'm asking a lot of you three, but I have faith you'll kill Kakuzu and neutralize Haiden. This needs to be done for the plan to succeed." "Got it, you bastard," Teiuya huffed. "Understood, Naruto-sama," Kimimaro bowed. "It will be done," Haku nodded. "Good. This is their current location. Travel into Kaminari no Kuni and stop them at the border," Naruto explained, showing them the map. "This must be kept out of Kaminari no Kuni, no exceptions." The three nodded and left. Naruto stared at the map with a smirk. His assault on the Akatsuki was a tactical risk. If he allowed them to get even one Biju, it would be difficult to reclaim later. He didn't like going against his former teachers, but they were in his way, and he had no intention of letting that stop him. Sasuke frowned, putting away his small telescope. They were on a ridge overlooking a valley where 2 men in black coats with red clouds walked. Their leisurely pace benefited him, but Naruto had taught him early on to choose his battlefield carefully. "What's the plan?" Karen asked quietly. "We need to separate them," Sasuke muttered. "If I go down there and challenge Itachi, he'd likely agree to a duel, but I don't trust Kisame not to interfere. So you need us to keep him occupied," Suijutsu nodded. "Exactly. How dangerous is Kisame's sword?" "Extremely. It's the only sentient one among them and has a symbiotic relationship with its owner. It can fuse with the wielder, heal their wounds, and even turn them into a shark if fully fused," Suijutsu explained. "Beyond that, Kisame Hashigaki makes it so dangerous. He has monstrous chakra levels, which allows him to use Same Hata with such ease. Can you and Yugo take him?" "Maybe. Depends on how seriously he takes us," Suijutsu admitted. "So when do we strike?" "In a bit. There's an opening in the valley leading to a rocky field. That should give you a small advantage against Kisame since he won't have water and will need more chakra to make his own. You two keep him occupied. Karen, I want you on standby to heal them as needed. Do not engage them yourself." "I didn't plan on it. That would just get me killed," Karen muttered. "Yugo, keep it together. Remember, the sooner we do this, the sooner you can be with Kimimaro again." "Yeah, I'll do it," for Kimimaro and Yugo nodded. Sighing, Sasuke ran through every possible wrong turn for the assault, but knew this was the moment of truth. He had trained diligently for years and would now succeed. He would take Itaka's life and avenge his family. Moving carefully, they went down the ridge, ahead of the 2 Akatsuki members, arriving in the rocky field before them. "It's been a long time, Itaka," Sasuke said, making the shorter man pause and stare. "I've grown strong since you last saw me. I'm going to kill you today and avenge the family you murdered. Is that right? Did you get the same eyes as I have then?" he asked. "I don't need them. I'll beat you my way," Sasuke snapped. "You wanted me to get strong and come fight you, and I have come." "Very well then, little brother," Itaka nodded, moving aside, with Sasuke moving parallel to him. Suijutsu moved in front of Kisame before he could follow, grinning at the older swordsman. "You're not going anywhere either. We have some unfinished business," he grinned. Kisame chuckled, gripping his sword and bringing it down, facing the younger teen as Yugo moved to his other side, the curse seal advancing over his arm. You really think you can beat me? He asked. Only one way to find out. Suijutsu shouted, charging the man. Gaara sighed as he finished gathering his gear. The Tsuchikage hadn't responded, so Gaara assumed he wouldn't aid them against the two Akatsuki members. This meant he needed to lure them into the desert before striking, hoping Kankuro and Beiki could fight Sasori while he dealt with Deidara. Ready? Kankuro asked as Gaara stepped out. Yes. You? To face the founder of the Puppet Corps? No one is ever ready for that kind of challenge, Kankuro chuckled darkly. But Beiki-sensei and I should be able to keep him off your back while you turn Deidara into paste. Let us hope so, Gaara sighed. They had reviewed the plan countless times, considering any variables. Their best advantage was preparation and surprise. The Akatsuki members likely didn't expect them and would probably be careless initially. This, combined with their preparations, was their only advantage. Sasori was a living legend in Tsunagakure, and Gaara knew he was responsible for the Saname Kazekage's murder. If he could take him down, Gaara wasn't arrogant enough to think he'd have an advantage against the older shinobi. Deidara, on the other hand, was younger than Sasori and Beiki, meaning less combat experience, but his long-range explosives gave him complete control of a battlefield. If everything worked, he should kill Deidara quickly and then assist Kankuro and Beiki in killing Sasori, if they could hold out long enough. Walking to the gates, Gaara and Kankuro met Beiki, who had his own pack, and Temari, who was there to see them off. Be safe, she said, hugging Gaara. I will. Keep the village safe while I'm away, Gaara said, turning. Let's go. Nodding, the two older nin followed their leader into the desert toward Tetsu no Kuni, expecting an ambush. They made good time until Gaara saw two cloaked figures waiting over the next dune. Taking a rather roundabout way to Tetsu no Kuni, huh? Deidara called out from where he crouched on the dune. It would make someone think you were expecting us. Who are you? Beiki called out, feigning ignorance. That's rather pathetic, Beiki-san, Sasori chuckled. Taking a route so far from any bystanders, it's obvious we were expected. The only real question is how you found out. The charade is up then, Gaara stated, looking at the two. We received a warning you were coming. I trusted the source enough to take steps to avoid you, or at least face you where there would be no innocent bystanders. That's right. And who was this fucker? Deidara asked with a scowl. That's not anything you need to worry about, Gaara replied. Now, do you intend to attack us, or will you allow us to pass quietly? Sorry, but that's not an option, Kazekage-sama, Sasori chuckled. You see, we have orders to capture you. I see. Then there's no other choice, Gaara nodded. No, there isn't. Deidara laughed, standing as he made a hand sign. Under a light coating of sand, several clay spiders emerged. You know what they say, art is an explosion. In a blast, the clay spiders surrounding the three exploded, and Deidara laughed at the ease of their trap. This was too easy, Sasori frowned, staring at the dust cloud. What are you talking about? Deidara frowned, seeing movement in the cloud as a small canister shot towards them, forcing them to leap away as purple smoke emerged. What the hell? As the smoke and dust settled, they saw it had never been Gaara and his team, but three puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander. Crow launched a wave of senbon needles towards the pair. Clever, Sasori chuckled as his tail emerged, blocking the attack while Deidara created a large clay bird to block it. That's not the half of it, Beiki said from behind Sasori, making the nin blink in surprise as he felt the wind blade slicing through the tail. We weren't foolish enough to underestimate you, Gaara said, emerging from the sand, a large sand hand trying to grab Deidara, who exploded the clay bird to send the sand flying as more moved to attack him. You think these cheap tricks will be enough to beat us? Deidara shouted, leaping onto another bird he'd made and taking to the air. Because I'm going to bomb you to hell, you arrogant bastard. Keep calm, Deidara, Sasori reminded him as he emerged from the ruined giant puppet and unsealed his Saname Kazekage puppet. The moment you fly into a rage, the Kazekage will trap you, then you'll be dead, and I'll have to find another partner, again. Kakuzu and Haiden were only a day from Kaminari no Kuni, walking through a small wood when Kakuzu froze, his instincts on high alert, sensing something wrong. What the fuck, Kakuzu? Let's move it, you lazy bastard. Haiden shouted, walking and triggering the trap. From the ground, Bones shot up, spearing through the priest of Jashin and holding him immobile. You have good instincts, Kimimaro said, emerging from one of the bone spikes. Most would have fallen when I used my Sawarabi no Mai, dance of the seedling fern. You don't live as long as I have without good instincts, unlike my partner over there, Kakuzu chuckled, looking at him. You're one of Orochimaru's underlings. So he finally raises his hand against us? No, I no longer serve Orochimaru, Kimimaro stated, pulling out a bone sword. My true master has ordered your death, and I will not disappoint him. Heh. I'm not easy prey, kid, Kakuzu said, going into a fighting stance. And neither is my partner. Haiden had managed to pull himself off the bones enough to swing his scythe at Kimimaro and blinked in shock as an ice mirror blocked the strike. An ice blade shot out and stabbed right through his throat, pinning him to a tree as it pulled him along, ripping open more wounds. You assumed he came alone, Haku said, emerging from another mirror, standing on a tree branch. Our master has given his orders, and we will carry them out, or die trying. Guess it's death then, Kakuzu muttered, flickering from sight to strike Kimimaro, but he instantly stumbled, losing equilibrium. As he fell, a Doki summon appeared, its club smashing into his face, sending him flying backward. Kimimaro then raised an arm, bones shooting out, piercing Kakuzu's chest and heart. 1 down, 4 to go, Kimimaro declared, advancing. Suzuki's Chokyoto glinted as his long-awaited duel with Itake commenced. They moved away from the others, fighting without hesitation, Suzuki's blade aiming for Itake's flesh. Itake, blocking with 2 kunao, kept his younger brother pressed, circling for an opening. You wield that blade well, Itake noted, locking Suzuki's Chokyoto with his kunao. I know. And I still can't compare to him, Suzuki smirked, sweeping a foot to catch Itake's knee, forcing him down. Suzuki pressed his advantage, but Itake twisted his kunao, redirecting the Chokyoto into the ground, then punched Suzuki, forcing him back. Orakimaru, was it? I recall his kenjutsu was average, Itake remarked, throwing kunao at Suzuki. Suzuki touched his wrist bandages, launching shuriken to deflect them, then began hand signs for Chidori. No, I chose a third path, Suzuki countered with a smirk, charging forward. He grabbed his Chokyoto, channeling Chidori into the blade, and swung. Itake allowed the strike, disappearing in a swarm of crows. Is that right, little brother? What was this third choice that made you abandon Konohagakure? Itake asked, reappearing behind Suzuki, a kunao aimed for his back. Suzuki didn't panic, spinning, using his momentum to dodge the stab while forming one-handed hand signs. To seek power from someone who wouldn't use me as a meat puppet later. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. Suzuki grinned, unleashing a large fireball at Itake, who vanished again, reappearing above him. Katan Hozinka no Jutsu, Itake countered, sending a dozen fireballs towards Suzuki, who leapt back, sheathing his blade and initiating another set of hand signs. Katan Hozinka Tsumabeni. Suzuki retorted, pulling shuriken from his wrist seals and launching them, fire-wrapped and swift, at Itake. Where are you aiming, little brother? Itake asked from behind him, stabbing Suzuki. Where are you? Suzuki chuckled as Itake blinked, realizing he had stabbed a rock. A blast of chakra ended the genjutsu, revealing them standing at their starting positions. Suzuki smirked at Itake, who wore an odd expression. You've grown stronger, Suzuki. Strong enough that I'll now take what I need from you, Itake said, a smirk hardening his expression. What are you talking about? Suzuki frowned. The reason I wanted you to gain eyes like mine. Once you unlock the Mangekyo Sharinan, you slowly lose your sight. To stop this, you must take the eyes of a compatible match, a sibling, a parent, or a close blood relative. That's what you are, Suzuki, my spare set of eyes. Itake laughed, his Sharinan spinning faster. I will end this now. No, you won't, Suzuki glared. I've come too far to lose to you now, Itake. Across the rocky field, Kisame grinned as Samehada blocked Suijutsu's blade again. Kisame knew Nuiberi too well to be surprised, and Suijutsu was too cautious to let the shredding sword near him. Twisting back, Suijutsu grinned, turning into a puddle and dropping to the ground as Yugo charged over him, his transformed right arm smashing into the slightly off-balance Kisame, sending him flying. Suijutsu reformed, pressing the momentary advantage. That's an interesting trick you learned, Suijutsu, Kisame chuckled, righting himself and swinging Samehada down to block Suijutsu's slash. It has its drawbacks, Suijutsu admitted, letting Samehada block his attack. He leapt over the blades, kicking Kisame, who took the blow without flinching but was momentarily distracted. Yugo rushed from the side, smashing into Kisame's sword arm, his blade forearm nearly severing it. This forced Kisame to drop Samehada, his arm numb. Kisame blinked in shock, then snarled, grabbing Suijutsu by the throat with his free hand and slamming him into the now-moving Yugo, ripping Nuiberi from Suijutsu's hands, noting Suijutsu had also grabbed Samehada. You think Samehada will obey you, he snarled, swinging the longsword in small circles. One way to find out, Suijutsu chuckled, gripping the sword. The blade wasn't thrilled, but seemed to sense this was a temporary partnership until someone as powerful as Kisame could be found, promising battle and chakra. That placated the broadsword. As Suijutsu leveled it at Kisame, he saw the shark-faced man realize his peril. Or so they thought. Before Suijutsu understood, the blade's wrapping shredded, and the sword opened its mouth. To their shock, another Kisame emerged. Grabbing the sword, he swung it into Suijutsu, who blinked in shock, coughing blood as he collapsed. How? Suijutsu gasped. That's not something you need to know, the Kisame with the missing arm stated, the blood stopping. You did pretty damn good, Kisame holding Samehada nodded. Yugo seemed composed enough to realize their dire situation. Didn't expect you to make me reveal myself, but since the copy only had a fraction of my total strength, it's not too surprising. Good to know you revealed yourself, a voice said from behind the two Kisames. It would have been much harder if I had to force Same Hata to bring you out of hiding. I recall it never liked me much after what Orikimura did. Kisame with Same Hata turned, his eyes widening as he saw Naruto, a Karippa balanced on his shoulder, a grin on his face. This was a setup, the one holding Nuaberry growled. Of course it was, you pathetic copy, Naruto chuckled. I knew no matter how skilled those two were, they stood no chance against you, but I trusted their skills enough to survive and force you out. They did a remarkable job. Congratulations, Suijutsu, you've earned the right to lead my new 7. Fuck you, Suijutsu gurgled with a smirk. Karen, heal him. I'll handle this personally, Naruto stated calmly as the two Kisames grinned at each other, preparing to fight their former pupil. The desert battle quickly intensified. Gaara kept Deidara off balance, his sand reacting faster than the IWA bomber expected, blocking and crushing bombs. Gaara, wisely, didn't solely rely on defense, constantly pushing the blonde bomber back, but Deidara remained just out of reach. Gaara could unleash a massive sand wall, but if imperfect, it would deflect, giving Deidara an opening during the brief control gap, a risk he wasn't willing to take without planning. You're more annoying than I thought, Deidara complained, sending more bombs. The Kaze cage smashed them with short sandblasts, constantly moving to deny Deidara a chance to plant explosives beneath him. I studied you, Gaara calmly replied. Your techniques, capabilities, and preferred tactics. A battle doesn't begin with the first attack, it begins with knowing your enemy. So tell me, what do you know of me? That you're the Ichibai Shikaku's Jinchuriki, a cage, with the best sand control your village has ever seen. And you were renowned as a murderous bastard as a kid. That's where you're wrong, Gaara chuckled, sending brief sandblasts to keep the bomber airborne. I am much more than you know. What was that? Deidara frowned, seeing Gaara's stoic face split into a small grin as the red-haired Kaze cage made a fist. Instantly, sand shot up beneath the bomber, rising rapidly with a circumference too vast for Deidara's clay bird to escape. The sand rose like a reverse waterfall. With clear focus, Gaara closed his second hand, intending to kill the traitor. As he closed his fist, Gaara realized Deidara had little self-preservation, as he had leapt, using his bird to blast his way out, falling in a smoldering cloud. He created another winged creature, this time a dragon, to carry him. Congratulations, Kaze Cage, you made me use my C2 dragon. Not many can say they've seen this masterpiece, Deidara laughed. Your sand manipulation is much more artistic than I thought. I realized after my defeat to Yami in the Chunin exam all those years ago that I was looking at my abilities all wrong, Gaara admitted with a respectful nod to Deidara for escaping the trap. He continued to move, though more slowly, as he spoke. What did the kid tell you then? I'm curious about this, Deidara asked with genuine interest. He and Naruto had a short interaction, but he respected the kid's Fuinjutsu abilities, agreeing it was an art form, making the young Namikaze appear. He told me that the moment I made these powers my own, instead of Shikaku's, I would be much stronger. I realized I was focusing on what Shikaku could do, not on what I could do myself. So I trained hard, learning my power is different from Shikaku's. There are similarities, but they're not the same. This new power of mine is all me, Gaara said, touching a small seal on his gourd. Golden sand emerged, mixed with dark iron sand. I studied my predecessors, my father and the Saname. I learned how they handled this power and realized it was an act of will and chakra, not so different from our puppet core. Ah, Deidara nodded. Not a bad comparison. Sasori no Dana would appreciate that kind of conversation much more. Pity we have to kill you. I won't be easy prey, Gaara warned, his stoic face returning as the two sands continued to emerge from the seal, swirling around him. I know. But I won't go down easily either, Deidara chuckled. Then I suppose it's a good thing I am here, an older voice shouted. Deidara's eyes widened as a pyramid began forming around the C2 dragon. Leaping off the dragon, Deidara rolled as he hit the ground, turning to see the dragon obliterated. Oniki, you old bastard. You ruined my art. Deidara shouted as the older man descended. And you ruined a good chunk of the village with your bomb last visit, Oniki countered with a scowl. This is the beginning of your punishment, my rebellious student. Sachikage Dano, Gaara nodded to the older man. Kaze Cage, Oniki nodded back. You were too hasty. I never received your reply. I assumed the worst, Gaara countered calmly. Didn't want it intercepted, Oniki replied. Or you were watching the battle the entire time, waiting for the right moment to intervene, Gaara stated with a slight smirk. My father did not have a high opinion of you. Petulant brat, Oniki huffed, focusing on Deidara. Do not worry about your subordinates, my two grandchildren will assist them there. I thank you, Gaara said, glancing over. They had arrived and were helping turn the tide against the puppet. From what little Gaara observed, the battle was a stalemate, the poisoned iron sand holding them at bay, while Beiki's futon techniques and Kankuro's puppets checked the counter. With the numbers doubled on both battlefields, it seemed to be turning in their favor. Well, this ought to be fun. I'll really show you that art is an explosion. Deidara grinned, beginning his counterattack. Kakuzu was growing increasingly annoyed with the battle. He couldn't lash out destructively because a third person remained hidden, and 3 summons kept him off balance, aided by Kimimaro. Accept your death with some dignity, Kakuzu, Kimimaro said, swinging his short sword. Kakuzu's skin hardened to block the blade. Like hell, Kakuzu chuckled, kicking the teen in the chest and rolling past the first doki trying to crush him. I've been at this game too long to die now. Then he heard a flute. His balance slipped again as the second and third doki grabbed his arms, holding him tightly. I see. Then I shall make this quick, Kimimaro said, his curse seal advancing to stage 1, making his bones harder than steel as he prepared to crush Kakuzu's head. So do I, Kakuzu chuckled. From his back, 3 masks with black wire bodies shot out. Thing is, kid, you only destroyed my water heart. My own heart is still fine, and these 3 will help me take out your genjutsu using friend in hiding. Is that so? Kimimaro smirked, making a hand sign. Kakuzu saw his bones shift to block his ears. Once done, Kakuzu dropped to his knees, his world spinning, unable to discern up from down. It didn't affect his 3 masks, which charged towards the sound source, intercepted by the 3 doki. Across the forest, Haku fought Haiden, whose scythe proved sharper than most, making small cuts in her mirrors. Haku soon realized this man might have some entity supporting him. His skills were wild but deadly if he connected, which was precisely why she had been chosen to fight him. Hold still, you fucking bitch. Haiden roared as his scythe missed again. Another senbon buried itself in his upper arm, just shy of a pressure point that would render his right arm useless. No. My orders are your death, and I will not be denied, Haku stated. Makyo Hayasho. 21 mirrors surrounded the priest of Jashin. He blinked as Haku entered her mirror, appearing in all of them at once. Neat trick, but it won't work, Haiden said, swinging his scythe at a mirror. He was bombarded with senbon needles in his back, blinking in shock as he turned, swatting away another small wave. This is no mere trick, Haku said quietly. For the longest time, this was my ultimate technique, designed to kill my enemies in an inescapable prison. You will die before these mirrors. Die? He, Haiden chuckled, dropping his scythe and touching the Jashin pendant. I can't die until I've given Jashin-sama as many souls as he desires. You won't stop me, bitch. You'll just be another offering to Jashin. With that roar, he yanked off the pendant. A dark miasma wrapped around him, dissipating to reveal a figure similar to Haiden but not quite him. His hair was blood red, eyes entirely black. His body was unchanged except for more defined muscles. His scythe now had only 1 blade, and Haku felt chakra pouring from it. This is the end, he said, his voice reverberating as if 2 voices spoke. Your soul will be devoured, and you will praise Jashin-sama in your next life, you miserable wretch. The sound of blade meeting blade echoed across the rocky field as Suzuki's Chokyuto met Itaka's Kunao with ease. The pair moved with deadly grace, their Sharinans allowing them to anticipate each other's moves and perfectly counter them. Suzuki sought the ideal moment to strike, having received detailed explanations of Itaka's abilities from Naruto. Unlike most Uchiha, Itaka preferred genjutsu to disable opponents for a low-energy kill. The challenge was that against a genjutsu counter, he'd have to fight physically, forcing him to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. That's when the true fight would begin. Suzuki had to counter each of his brother's trump cards in that form. He was confident in handling 2, but it depended on who revealed their best move first. Ducking a slash, Suzuki's foot shot out in a quick kick, connecting with Itaka's stomach and forcing him back a step. Itaka reacted swiftly, sending a kunao at Suzuki, who caught it with his free hand and instantly sent it back, following close behind. Itaka simply caught the weapon again and blocked Suzuki's slash, feeling himself pushed back as Suzuki began channeling Chidori into his Chokyuto, forcing Itaka back further and further. Enough games, little brother, Itaka stated, his eyes transforming into their Mangekyo Sharingan. I will be taking those eyes of yours. A flicker of black fire was Suzuki's only warning as it surged toward him. Flickering out of sight, Suzuki began moving around Itaka, just staying ahead of the fire, slowly closing in. He then leapt high enough to avoid the flames, flashing through hand signs. Katan Goryakan no Jutsu, Suzuki shouted, sending a giant dragon-shaped fire towards Itaki, who realized he was trapped inside his own Amaterasu. A small smirk played on his face as the fire blocked Suzuki's view, and he unveiled his ultimate trump card. Suzuki landed on the ground in a roll, a short distance from the black flames, as they began to dissipate. From within, a purple humanoid figure, several stories tall, rose with Itaka standing at its center. Well played, little brother. However, you will not stop my Susanoo, Itaka stated, one of the giant fists swinging down at the younger Uchiha. Leaping backward, Suzuki began the second phase of his plan. This part was risky. If perfectly executed, he could utterly destroy Itaka's ultimate technique, but the slightest error would either kill him or leave him utterly vulnerable. Moving quickly, Suzuki began making hand signs again, firing more and more Goryaku no Jutsu into the sky, just missing Susanoo's head. It took moments and extensive evasion for Suzuki to set everything in place, but once the clouds formed, a vicious smirk appeared on his face. "This is the end, Itake," Suzuki said, seeing lightning flicker in the clouds. "Today I avenge our family. Kirin." With that roar, he finished guiding the lightning, and before Itake could move or react, the massive blast struck with a thunderous detonation, sending Suzuki flying back a few feet and raising a giant dust cloud. Remaining on guard, Suzuki prepared to draw on his cursed seal to augment any necessary secondary attacks. Both he and Naruto weren't sure if Kirin alone would finish Itake. They agreed it would break him, but might not kill him. As the dust cleared, Suzuki saw Itake alive, but on one knee, looking barely able to stand picking up his Chokyuto, Suzuki walked toward his brother, wary of traps. He stopped before Itake, who looked up, his Sharingan deactivated, eyes exhausted and blood-covered. "Impressive indeed, little brother," Itake said, managing to stand, though swaying. "You created a truly fearsome technique." "All to kill you," Suzuki said, preparing to strike. "Yes," Itake nodded, raising his hand. "You have succeeded on that front. I can already feel it." Reaching towards Suzuki, the younger Uchiha was about to strike when he saw blood leaking from Itake's mouth. What happened next confused Suzuki as Itake poked him on the forehead with his index and middle fingers, just as he had done when Suzuki was a child, before falling to the ground, his eyes slowly closing. Suzuki stood over his brother, unsure how to feel. Itake's final actions were more in line with the brother he remembered from childhood, not the monster he had hunted for years. It conflicted him. Suzuki wasn't sure which was his real brother and which was the fake. Sitting on the ground, Suzuki stared at the clearing sky, trying to make sense of his confusion. Naruto smirked, his blade flashing to block the fake Kisame's sword as he twisted, dodging Samehate's chakra-devouring swing from the real Kisame. With a sadistic grin, Naruto grabbed the fake's arm, ripped it off, and threw it aside before decapitating the imposter. This duel was pure multitasking for Naruto, bouncing between foes while monitoring Suzuki's fight with Itake. With Itake confirmed dead, it was time to finish Kisame. Naruto turned, facing the scowling Kisame. "Should have killed you years ago," Kisame growled. "You should have. Toby should have left me in Konoha too. But you left me alone, and Toby foolishly made me what I am today," Naruto chuckled. "Now, Kisame-sensei, I'll kill you and ensure my plans continue." "Like hell, Gaki," Kisame scoffed, Samehata fusing with him. "I've been at this too long to quit. You've wounded us, but I'll make sure you don't enjoy it." As he spoke, Kisame formed hand signs for a familiar jutsu Tsuten Daibakuzui Shiha, great exploding water colliding wave. A giant wave erupted, forming a massive half-sphere around him and Naruto, leaving Suzuki's team just outside. The sphere complete, Kisame performed the Suro Samidori no Jutsu, water prison shark dance technique, fully fusing with Samehata into a humanoid shark hybrid. "Impressive as ever, Kisame-sensei," Naruto said, surprising the missing nin with his ability to speak and breathe. "But I've practiced for years with the eye I took from Toby. This technique gives you terrain advantage, but I'm no mere shinobi to drown or drain of chakra." Kisame snarled, rushing Naruto, who let the shark pass through him like an illusion. Turning, Naruto slashed, aka Rippa biting into Kisame's tail. Snarling, the missing nin circled Naruto, his gut warning against attack, but he had no other options. Fleeing was impossible with Toby's eye, and fighting seemed equally suicidal, given Naruto's ability to breathe and his immense chakra, far exceeding most akatsuki. Samehata even recoiled from Naruto's chakra, finding it poisonous. Controlling his thoughts, Kisame saw Naruto's flaw. To counter, he had to become tangible briefly. That moment, timed right, was all he needed. Flashing through hand signs, Kisame unleashed his only hope, Tsuten Senshokyuko, 1,000 feeding sharks. Naruto blinked, commending Kisame's cleverness. This was indeed the only way to counter him swiftly. However, Kisame underestimated Naruto's cunning. A smile spread across Naruto's lips as the sharks approached. As they drew close, a distortion appeared, pulling in the sharks before they could reach him. In moments, the swarm was gone, and Kisame realized Naruto had trapped them in a waterless pocket dimension, effectively killing them. "A valiant effort, but you underestimate me, Kisame-sensei," Naruto chided. "Shall we end this farce?" Kisame growled, dispersing the water, returning to normal, Samehata at the ready. "Enough games then, Gaki," he agreed, charging Naruto, intent on using his superior strength. This battle, a clash of power versus speed, had been ongoing since Naruto joined the Akatsuki, never truly decided. Both master swordsmen, both willing to do anything to win, leading to vicious encounters. Naruto stepped forward, his blade flashing in quick slashes that Kisame blocked with his wider weapon. Naruto then ducked low, slamming a kick into Kisame's ankle with a crunch. Kisame didn't flinch, already healing due to his partial fusion with Samehata. He swung his massive blade down in a powerful slash, forcing Naruto aside, continuing his relentless strikes, pushing Naruto back as the blonde focused on the ever-shifting gap. Finding the real opening versus Kisame's feints was skill and practice, but Naruto knew Kisame as well as Kisame knew him. Once that gap appeared, the battle would turn. Stepping back, Naruto's foot hit a raised rock, almost stumbling. Kisame pressed the advantage, swinging his massive blade down, prepared to crush Naruto. Naruto rolled aside, finding his opening, and slammed aka rip his hilt into Kisame's side, knocking him back a step. Naruto then slashed at Kisame's unprotected side, forcing Samehada to rise and protect its partner. As the blade blocked, Naruto moved close, using his smaller size to land a powerful punch to Kisame's ribs, cracking them and sending him back a step, his body healing again. "You think you can keep this up?" Kisame snarled. "You can hit me all you want, but I won't go down that easily." "Maybe," Naruto agreed, blade level. "But we both know Samehada has a healing limit. Once you run out of steam, the damage will pile up. All I have to do is outlast you." "Is that what you think?" Kisame snorted, rushing Naruto, swinging Samehada hard enough to send Naruto flying back into a large boulder. "What about your wounds then? I know you heal fast, but what about when the damage becomes too much?" "It won't get that far," Naruto said confidently, pulling himself from the small crater, his body already healing. "After all, how can you hit what isn't really there?" Rushing forward, Naruto was again in Kisame's range. Kisame was ready, Samehada crashing down. Naruto moved past the blade, his own finding its mark on Kisame's arm. As Naruto moved, he saw Samehada try to hit him and smirked as it passed through where his arm should have been, countering with a slash across Kisame's chest. For several minutes, Naruto landed blow after blow, while Kisame, despite his best efforts, couldn't land a single hit due to Naruto's intangibility. This infuriated the missing nin. "Without that both would be injured," but Naruto remained unscathed, fighting relentlessly. Worse, Samehada was shrinking, running out of chakra, unable to absorb any from Naruto. It was only a matter of time before both ran on empty, and Naruto would finish him. A brief pause, they faced each other. Naruto knew Kisame was at his limit. Taking a step, Naruto struck with a powerful slash. Kisame raised his blade to block but blinked as it passed through him. He realized what Naruto was doing as the blade materialized in his heart. Coughing blood, Kisame knew he couldn't heal with the blade there, and Naruto held his arm, preventing Samehada's use. "Goodbye, sensei. You will be remembered as the greatest swordsman," Naruto said, pulling the blade out. With lightning speed, he slashed through Kisame's arms and throat, letting the corpse fall. Standing over him, Naruto flicked blood from his red blade, sheathed it, and turned to Sasuke's team. Suijutsu looked stunned that Naruto had defeated Kisame Hoshigaki, whom he considered unbeatable. Karen was surprised, also looking at Sasuke, who sat by his brother's corpse. Yugo stared at Naruto in awe. Walking to Sasuke, Naruto stood over the Uchiha, who looked up with confusion and conflicting emotions. "It is time, my friend," Naruto said calmly. "Time for you to learn the truth about it all." Gaara and Oniki were a perfect team against Deidara. Gaara's sand and metal particles blocked explosions, while Oniki's relentless offense prevented anything too dangerous. Both knew Deidara was dangerous if left alone, but constant pressure would finish him soon, as his clay was dwindling. They'd glimpsed their bodyguard's battle with Sasori. Even with 4 against Sasori and his third Kaze cage puppet, they struggled against his poisons and the puppet's power. Focusing, Gaara spotted an opening, maneuvering his sand for a perfect counter, hoping to avoid a giant explosion. As Oniki forced Deidara aside, Gaara's sand shot up, not for his arms, but wrapping around his clay pouches. Deidara's visible eye widened in shock as the sand retracted, pulling off his pouches. He roared in anger at his lost tools. "You bastard," he yelled. "You can't take away my art. Art can never be taken, only the means to make it," Gaara calmly replied, his sand burying the explosive material deep enough that even if Deidara exploded it with chakra, harm would be minimal. "It is over, Deidara. Surrender now. Time is up, my foolish pupil," Oniki agreed. Like hell, Deidara chuckled, sending his last clay bird flying as he landed, removing his akatsuki coat and shirt to reveal the final mouth on his chest. "I'll take both of you out. I'll become art myself, an explosion that will scar this earth like never before. So cry, weep in awe, because art is an explosion." Gaara's eyes widened, realizing Deidara was serious, holding his last clay to the unstitched mouth. Quickly, Gaara wrapped sand around Deidara, piling more and more to contain the blast as Oniki moved back. Deidara exploded, the blast as massive as Gaara feared, sending sand in both cages flying. They survived only because Gaara's sand shield enveloped them both, Oniki included, due to proximity. As the wind died down, they saw the impressive crater where Deidara had stood. "Idiot," Oniki sighed, looking at the crater. "My idiotic student." "Tsuchikage-dano," Gaara began, turning to their bodyguards, who were vulnerable after the explosion. Gaara's sand shot out like lightning, intercepting the puppet's iron sand, giving Beiki the opening he needed. Swinging his Kaze no Yaiba, he slashed the puppet in two, then struck it again to ensure its destruction. How unfortunate, Sasori stated, looking at the destroyed puppet, then at the now 6 people. I'd hoped Deidara would distract you longer, but his art was more important than the mission. It's over, Sasori, Gaara stated. Not yet, Sasori chuckled, removing one last scroll. I haven't come this far to perish. I intend for my art to last forever, and there's room in my collection for a new Kazekage. And if such a Kage puppet of your caliber would be impressive. I have no intention of being a puppet, Oniki snarled, preparing his jinten. Neither did the third Kazekage, Sasori calmly replied, opening the scroll. But that will wait until my puppets are finished with you. Behold the true mastery of my art, Akahiji Hayaki no Soen, Red Secret Technique, performance of 800 puppets. From the scroll, connected by over 100 strings, appeared 100 different puppets. Gaara heard Kankuro mutter a curse. Humph. These tinker toys won't stop us, Oniki stated. Don't take them lightly. With these 100 puppets, I destroyed an entire nation, Sasori warned, sending the puppets rushing. Kankuro frowned in worry. No lag, he muttered, sending his own puppets to fight. Damn, Baki muttered, slashing through a few too close. He really is a living legend. It doesn't matter, that Tsuchikage's female guard stated, spitting lava at a puppet, melting it to slag. We'll destroy them all. Gaara said nothing as his iron sand, and the iron sand taken from the third Kazekage, moved, clogging puppet joints, slowing them for his gold sand to crush each one. Oniki paused to plan, then astounded them by creating one of his largest jinten techniques, trapping over 80 puppets inside. Numbers won't help you here, Oniki growled. Jinten Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The giant sphere retracted, then exploded, utterly destroying the puppets. Sasori's eyes widened in horror, realizing his grave underestimation. Before he could move or fight, Gaara's sand wrapped around him, covering him entirely, only his face visible. This is the end, Akasuna no Sasori. For your crimes against Tsunagakur, I will execute you here, Gaara stated, holding up his hand, making the familiar crushing motion. A small splatter of blood appeared around Sasori's human core. The sand retracted, dropping the empty puppet husk before Kankuro. Thanks, Kankuro blinked in confusion. It is too useful a tool to throw away, Gaara stated. I'd rather you have the puppet, knowing it's used by someone I trust. I won't let you down, Kankuro nodded with a small smile, looking at the puppet, promising to tinker with it. Now that the unpleasantness is settled, Tsuchikage Dano, shall we be on our way? Gaara asked. Indeed. Let's go see what has that damn Hokage in such an uproar, Oniki huffed. Kakuzu barely kept his stomach from emptying due to the constant shifting distortions of the hidden genjutsu user. His masks were held by the 3 doki, and Kimimaro intensified his assault, hoping to destroy his remaining heart. Kakuzu survived only by breaking genjutsu just before each block or dodge, then being hit anew. Skidding back, he realized his best bet was to destroy the area, abandoning his usual tactics. The third member of their group was still fighting Haiden, so he didn't worry about being blindsided unless a fourth person was hidden. Focusing, his fire and wind masks retreated and fused with him, while his lightning mask continued attacking with bolts from its mouth. As he combined with 2 hearts, he saw Kimimaro turn. With unexpected precision, Kimimaro shot fingertips from his right hand, smashing through the heart behind the mask. Kakuzu cursed, feeling it die. Now only 3 left. And you've brought them all together, Kimimaro remarked, shifting to his second stage curse seal. I will finish you. Not a chance in hell, Kakuzu chuckled, his face mask fallen away, revealing his horrendous visage. I'm going to leave nothing but ashes. As he created the massive fireball combined with a wind blast to incinerate everything, he felt something odd. A slight twinge in his perception. Noticing it, he froze. He'd survived many threats, faced dangerous shinobi, and learned to never doubt that twinge of utter fear, that something was wrong. Fluctuating his chakra, he realized it was a multi-layered genjutsu. The first layer slightly distorted his aim, making the blast go up and right, giving Kimimaro an opening. The second made the doki seem farther back. The final layer was the sense of a person nearby. Combining these factors, Kakuzu knew he was in trouble. He quickly adjusted his aim to take out Kimimaro. As he fired, he felt something metal slice through the back of his neck and collapsed, utterly confused, his head rolling away. His eyes landed on the figure behind him, a woman with horns and gray skin, fading to reveal her normal skin and vibrant red hair. In her hand, a bloody short sword, on her hip, a flute. He fell for it, Kimimaro noted as the body collapsed into black threads. He didn't realize I trapped him in an illusion of him breaking the illusion. Then again, triple-layer genjutsu is a very difficult art, Teiwaya remarked, looking down at the severed head. Fucking moron. Lord Orochimaru will be pleased, Kimimaro stated, starting to walk away. What? Teiwaya blinked in shock. I said Lord Naruto will be pleased, Kimimaro said, looking back. No you didn't. You said Orochimaru. Why would I say that? Kimimaro frowned. You tell me. You said it, you bastard. You will not address your superiors like that, he stated with a cold glare, or Lord Orochimaru will punish you. You just said it again. I said Lord Naruto will. You are clearly not well, Kimimaro said, walking away again. Like hell it's me, Teiwa grumbled. Haku was in deep trouble. Whatever Hayden had done, he was faster, stronger, and now cutting through her mirrors. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she sensed that removing his god's symbol had somehow shifted him into a different existence. Die, he said, his scythe just missing her head as she rolled, seeing the ground darken where it touched. Let death consume you. Never, Haku retorted, creating her Makyo Hayasho again, trying to incapacitate him. Every strike seemed to hit, but he never stopped, systematically destroying each mirror until Haku was on the ground, trying to keep distance from the monstrous being. You will perish here, mortal. You will be reborn as a devout follower and granted the eternal blessing of slaughter to those blind fools, Hayden stated, his twin voices making his message even more disturbing. It took every ounce of Haku's skill not to panic. She had fought and killed many times working for Naruto. Panic or flight would mean death. Taking a deep breath, she focused on what she'd pieced together about this entity. It had to exist in some way to do what it did, so a different approach was needed. Creating her mirrors again to distract him, Haku began what would likely be her ultimate ninjutsu feat. The preparation took a few minutes. Once complete, Hayden had destroyed the last mirrors and focused on the real her. Repent. No, Haku stated, slamming her hand on the ground, as did her three clones. Hayatan, Yatsu no Homan Kara Zi Reik, absolute zero penalty from 4 directions. From the 4 hands shot an indescribable cold towards Hayden. Blinking, he tried to move, but found it increasingly difficult to take a single step. As he struggled, the cold spread to the edges of the square, then the temperature dropped further. Hayden's body stopped, frozen perfectly within the square. He began before his jaw froze open, an expression of confusion on his face. This technique was designed to stop any enemy in my path for all eternity, Haku answered. You are trapped in that square, where the temperature has reached absolute zero, the point where even time itself has frozen. You will be trapped there until the end of time itself, never moving, never living, but never dying. Farewell, priest of Jashin Hayden, may you enjoy your frozen eternity. With those words, Haku turned and left. As she walked to the rendezvous with her team, the ground shifted slightly as Zetsu emerged. This is bad, the white half noted. Very bad. We better tell them. Nagato sat unmoving as Zetsu reported. He'd suspected something was off, having lost 3 different Biju, but Zetsu's news that Naruto ordered his people to kill 2 Akatsuki members was beyond anything he expected. He'd ordered Zetsu to check other teams. The current report was just as bad. They are all dead, Nagato repeated through his Deva path. Yes. Sasuke got to Itaki. His body is gone, but battle signs are obvious. And it seems Naruto killed Kisame himself. The sheer excess water and method of death could only be Naruto's work. Even the fake Kisame was killed, and Samehada is gone. And Sasori and Deidara were killed by the Kazekage. It appears so. Though the Tsuchikage also seemed involved. The two may be allied now. They are a minor threat, Nagato frowned. Naruto is the larger threat. He knows too much about our operations and plans. Find him, Zetsu, and kill him. Naruto and Sasuke sat in the office, a palpable tension filling the silence. Sasuke grappled with how to begin, while Naruto patiently waited. Back in Uzashio, Sasuke had thoroughly re-evaluated his brother's actions, sensing a fundamental deception about a critical aspect of his life. You promised to tell me everything once I killed Itachi. Sasuke finally broke the silence. I need the truth. Why does it feel like I was wrong, even after avenging my family? Because your vengeance isn't complete, Naruto replied. I owe you an apology. Itachi wanted you to kill him before he died naturally, to cleanse the Uchiha name. However, his plan was for you to remain in Konoha as a shinobi. He underestimated your hatred, though it may have waned. Allow me to tell you the truth now, the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, your brother's sudden shift, and the necessity of your killing him. Naruto paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. We'll start with the Uchiha massacre. Itachi told you he did it to test his powers, but that's a lie. Itachi was a pacifist until his death, abhorring violence. He had the lowest body count of any active Umbu-level shinobi in over 50 years. No, your brother committed the massacre because the Uchiha clan threatened the entire village. They desired power and planned a coup. The late Sandame's aides discovered this plot and secretly planned to eliminate the clan to prevent civil war, unbeknownst to my father, who was attempting to reason with yours. Had Itachi known the mission lacked the Hokage's blessing, or if my father had known those 3 gave the orders, things would have been different. But they didn't. Itachi was sent to kill the entire Uchiha family and bargain for your life in exchange for not revealing the plot. They agreed, of course, planning to use you to establish a new Uchiha clan loyal to the village. So Itake committed his massacre, but not alone. The man who helped me escape Konoha as a child returned, seeking vengeance against the Uchiha for his childhood treatment. They worked together, leading to Itake joining the Akatsuki and how I met your brother. Itake wanted you to hate and kill him, to cleanse your family's name. To ensure your intense hatred, he altered his beliefs, becoming the monster you would relentlessly hunt. When I learned this and that he was dying, I swore I wouldn't let one of the most powerful shinobi I'd ever met die of sickness. That's why I kept you focused on killing Itake. It was his dying wish, and I respected him. However, the true targets of your hatred, those who forced this event to happen, still reside in Konoha, enjoying retirement in the shadows. I promised you vengeance, and I intend to deliver. 3 more must be punished for their deeds, for turning your brother into a villain. So you say. How do I know you're telling the truth? Suzuki asked, anger simmering. You admit you withheld information I had a right to know. All for Itake's sake, Naruto calmly replied. But if you want proof, I can easily provide it. Naruto retrieved files from his desk and tossed them to Suzuki. I have 2 spies in Konoha who gathered all these documents, along with hidden information Itake left in case those 3 didn't uphold their end of the bargain. Read them, see that I've told you everything now, and see that I've kept my word. With that, Naruto stood and left, allowing Suzuki to read the files. He read them repeatedly, until the words blurred through a red haze, finally grasping the complete picture. He touched his cheek, realizing the liquid was blood, and blinked in shock. Moving to a mirror, he saw his Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes, with tears of blood streaming down his face. Naruto's voice echoed from the doorway, will you do nothing and disappear from history? Or will you bring your vengeance down upon those who destroyed your family? You have to ask, Suzuki said, facing Naruto. My family has not yet been avenged. When those 3 lie dead and the Uchiha name is truly cleansed, then I'll be done. That's what I hoped you'd say, Naruto chuckled, offering his hand. Then let us begin our work in earnest, my general. There's much to do before we can wreak fitting vengeance against those 3. Minato sighed, sitting in a chair in the Tetsu no Kuni meeting room. It had taken days to arrive, and being the first was stressful. The other 4 had finally arrived a week later, and now all 6 leaders were assembled. You called for this meeting, Hokage Dano, Mifune began. Please inform us why you called this summit. I will, thank you, Mifune Dano. Minato nodded, beginning to speak. I'm sure you're all aware of the rebirth of Uzu no Kuni and its capital city, Uzushio. I bring grim tidings regarding them, and these events may have terrible consequences for us all. What do you mean? The Raikage frowned. Uzushio has been rebuilt to withstand a war. Given how it was destroyed years ago, this isn't surprising. No offense intended to anyone here, Minato quickly added, hoping to convey no ill will toward those who had attacked it. Hoping to rekindle the old alliance, I sent a team of 3 shinobi as envoys. They were returned to the village, their minds overwritten by seals to turn them into suicide bombers, and they attacked the village. We captured one alive, but his mind was shattered beyond recovery. It's clear they intend to cause conflict with all nations. All nations, or just you? Oniki sneered. All, Minato repeated. They are gathering armies, and one of your own Jinchuriki is currently among them. What? Han is with them, Oniki roared. As is the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, Minato nodded. Along with one of my own rogue shinobi, Suzuki Uchiha. Troubling, Gaara muttered. This explains the urgency. If they've taken multiple Jinchuriki, they could cause great harm. Then what are we waiting for? Growled. We hit them hard and fast before they get their footing. It's too late for that, Mei said. I've been investigating the rebuilding of Uzu no Kuni for some time, along with why the Sanbai never reappeared after we killed my predecessor. And what did you find? Minato asked, hope in his eyes that the Mizukage could shed light on the matter. Their capital has been built to withstand a siege from multiple Biju, and they've been gathering shinobi from all over. They've had years to solidify their position, and from their fortress, I'd say they've succeeded. Regarding the secondary matter, I believe they actually have 3 Jinchuriki, as the Sanbai should have reappeared but never did. There were unusual persons snooping around Mizu no Kuni after the event, so it's possible another party got to the Biju first. So they might have 3 Jinchuriki. So what? We hit them hard and fast with our superior trained shinobi and wipe them out before they get any bigger. A repeated. Are you certain that violence is their aim? Mifune asked, looking intently at Minato. As certain as I can be. Then let the summit decide now. Shall we deal with this potential threat to all our lands? Mifune asked. Oniki growled. I want my Jinchuriki back, damn it. They are a threat to my lands as well, Mei agreed. If they are stealing Jinchuriki, it's only a matter of time before they try something in my lands, A stated. Minato nodded simply, turning his gaze toward Gaara. I have no intention of dragging my people into another war, even one as noble as this, Gaara stated calmly. Uzu no Kuni is far from my people, and getting the Shinobi Council to back such a plan would be next to impossible. All I can offer are supplies to those who intend to attack. So you will not take part yourself? Minato frowned. I must consider what is best for my village, Hokage Dano, just as you have for yours, Gaara answered. I am not turning my back on our alliance, but I will not be able to send reinforcements unless they attack you directly. Staying out of this until you feel there's no other course of action, eh? I approve, Oniki chuckled. I have a more personal stake in this and won't be denied. The question is, what will we do with the rogue shinobi there? We will let their respective villages handle things, Minato offered. Kirigakure and Kumagakure are much closer to them than the rest of you. We'll take the first shot, and I promise to return the Biju to their respective homes, A replied. I am agreed, Mei nodded. We have much more experience with naval combat than the rest of you. We can land on the shores of Uza no Kuni and deal a great deal of damage before the rest of you arrive to support us in taking Uzashiro. Then you are all agreed? Mifune asked, receiving nods from the cages. Very well then. This potential uprising will be handled by all of you. The samurai of Tetsu no Kuni will remain neutral. The 5 cages nodded, bringing the meeting to a close. Hinata and Niji frowned, looking at their finished product. For years, they had worked on this seal to free their family from its curse, and now it was ready. The new seal was initially for the main family, but they hadn't been able to remove the branch family's existing seal as desired. With Tenten's help, they found books and designed an entirely new version. This one would react differently depending on the existing seal. If it was the current curse seal of the branch members, it would act as a key, removing elements while maintaining others. It would shut down the ability to cause pain to the sealed and ensure it couldn't be bypassed. For those without the seal, it had a far different effect. It would cause them pain if they tried to harm a branch family member and prevent them from harming another clan member unless their life was at risk. It took much longer than I thought, Niji sighed, looking at it. But we've done it. Now the tricky part, applying it to everyone, Hinata nodded. We'd only have one night to do it. Most of the branch family would help us, Niji replied. Then we can't waste any time. We do this tonight, Hinata smiled viciously. That night, the group silently moved through the Hyaga compound, quickly placing the seals on every sleeping member of the main house. Once finished, Hinata took a deep breath as she activated the new seals for everyone. Muted screams were choked off in every Hyaga's throat, and Hinata's last thought was what had gone wrong. All she heard was chuckling from behind her, and Hinata realized she wasn't alone. Unable to move, she waited as the person drew closer, then knelt beside her paralyzed body. You did very well, my little Hyaga puppet, Yami whispered in her ear. I couldn't have done a better job myself. He paused, looking at her, and his grin widened. You still haven't realized what you've done, have you? You thought you were fixing your family and removing the stigma of the branch family. Well, in a way, you have. You've made your entire clan equal. As my slaves. Oh, I'm sure you're confused and wondering how I did this, why I did this. The answers are simple, really. I did all of this to further weaken Konoha. Like I told you a long time ago, the world is going to be changing, and by removing your clan from Konoha's ranks, I've weakened it even further. As for the how, that's the much more interesting answer. I took time to plant the false trail and books in your path, tricking all 3 of you into doing this. This has been years in the making, Hinata, and it's all thanks to you and Niji that it has finally come to pass. Your entire family will now be joining me. Now I command you to move and speak freely, Hinata. The time to test your resolve is at hand. Hinata gasped, finally able to move, and turned to stare at the dark-eyed man crouching next to her. Every instinct screamed at her to run from him, that he was an apex predator and she would die if she fought him. What are you going to do? Hinata asked. Take over the world, he replied, his grin unwavering. What will you do now, Hinata? Answer me truthfully. Those last 3 words hit her like hammer blows, and she knew he was using the new seal's power to prevent her from lying. I don't know. Probably whatever you command, since I can't resist you, Hinata answered. Then let me phrase this better. What do you want to do? I only wanted to help my family. You still can, little puppet. What do you mean? I can place you and Niji in charge of the entire Hyaga clan. I can make it so they must obey your every whim. And all I want in exchange is for you to swear right now that you will obey me, that I am your master in all things, Yami replied. Say these words, and I will make it so. Don't say them, and you will just be another thrall before me, and I will simply let Niji run the show. There is plenty of anger and hatred in him that he would leap at the chance for retribution against those who took his father from him. Hinata's eyes widened, and a part of her wanted to turn away. But her mind returned to the rainstorm, to him showing her strength and helping her grow. He had made her what she was today, and they both knew it. I swear to obey you, Master, Hinata said, and Yami laughed. Oh, very good, little puppet, he grinned. Now it's time to begin. Awaken, slaves. With those 2 words, the rest of the Hyaga clan awoke, finding themselves trapped within their own bodies. As of this moment, all of the Hyaga clan will obey the commands of Hinata Hyaga and Niji Hyaga. They are your masters now, just as I am above them. What now? Hinata asked, looking at him. It's time we left, he grinned. I have uses for this clan. Of course, Hinata bowed, and again he grinned at her as the Hyuga clan gathered before him, and he pulled all of them into the Kamui dimension before taking them back to Uzushio. They're all gone, Minato shouted. He had returned to the village early that day to find the entire Hyuga clan had disappeared. There were no signs of them, no bodies, and none had left via the gate. Minato stood in the deserted Hyuga compound with Jiraiya and Saminyazuka, who was leading the search. Not a single trace, some growled. I've had my clan's best trackers scouring the area, but it's like they just vanished into thin air. We've found no unusual scents, so there's no telling what happened. If I didn't know better, I'd think they suddenly learned how to use the Hiraishin. When it rains, it pours, Jiraiya sighed. This couldn't have happened at a worse time. No leads, none, though they aren't the only ones missing. Tenten has disappeared as well, some stated. Tenten. She was that young Chunin I was helping with her Fuinjutsu training, Minato frowned. She's gone as well. Yeah. No sign of her either, some stated. She never went back home, apparently, and she's teammates with one of the missing Hyugas, Niji Hyuga. He's one of Guy's students, Jiraiya nodded. I'll go and talk to him, see if he can shed any light on this. Good. I need to start mobilizing our forces. Without the Hyuga clan, we're at a distinct disadvantage in the coming battles. We need to be careful. Some, continue the investigation and bring the Abarame into this as well. Their insects might find something you can't, Minato ordered. Understood. The two nodded, heading to their respective tasks while Minato went to the Hokage's office. Naruto grinned, looking out over the harbor, seeing the ships marshalling. The Kiri and Kumo vessels, filled with shinobi, had already received the correct information. That's a big fleet, Suzuki noted. That it is, Niji remarked from behind them. I'm counting more than 500 different ships. Most belong to Kirigakure. Shall I give the order to start the defenses? Hinata asked. No, just sit back and watch. You're about to see several years' worth of planning come into a single moment, Naruto chuckled. I have waited for this day for so many years, and now it is finally here. Let the war begin, and let our empire rise. Let you go in first and push back their initial assault? I'm curious why you'd offer that, the dark-skinned man growled, shouting across the waters to A's ship. My abilities would allow my shinobi to get in close enough to ensure we capture the harbor and stop any secondary measures they might take against us, Mei replied. Fine then. Work fast. The sooner this is done, the better, A nodded, gazing toward Uzu no Kuni. It had taken only a few short days to marshal their forces. Once ready, a set sail with 200 ships, filled with his troops. While not his entire shinobi force, these were his most skilled at sea combat. He knew an island nation like Uzu would have many traps. He wasn't opposed to letting the Mizukage absorb most of the losses taking the harbor, which would mean more loot for his village. His advisors agreed with the tactic. Questioning it was second nature, and he suspected they had a secret weapon to break through defenses with minimal losses. We are watching them closely, Darui remarked. They pull anything sneaky, we'll know. Good, A growled as the Kiri vessels swarmed toward the harbor. A waited for defenses or traps to trigger. He waited and waited as the vessels pulled into the harbor, where a giant fog appeared. A realized the Mizukage had likely created a poison gas to deal with defenders in the harbor, while her forces, wearing special masks, moved through the cover to dismantle remaining defenses. 10 more minutes passed, and a yellow signal flare shot up. A nodded. Move in. The captain of his vessel shouted as it, along with the rest of the Kumo fleet, surged forward. That's when everything went wrong. As the first ships neared the harbor, bright flashes of light erupted from beneath the water as mines detonated, tearing ship hulls to kindling and sending terrified shinobi flying into the fiery wreckage. Only a handful were quick enough to stand on the waves and avoid being pulled down. As ships drew closer, a second line of defense appeared. From the towers at each side of the harbor mouth, a loud thwack was heard, and saw something large and fast fly through the air, smashing through another ship, screams audible to all. The sound repeated as more ships were crushed by this unseen weapon, while surviving shinobi ran toward the harbor, meeting their final hurdle. On the docks and ships, hundreds of Kiri shinobi flashed hand signs for various Suten techniques, striking the charging Kumo shinobi and dragging hundreds into the depths to join those lost with their ships. We were betrayed, A exclaimed in anger and outrage. Amazing, Hinata said in shock, watching the scene unfold in the harbor. How did you do it? Suzuki asked with a raised eyebrow as the Kumo fleet was decimated. I turned all of Mizu no Kuni to my side years ago, Naruto chuckled. The moment the shinobi villages agreed to turn on me, I had Kirigakure play along as if they were on their side. The Reikage wouldn't turn down the chance to send another in first to spring a trap, never suspecting the trap was letting them into the harbor where we could unleash hell. They aren't heading for the harbor anymore, Niji noted with a sour look. I'm honestly surprised they tried as long as they did, Suzuki remarked. They are going exactly where I want them to go, Naruto chuckled. Signal Han to launch his strike as they approach. I want to lure out their Jinchuriki. Which one did they bring, though? Sasuke asked. Ujito Nii, or Killer Bee? Killer Bee would be the smart choice, but the Raikage has a strong bond with him, and that particular Jinchuriki has a bit of wanderlust, Naruto noted. Odds are he brought Ujito to battle, and their Han will have an advantage. Turning his gaze west, Naruto watched as the Kumo vessels beached themselves further down the shore, their shinobi disembarking quickly to solidify their position before pushing inland, likely awaiting reinforcements since Kiri had revealed their true allegiance. Grinning, Naruto watched as a sphere of absolute destruction was shot towards them from further inland and chuckled as they leapt to the ground to avoid the worst of the blast that decimated another half-dozen ships and damaged a dozen more. It seems like Han needs to work on his accuracy. He could have taken out most of them right there, Neji scowled. He did exactly as he was told, Naruto corrected. I don't need them all dead yet. If their Jinchuriki is among their numbers, killing them would result in that Biju reappearing elsewhere, and I can't afford for our enemies to get their hands on another weapon later down the road that could prove problematic to our plans. I told him that when the time comes to ensure they can't escape easily. Look, he's moving now to rendezvous with his squad and will hit them from a different direction now. Naruto pointed to a small red figure moving out of the trees with a group of shinobi, heading directly into the path between the Kumo shinobi and the fort where Naruto stood observing. The fort wasn't fancy but served as an excellent observation area for the entire northern face of the island nation, allowing him to monitor everything happening there. This wasn't his only plan. Yagura was monitoring the western reaches of Uzu, awaiting the IWA and Konoha forces, while Fu, in full Biju form, floated high overhead, unseen and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Here they go, Sasuke nodded as Han's force launched their attack. Han's force consisted of several high-level shinobi handpicked from the Kiri forces to work for him. They were unusual, all having a strong affinity for Doton and Katon techniques, which only enhanced Han's plan. As they began, a small group sent several fire ninjutsu flying toward the Kumo shinobi, keeping them off balance as they started the collaboration technique. Naruto watched with interest as the 10 most skilled Doton users created a giant curved wall behind the Kumo shinobi. Then, Han and the rest of the shinobi stepped forward and sent a blast of fire toward the Kumo forces that would either kill them all or force their Jinchuriki to reveal their presence. True to the plan, a figure moved to the front and transformed into a giant Nikomata, absorbing the fire. With a yowl, the giant cat sent a flaming hairball flying toward Han's unit, only to have it blocked by a large slab of stone as the rest of the unit fell back while Han stayed in position. What is he doing? Neji frowned. Getting ready, Naruto chuckled. As the Nikomata rushed toward Han, he began his own transformation, turning into the Irakuma. He used his large head to send the cat flying into the sea with a shriek of pain and annoyance as he rushed toward her, keeping her off balance. So now what? Sasuke asked. Han will keep her busy, Naruto replied. And if things start to look bad, Fu will move in and assist him. Now, we go and deal with the rest of the Kumo forces. Nodding, the 3 shinobi followed their emperor as he led them out of the fort with his own force of shinobi to engage the remaining Kumo forces. As they moved to reinforce Han's squad, they saw the Kumo shinobi already attacking, sending waves of lightning and earth toward the defenders who fought back with their own fire and earth attacks. Watch my flanks, Naruto ordered the 3. You're taking the field yourself? Hinata asked in shock. The Raikage is there. Of all our forces, I am the only one who can take him in this situation without backup. I need you focusing on making sure he doesn't have backup of his own, Naruto replied. Kill anyone that gets in our way. Of course, Sasuke shrugged. What, did you think we were just going to offer them a coupon for ramen? Naruto chuckled as he looked at Sasuke. I would hope not. Ramen shouldn't be wasted on the soon-to-be-deceased. With that, he walked forward, his blade drawn and the Gurta Seishin-ken howling as he cut through any attack in his line of sight with a single swing. He knew he was making a spectacle but also knew it would lure out the more dangerous enemy. He sent a blast heading for the Kumo shinobi who had to drop to the ground or leap over the attack, though a few weren't fast enough, as it cut through the heads of those too slow to drop, and the lower legs of those that didn't jump high enough. The screams from the latter only seemed to drive the stake of fear home harder as many started to panic. Don't back down, a voice shouted as the Raikage took the field, his bodyguards right beside him as he moved forward. We can win this. Don't make promises you can't keep, Raikage-san, Naruto chided as he sent a blast toward him, only for Kumogakure's leader to dodge it with ease as he rushed toward Naruto, his Raiden no Yoroi, lightning release armor, at full power, his hair standing on end, a fist heading right for Naruto, who had already seen it coming and was moving to dodge it, his blade lashing out in a quick counter that forced A to back off slightly. Those are some good reflexes, A admitted with a frown, staring at Naruto. Who the hell are you? I've gone by many names in the scant few years I've been preparing this, Raikage-san. I was known as Yami almost 4 years ago when I infiltrated the Chunin exams and humiliated Naruto Namikaze. I have been known as Master and Emperor to my servants. To you, you may call me Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and I am the one who will conquer this broken world. Naruto grinned as he saw the Raikage blink in shock. Naruto was in his zone in a heartbeat, his blade moving in a quick strike that would have killed the Raikage if he wasn't nearly as experienced as he was. Sensing rather than seeing the oncoming strike, he moved back a bit and saw the faint line of wind chakra that had disrupted A's armor. Launching a quick counter, A tried to slam his lightning-coated fist into Naruto, who only dropped under it while holding open a hand and creating a green-colored Raiznan. Futon, Raiznan. Naruto growled as he slammed the spear home and sent the larger man flying backward, his face contorted from the pain of the attack. Glancing to his sides, he saw that Hinata and Niji had already successfully pushed back one of the Raikage's men, another dark-skinned man with a large sword of his own. Meanwhile, Suzuki had apparently used his Tsukiyomi to trap the other bodyguard and was busy killing any Kumo shinobi who dared to get too close to where Naruto and A were fighting. Raising his blade, Naruto blocked the counterattack that A had tried to make and blinked when he actually started to get pushed back from the sheer momentum of the assault. Letting the smile drop a bit, Naruto decided to shock the Raikage by letting the resistance fade as he went intangible, and it just shot through him, blinking in shock as Naruto struck at his back, the blade cutting through his right no Yoroi with ease and getting the man to let out a howl of anger and pain as he turned to face the younger shinobi who was standing across from him with a cocky grin on his face. You seem surprised, Raikage-san. Did you really think that was my only trick? I'm going to kill you, A growled. Oh, you are more than welcome to try. But we both know that you are not nearly man enough to overcome me. Naruto laughed as he goaded the Raikage further into a blind rage, planning on using that to take him down. The man rushed him again with blinding speed, and Naruto only reacted in time thanks to the combined efforts of his increased awareness and his Sharingan eye, allowing him to sense and know when attacks were coming and dodge or block them at his leisure. Blade flashing in quick patterns, he blocked incoming attacks and let us start accumulating wounds that Naruto knew would take a long time to heal if he survived this, as each cauterized wound left an angry red mark upon his darkened skin. Dodging past a lariat, Naruto slammed the flat of his blade into A's back and sent the man stumbling as Naruto moved in with a rising slash, already seeing how the Raikage was going to move. I tried to move to his left, spinning around in hopes of catching Naruto's side unprotected, only to find the tip of Naruto's blade already rising up in a deadly slash that I couldn't dodge now as he felt it bite into his cheek and continue up at an angle, cutting through the flesh with agonizing ease and leaving a diagonal scar from his right cheekbone across the bridge of his nose and going just over his left eyebrow. The pain was enough to get the man to drop in shock as his right no Yoroi faded away, leaving the wounded Raikage lying on the ground before Naruto as he stood over the man. An era is ending, Raikage-san. It is a pity you won't be alive to see it, Naruto chuckled as he readied his blade to finish off the Raikage. I can't promise that you won't feel a thing, but this will be quick. As Naruto swung the blade down at the bested Raikage, a blinding yellow light appeared around Naruto as a firm hand grabbed his shoulder. Then, in a flash, he was gone from the battlefield and now standing in a small wooded area on the northern part of the island, with Minato and Kushina standing across from him, as well as their advance team. Yami, Minato snarled. Father, Naruto grinned now and saw the man's eyes widen as Kushina's jaw dropped a bit in shock. Naruto? She asked. Indeed. You're early, he sighed. I had hoped to have mounted the Kumo forces' heads on the northern beach as a greeting for you and the old bastard that runs Iwagakure, but I guess this will have to do. No, this isn't true, Minato said, shaking his head. What isn't? That I outsmarted you for so many years? That I rebuilt this entire nation? That I have become so strong? Or that I turned my hand against the pathetic excuse of humans that gave birth to me and then chose my twin over me? Naruto asked with a contemptuous sneer. No, this is all real. And this is much better, much more intimate. I wouldn't be able to savor the moment when I absolutely destroy you otherwise. Moments after the 5-cage summit. I know that we have had our differences, Minato began. That is putting it lightly, the Raikage snorted. But I want to give you this, Minato continued as he handed the dark-skinned man a Hiraishin Kunao. Why are you giving me this? A asked with a frown. On the off chance that we are walking into a trap, Minato answered. There are too many unknowns, and I don't know what might be waiting for you when you get there. This might be a good way for us to get an extra force to bear against them, or to get a small force out if you find yourself in a bad situation. Why me? Because we have fought, and I know what type of man you are. The Mizu cage is still too new, and I am unsure of what she will do when things start to go bad. I know you will stand by your men no matter what, and I know you would rather have an out for some of them than nothing at all, Minato answered. A seemed to ponder his words for a time, weighing them against the kunao in his hands before nodding his acceptance and starting away. Doubt I'll need this. Don't take too long, or you'll miss out on all the fighting. Moments after failing to take the harbor. Well, what do you see? Minato asked over the comms as one of his jonin used his eagle summons to fly high overhead. Looks like Kiri did double-cross us, the jonin reported. Kumo has taken a beating, and they are landing to the west of the harbor. Damn, Minato cursed. Okay, prepare to drop a kunao in a deserted location, we need to move in soon. Whoa! One of the enemy Jinchuriki just shot a Biju Dama at them, the Jonin reported. Hurry then, we don't have time to waste. Once you drop it, I want you to keep monitoring the battle, Minato ordered, getting a quick confirmation as he looked back at his small assault squad. It consisted of his wife and a dozen Jonin-level shinobi who could use powerful jutsu, along with 2 medic nin who had been freshly trained by Tsunade. A moment later, word came, and Minato put a hand on Kushina and one of the Jonin and began high-ray shining back and forth to the 2 kunao on opposite shores. It took half a dozen trips, and then they started moving carefully through the trees until they reached a small clearing and stopped when they received the next piece of information. Sir, it looks like Yami has taken the field. He's facing the Raikage, and it appears that Suzuki Uchiha, Hinata Hayaga, and Niji Hayaga are with him. What? Why are those 2 with him? Kushina asked in shock. Seals controlling them, probably, Minato growled out in frustration. He somehow managed to get the entire Hayaga clan. How is he holding up? Not too good. He's losing ground, and whatever Yami has done to his sword, it's cutting through the Raikage right in no Yoroi. There was a pause before he continued the play-by-play, stopping when A collapsed. He's dropped the kunao behind Yami. Minato wasted no time as he focused on that particular kunao and appeared on the far side of the island, with a brief moment to get his bearings, grab Yami, and then high-ration back to his advance team where he faced down the young shinobi. Present time. No, you can't be Naruto, Kushina said, shaking her head. No child of ours would. Would what? Naruto asked with a laugh. Everything I am is what you let me become. Let you become? Minato asked in shock. If you had taken a moment to simply look after me like actual parents should, this, he paused as he moved his hand, holding aka Rippa in an arc to emphasize their surroundings, never would have happened. I would have remained in Konoha, never realizing my full potential and never bringing about the means to finally end the cycle of hatred. End the cycle of hatred. Do you even hear yourself, Naruto? You aren't ending it, you are only bringing about more misery and death. So short-sighted, Naruto chided. What I intend to do is end the cycle by bringing everything under my thumb. Once all of the world bows to my empire, then the cycle will be broken, and true peace will begin. At what cost? How many have to die for your ambition? As many as it takes. I do not claim to offer the easiest road, but the path I walk will save more lives in the long term than anything that has been done in countless generations, Naruto countered. Naruto, it's not too late. You can stop this now, stop this madness. Come home, Naruto, please, Kushina begged. Naruto stared at her, his black eyes holding hers with uncaring intensity. You had your chance a long time ago. You failed. With that, he flickered from sight and appeared in the middle of the Jonin squad, his blade flashing in quick strikes as he cut down the medics first, along with 3 other Jonin, before they realized what was happening. His next 2 strikes killed another 4 men before he stepped back to avoid one of the Jonin's hasty slash with a kunao. He swung aka Rippa and let it take down the last 5 men before they could react, along with a few trees that collapsed against their brethren as Kushina and Minato had leapt clear. Now the red-headed swordswoman rushed Naruto, her own blade flashing toward him as he ceased using Gurta Seishinken and let their blades ring out as they clashed. As he held her, he sensed his father leaping toward him, raised non-formed, and he just dropped into a crouch that let Kushina tilt off balance as he knocked her over him as he rolled forward to get clear of any potential counterattack before twisting around and seeing the high-ration kunao heading for him as he blocked it upwards and made his own raise non in a free hand as his father appeared above him and attempted to use the element of surprise to blindside his son. A flurry of blades danced between them, a deadly spectacle that kept anyone from approaching. Only a master of the high-ration, like Minato, could weave through it, launching kunao and instantly appearing near Naruto for a sneak attack. Yet, Naruto anticipated every move, blocking each attempt as his intricate duel with his mother, Kushina, continued. Neither had landed a blow, though Kushina certainly tried. She sensed Naruto was toying with her, his easy smirk never faltered, even as Minato's hit-and-run tactics persisted. Naruto sidestepped, a flicker of movement saving him. He launched a kick, catching Minato in the chest just as he appeared. Minato, grinning, took the blow and instantly warped again. He used Naruto's momentary disorientation to slam a fist into his chest, attempting to apply a high-ration seal. But his hand phased right through Naruto, as if he were a mirage. The fist connecting with the side of Naruto's head, however, was painfully real. How? Minato gasped in shock, watching Naruto's grin. You can thank my dearly departed benefactor, Tobi, Naruto replied, revealing a spinning Sharingan eye. He took me from Konoha and made me into what I am today. He trained me, gave me every tool I now possess. To ensure my plan succeeded, I took his eye and spent years mastering it beyond his wildest dreams. Your little seal trick won't work on me like it did him all those years ago. Minato's eyes widened in shock. He remembered the masked man who had nearly killed Kushina and their infant children that night. He'd never known what became of him, but now he understood. Toby had stayed close, waiting for an opportune moment to spirit away one of his children, molding him into a weapon to destroy his own family. Naruto, Minato began. Save it, Naruto interrupted, his smile fading. I'm here under my own power, not some dead man's orders or a man who should be dead. I'm here to realize my own plans. He flickered from sight, reappearing before Minato and slamming the hilt of aka Rippa into his face. Minato flew across the clearing, colliding with a fallen tree. Kushina rejoined the fray, their deadly dance resuming. Now, Naruto gained the upper hand, occasionally allowing her blade to pass through him to inflict minor wounds he'd normally block. He pushed her back with several small cuts, then leaped away as his senses screamed a warning Minato was about to strike. Indeed, Minato descended from above, unleashing a barrage of kunao. When that failed, Naruto realized the purpose was to force him to dodge, placing him between the kunao and his father's Kage Bunshin, who were preparing a Rasengan. I never thought I'd use this against you, Naruto, Minato said. But I can't let your ambition continue. He vanished, warping between each kunao, disorienting Naruto, until he appeared on Naruto's right side, thrusting a yellow Rasengan forward. Raiten, Rasengan! Minato shouted, slamming the electrified Rasengan into Naruto. Naruto blinked in surprise, sent flying. His nervous system felt off, his right leg gave out when he tried to stabilize himself with his left arm. Frowning, he used full intangibility as his mother tried to follow up, her blows passing harmlessly through him. Impressive. I hadn't realized you'd added an elemental release to it yet, Naruto remarked. I've had years to tinker with it. I'm more curious how you learned the Rasengan, Minato replied. Jiraiya, of course. He saw through my Yami disguise immediately, though not even he knows the full truth. He taught it to me during the Chunin exams. Once he told me of your plans to add an elemental release, it was child's play to do it myself. But then again, after what Orochimaru did for me, most things seem exceptionally easy, Naruto replied. What did he do to you? Kushina asked quietly, already terrified of the answer. He gave me power, Naruto chuckled, beginning to rise. He unlocked my hidden potential and gave me so many useful skills that I was already a deadly shinobi by the time I was 8. Now I'm a walking army, capable of fighting the Hokage and his wife simultaneously. And after defeating the Raikage before that, his laughter intensified. He flickered forward, slamming his blade into Kushina, sending her skidding backward. He then stabbed aka Rippa into the ground, using both hands to create a new Rasengan, this one a green pinwheel held over his head. Enjoy this, father. I've ascended beyond you once again. Futon, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto laughed, sending the ninjutsu flying at Minato. Minato blinked in shock at the attack before Hirae shining away to the edge of the slowly expanding clearing, watching the attack decimate the surrounding trees, reducing them to tinder. Naruto retrieved aka Rippa, its tip making small circles as he glanced at his parents, both winded and showing the first signs of fear. This sight alone pleased Naruto immensely. He contemplated who to attack first, debating whether to end his mother's life to focus solely on his father's meddlesome Hirae, or kill his father to continue a more enjoyable Kenjutsu duel. Before he could decide, Minato Hirae shined next to him again, striking to quickly disarm Naruto while Kushina rushed in, aiming for his soon-to-be disarmed side. Naruto grinned, allowing himself to be disarmed, then let intangibility take over. He noted Kushina stopped her strike just short of impaling her husband. With a grin, he slammed his left hand into her stunned face before grabbing aka Rippa and stepping clear. By now, you should realize you can't beat me, Naruto chuckled. We have to. You won't listen to reason, Minato said. This is called tough love. Like you'd know how to show me love, Naruto scoffed. You barely knew I existed. I was just a little blonde-haired shadow in your home. You never cared about me, never took an interest. All you cared about was your Jinchuriki daughter and how she'd change the world. Well, guess what, she'll be nothing more than a side note in history, the sister to the emperor who died in his rise to power. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened, realizing he truly intended to kill Naruto, and likely them too. We failed you, Naruto. And we are sorry, Minato said quietly. But we can't let you do this. We can't let you kill your sister and all those innocent people out there, Kushina continued. You're sorry. Ha! You're only sorry because I'm a threat. Naruto shouted. No, Kushina said, shaking her head. We searched for you for years, we never gave up hope you'd come home. Liar! Naruto shouted again. It took you almost a day to realize I was gone. If you had really cared, you would have noticed I was gone within the hour. You could have stopped me from crossing the border long before Toby and I got there. You chose to ignore my absence because it had nothing to do with Naruto. Well, guess what, all this is your fault. And now I'm going to break you both, and leave you alive long enough to see the new world I'm going to build. Maybe I'll even let you live long enough for old age to claim you, long enough to see everything you know and love die before your eyes. Before Naruto could monologue further, Minato struck with a kunao. Naruto deflected it, seeing his father Hiraishin in and slam a fist into his stomach, knocking him back a step. His father continued to fight hand-to-hand, keeping Naruto off balance, making him drop aka Rippa and pushing him further away from it. After a few moments, Naruto countered, knocking Minato back across the clearing. He then realized Minato was a distraction. Kushina had grabbed aka Rippa, a grin spreading across her face as a red chakra coating appeared around her. Flashing from sight, she brought her sword against Naruto. He realized that despite her previous skill, with aka Rippa in her hands, she was something more. Her strike phased through him, but the remnants of the Kyuubi's chakra she drew upon added a windstream to the blow, throwing him off balance. He stepped back, the smile that had been on his face for most of the fight now gone, replaced by a scowl. He knew things would become increasingly complicated if he allowed her to press him like this. Leaping forward, Kushina brought aka Rippa up in a guard that Naruto simply phased through. He rolled past her and grabbed the abandoned katana she had been using. He noted this weapon was inferior to aka Rippa as he struck with a slash that Kushina blocked with contemptuous ease, feeling the blade shake from the impact. Blocking each strike and countering in turn, Naruto's mind raced through possible scenarios. He realized he needed to get serious to defeat them, especially once Minato rejoined the fray. While Naruto remained exceptionally dangerous, the change in weapon had thrown him off a few beats, creating a small opening the two experienced shinobi intended to exploit. Lashing out with a twin kunao style, Minato pushed Naruto back step by step as Kushina moved past her husband's strikes, keeping Naruto's guard up and him on the defensive. Even when he went intangible, the pair never slowed, keeping the black-eyed youth on the retreat until he felt the blade in his hand shake one more time before his mother's next strike came with a loud, crystal-clear shattering noise as the blade broke from the power of her Biju-enhanced strike. "It seems I underestimated you," Naruto remarked, dodging one of Minato's slashes. "If I had known that having aka Rippa would give you such an edge, I would have taken better care to keep it out of your grasp. You may have been able to use it extraordinarily well, but this blade knows who its partner is," Kushina said, as Naruto phased through another strike. "Partner," Naruto sneered. He disengaged by phasing through them in a flicker of movement, landing in a crouch. He looked at the broken blade and tossed it aside. "It's a weapon, nothing more. And that's why you can't do this," Kushina said, as the Kyuubi chakra covered the blade, and the metal began to emit an otherworldly wail. "This is the true power of aka Rippa, its chi no Nakamushi, blood whale." Rushing forward, Kushina brought the blade against Naruto in a flash he could never have followed without his heightened senses in Sharingan Eye. He managed to lean back to avoid the initial slash, then blinked in shock as he felt the slash go across his chest, a spike of fear hitting him as he had no idea what had happened. Leaping back, he tried to phase through the slashes, but found the strikes too fast to do so accurately. A collection of wounds began to appear on him as he backpedaled, trying to devise a counter to this new ability. Suddenly, Minato appeared. Kushina had pushed Naruto into a cluster of Hiraishin kunao, and the Hokage landed savage blows against his son, who leaped back, quickly realizing the battle was turning against him, and that his parents were indeed getting their second wind. That was when he started to laugh. Minato and Kushina both blinked as Naruto began to laugh hysterically before collecting himself, his grin twisted with madness and hatred. "Oh, how I have longed for this. I always thought that pain would be the only real challenge to my ambitions, but you have proved me wrong." "Pain? The leader of AIM?" Minato blinked in confusion. "I haven't felt this rush in so long, the rush of fighting for my life," Naruto continued to laugh. "The rush of knowing that I could die, that not everything is within my control. I enjoy these moments more than anything, especially when I still manage to triumph." With his grin spreading wider, he flickered from sight, letting Kushina's strike pass through him. His hand caught her arm, and while the chakra coating burned him, he only laughed louder as he snapped her forearm, forcing her to drop aka Rippa. He slammed his forehead into her face a few times before kicking her away. He turned to face Minato, who looked stunned as Naruto held up his right hand and began making an entirely new type of Rasengan. "To try and survive, I haven't tested this one yet and would love to know the longer-lasting effects it should have," Naruto said, his right hand forming a claw shape with a slightly smaller than normal Rasengan appearing over his palm. Over each finger appeared another Rasengan, each about the size of a marble and each a different color, representing one of the 5 elements. Sozo Rasengan, Creation Rasengan. Naruto flickered from sight, not heading for Minato, but instead appearing in front of the kunao his Sharingan had shown him Minato would appear at a second before he did. He slammed the attack home, eliciting an anguished shout from Minato as the attack tore into his stomach, sending him flying backward as the 6 spheres bore into him, the conflicting elements tearing into him. Minato landed in a heap a short distance away. Naruto looked at the defeated forms of his parents, the maniacal glee faded, and he focused on the task at hand. While tempting to leave them alive for various reasons, he knew better than to leave such a dangerous threat alive. He grabbed the barely conscious form of his father and threw him into the slowly rising Kushina, who managed to catch him with a wince, the Kyuubi chakra gone but the wounds remaining. "It's over," Naruto said calmly as he drew aka Rippa once more and walked towards them. You could try and draw on what little scraps of the Kyuubi's chakra remain in your body, but we both know that if you draw on any more of it, you will die, and Naruto isn't around to give you a transfusion, and our dear Hokage is in no condition to even stand, let alone high-rationg you out of this situation. I'm afraid this is the end of the line for you both. No. Naruto, Kushina began, but saw only the cold glint of determination as he stood over them, blade raised to end their lives. Goodbye, mother, was all he said as he brought the blade down. He was thrown across the clearing as an iron grip seized him by the back of the neck, sending him flying. Blinking in shock, Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya standing there, anger etched on his face, positioned between Naruto and his defeated parents. Naruto had to compose himself, masking the surprise on his face as he stared at Jiraiya, whose fury was so intense Naruto knew that if looks could kill, he'd be dead where he stood. Well, this is a surprise. I wasn't expecting you to join the party so early, Jiraiya, Naruto smiled. But all you've done is hasten your own end. Not likely, Jiraiya said calmly, eyes locked on Naruto, not trusting him to attack at the first opening. Kushina, get Minato out of here. Jiraiya, she began. No. Now, Jiraiya stated firmly. I'll keep Naruto here, but you need to get out before things get any worse. Naruto chuckled, spinning aka Rippa in a small circle, then launched himself forward to finish off his parents, intending to phase right through Jiraiya's counter. He didn't suspect the form that counter would take. Doton Yomi Numa, swamp of the underworld, Jiraiya called out as the ground under Naruto turned into a massive swamp, halting his feet. He stumbled, unprepared for this, as Kushina managed to pick up Minato and start towards the shore. Jiraiya bit into his thumb and flashed through the hand signs needed for his follow-up technique. Kukiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. A cloud of smoke appeared, revealing two smaller toads who leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders in a heartbeat. Well, Jiraiya boy, what's going on here? The male toad asked. Is that Minato's son? The other asked with a frown. Yeah, we need to stop him, Jiraiya stated. Alright then. Let's use it then, the female toad nodded in understanding. Just what are you planning, old man? Naruto asked as he finally managed to get himself out of the muck. I'm about to put you down, Jiraiya stated as his eyes closed, and then his face altered, his nose became bulbous and warty, a goatee suddenly grew out, and when he opened his eyes, they had changed to more closely resemble a toad's. And making yourself uglier has what to do with it? Naruto asked, mentally running through his options. He knew turning his back on Jiraiya would be a very bad idea, especially since he had no idea what the Sannin had just done. He was working with maybe 30% of his total chakra, and he knew using his more powerful techniques was no longer an option. He could still phase using the Sharingan, but that would start draining chakra the more he used it, especially if he had to use full body ones to dodge whatever Jiraiya had done to himself. There's no point in telling you, Jiraiya stated, revealing the sharpened, point-like teeth now filling his mouth. I'm going to put you down right here. Naruto wanted to scoff at this, but before he could even realize what was happening, Jiraiya was moving, and only the Sharingan saved him from a direct blow. Leaping back, he dodged the initial punch, but his eyes widened in shock as he felt the blow still catch him, sending him back a few steps that Jiraiya was quick to exploit, moving in quickly to press the assault. Scowling, Naruto phased through a strike but was still pushed back by the force of the blow, throwing off his counter. His swing was blocked by the male toad on Jiraiya's right shoulder, who held it in place. To Naruto's shock, Jiraiya created two Raisengans that struck with overwhelming force, sending the blonde flying into some of the wreckage from his battle with his parents. What the hell? Naruto gasped out as he stood up, fear beginning to edge into his mind. How are you doing this? I told you, it doesn't matter, Jiraiya stated. He's able to phase out of reality, the female toad noted. But he has to leave a piece of himself here as an anchor, otherwise he would likely completely enter that other reality. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as the toad accurately summarized the ability the Sharingan had given him. It's a cheap trick, but one that he uses quite well, the other toad noted. He's got sharp reflexes, and that swing would have gone right through you if I hadn't stopped it. He looked at the blade for a moment before handing it to Jiraiya, who stabbed it into the ground. He's dangerous. If we don't kill him quickly, we might regret it. I know, Jiraiya stated calmly. He's no longer Minato's son. He's an enemy that needs to be stopped once and for all. And you think you can do it? Naruto chuckled as he cracked his knuckles. You are not nearly strong enough to put me down. I will reshape this world into one without war, Jiraiya. No, was all the old hermit had to say as he struck again, moving into Naruto's space, where he slammed a fist into the blonde. Naruto tanked the blow, shocking Jiraiya as he slammed his forehead into Jiraiya's face, knocking him off balance for a moment from the unexpected pain. Naruto struck with all his strength, only to find Jiraiya's hand catching his fist and gripping it with bone-shattering strength, eliciting a gasp of pain from Naruto before a kick slammed into his chest, knocking him to the ground. Jiraiya was already making another Rasengan, this one much larger. As he slammed the giant sphere into the ground, Naruto completely phased out of reality and into the Kamui dimension, where he grabbed one of the emergency soldier pills he had left there. The one downside to what Orochimaru had done for him was that soldier pills only restored a small amount of chakra, barely even 5% of his total strength, but that small percentage was all Naruto needed to perform his counter. Swallowing it quickly, Naruto returned to the clearing where Jiraiya stared at him for a moment before muttering a curse. He restored some of his own chakra. Must have had supplies in that other dimension, the female toad remarked. He's back in fighting shape, one person noted. No, he isn't, Jiraiya countered, his gaze on Naruto sharp and analytical. He's restored some chakra, but he's on his last legs. Astute as ever, Jiraiya, Naruto acknowledged, nodding. I've exerted considerable power today, and I hadn't anticipated facing 4 S-rank shinobi consecutively. But once you're dealt with, I'll handle the rest of the Raikage's forces, then rest before setting the world right. Naruto flickered forward, kicking Jiraiya in the chest, pushing him back a step. He struck again, then leaped back as a female toad's tongue lashed out where he'd been. He blinked as the male toad completed hand signs, sending a gust of wind at him, just as Jiraiya finished his own. Fire style, great fireball, Jiraiya declared, unleashing a jet of fire. The wind intensified the flames, making them larger and more violent. Naruto quickly performed hand signs, slamming his hands to the ground with a grin. Earth style, earth flow rampart. The ground rose beneath him, lifting him above the inferno. He began new hand signs. Wind style, divine mountain wind. With a massive exhale, Naruto redirected the flames with wind, sending them toward Jiraiya and the two toads. Standing, waiting for Jiraiya's next move, Naruto prepared to finish the old hermit. Suddenly, a croaking sound confused him. He moved to find the source, suspecting the toads. As he descended, he felt his senses shift, realizing it was a powerful genjutsu. Normally, he'd power through them easily. Leaping forward, Naruto tried to reach the toads but succumbed, finding himself trapped in a water cube sustained by 4 large toads. Jiraiya sighed, seeing Naruto halt a few feet from where Fukazaku and Shima were hidden. Moving toward him, Jiraiya prepared to kill the incapacitated Naruto but sensed an incoming attack. He leaped back as 3 figures landed between him and Naruto. One was clearly Sasuke, bruised and injured from fighting. The second was Fu, scowling fiercely, ready for battle. The last was a short, cloaked figure with a turtle mask, whom Jiraiya suspected was Yagura. That's enough, Yagura stated. The Cloud Village has been defeated and is in full retreat. You are the last enemy combatant on this island. Our forces will arrive soon and kill you. Leave now while you still can. And why would I accept that offer? Jiraiya asked. Because we both understand the value of information, the older Jinchuriki replied. You've gained much about us from this battle and your observations, and you've revealed just as much about yourself. Let's call this a draw and face each other another day. Jiraiya glared at the 3. He was formidable, but Yagura was a cage-level shinobi and a Jinchuriki. With Fu and Sasuke, Jiraiya wasn't sure he could kill Naruto, even at the cost of his own life. Fine. The genjutsu will be released once I've left the island, Jiraiya stated calmly, stepping back and ceasing his senjutsu. Fukazaku and Shima separated from him, returning to Mount Mayaboku. But know that the next time we fight, I will kill him. I can't allow such a threat to Konoha to exist. You may attempt whatever you wish, Yagura chuckled. But in the end, it will mean nothing. This world will be reborn in fire, and once complete, the cycle of violence will end once and for all. Nothing more was said. Jiraiya was reverse summoned to Mount Mayaboku. As he vanished, the genjutsu on Naruto lifted, leaving the blonde on his knees, his killer intent rising so sharply that only Yagura remained standing. Where is he? Naruto hissed. He has left. It was ill-advised to continue battling him when we knew so little about his abilities, not when your life was on the line. The plan hinges on you. I don't care about that. I want his head. Naruto snapped angrily. And you will have it, once you've suitably recovered, Yagura calmly stated. The killer intent vanished, and Naruto glared at the shorter man before walking toward his palace. Minato and Kushina lay in the Konoha hospital, Tsunade having quickly tended to their wounds. Naruto had been brought in to give Kushina another Kyuubi chakra transfusion. Once she was ushered out, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya sat in the room, discussing the new developments. To think Naruto was behind it all along, Tsunade sighed. Which raises the question of why he was in Tanzuka-gai, Kakashi noted. I can already guess, and it will be handled quietly, Jiraiya sighed. But we were lucky. Lucky? He's a madman who intends to plunge the world into chaos, Minato exclaimed. He is. But we learned a great deal more about him, and from that, we might, and I stress might, have a chance to stop him, Jiraiya said, scowling. What are you thinking? Tsunade asked. Naruto's done hiding. He's ready for war and has already amassed a powerful army, crippling those he deemed the largest threats, mainly us and the Cloud Village. But he took to the field himself for this battle. He doesn't fully trust those working for him, and we might be able to use that against him. We also learned much about his abilities in a fight. That phasing ability is dangerous but not unstoppable. I countered him with Senjutsu, but he adapted quickly to the unknown, and judging from his reaction, I think he might have gotten a Sharingan of his own. He does, Minato nodded. He said he took it from the man who helped him escape. The same man responsible for unleashing the Kyuubi. Alright. This might be an unexpected boon, Jiraiya hummed. Care to share with the rest of us? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. The phasing comes from a Sharingan. The Uchiha were meticulous in their records of Sharingan offshoots, particularly the various forms of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If we can figure out whose eye Naruto has, we might discover more about that ability and locate a weakness to it, Jiraiya explained. But that won't change much. He's powerful in every sense. He was on his last legs fighting me and still went toe-to-toe with me in Sage mode. If I had fought him at full strength, I would have died, no questions asked. The next time we fight him, we'll need multiple S-class ninja against him, at least 5. That would stop him, but what about his army? Kakashi asked. That's a whole other problem, Jiraiya nodded. He has at least 3 Jinchuriki, all fully trained. Not to mention he now controls all of the hidden mist, and he won't be resting on his successful defense for too long. He's going to launch his own offensive, and soon. Where? Kushina asked quietly. The Cloud Village, Kakashi remarked with a shrug. He may lure them into that trap. His plan was clearly to cripple them before launching his counterattack there. It's a good place to do it. If he can get his hooks into the land of lightning, he'll have a very defensible position to work from and begin conquering the rest of the nations. Okay. Send word to the Cloud Village and tell them all of this. Also, give them all the information we have on him, Minato said firmly. We also need to get in touch with the leader of the Hidden Rain. Nagato, Jiraiya nodded. Why? Because Naruto will be going after him too. If we stay divided, he'll pick us off one by one. We need a unified front against him, Minato explained. Will he listen? Maybe. I'll try and get in touch with him and see if he's willing to talk, but he isn't the same young kid I trained. No telling how he'll react, Jiraiya warned. If nothing else, he'll know Naruto is on the warpath, Kushina agreed. So, what happened? Naruto asked, sitting in the war room, with Sasuke and Yagura standing near the table. The Cloud Village retreated. They lost 2/3 of their forces here. Unfortunately, the more powerful enemies escaped, Sasuke stated. What? Naruto asked quietly, his eyes burning into Sasuke. How? It turns out Killer Bee was here as well. From what we overheard, he snuck out and followed the wreckage because he was worried about him. He emerged from the ocean and hit Han with a tailed beast bomb before he could react. Once they had an escape route, they ordered a full retreat, with all remaining forces latching onto the fully transformed Jinchuriki, Sasuke continued. We inflicted a heavy toll. While A and both Jinchuriki escaped, we did kill one of the Raikage's personal guard named C and inflicted serious injuries on Darui. The Raikage was already badly wounded by you and only survived due to getting his second wind once you were taken away. He avoided extended confrontation at that point and mainly focused on hit-and-run tactics. I'm more concerned about you, Yagura remarked. You were taken quite unexpectedly, and from what we gathered, you fought several Konoha shinobi, your parents, and Jiraiya. Survived. But it was one interruption after another today. Both Minato and Kushina escaped thanks to Jiraiya's intervention. How did he sneak onto the island? He could have used a multitude of means. He's an exceptionally skilled shinobi, and the fact that you survived that battle. I should have had him. Naruto snapped angrily. Perhaps, but that's irrelevant at this moment, Yagura stated. The question now is, what next? Naruto was quiet for a moment before speaking, staring at the map. As much as I want to launch a full-scale invasion of the Land of Fire, allowing the Cloud Village to recover will only hinder us. We stick to the plan and finish what was started today. Sasuke and Yagura both nodded as Naruto continued, have our forces ready to move out tonight. I intend for us to reach the Land of Lightning by dawn. We aren't going to give them a chance. Understood, Yagura nodded, walking off to mobilize their armies while Sasuke remained standing. Something to say?